don't know what I'm supposed to be looking for. Come on, man.
I'm creating another image that's animated that will help based using on the based off of the Google Earth.
I mean, I feel like I'm looking at a cloud and I can make out any shape I want. I can see anything in this damn thing. Wow. Give me some direction, bro.
Well, I think Maniac Monkey posted, yeah, the image of the fish. So basically, it's along those lines. So the
I have no
Earth
idea what.
basically used to be living things.
Wait, can you please repeat that? I just want to make sure I heard you right.
The Earth used to be living things.
Yeah, I can vibe with that. I can see that. Like
Just made
Avatar
my
or
head
something.
explode.
Like
I
Avatar,
don't
the
even know.
tree, the tree that freaking connects everything and everything. That for it's like multiple ones. That'd be pretty cool.
Holy shit. So,
Living and running their energies through the
made my
veins.
head explode. The Earth
I mean,
used
it
to be
sounds cool.
living things. Where
Sounds
were
cool.
they living before they became the Earth?
That's a good question.
The
They were
Earth,
made with
In the
purpose.
water, probably.
Yeah, they
The-
were made with purpose, obviously. Purpose to the
the,
Earth alive, I guess.
the Earth is the name for what you are standing on now.
Right. So, hold on. I need to read Genesis again. Because I think I just figured it out, but I don't know.
Because they
Then
could
again,
exist.
this image looks a little.
Yeah, that last image that
Right,
you
because
posted.
remember
All right, am I supposed
in
to
the
watch
Bible it
this?
tells us, the waters above and the waters below. So
Right. Well, and the first thing that was created, right, was fish and then birds.
You should have seen a coloring mistake. This looks like this line right here, and this image
I
is
gotta
too
read that
dark.
again.
Sure, they just didn't fill the color, or they just gave it this color. When it's supposed to be the same color as that, the sand, the dirt, and everything. I don't know. That's weird. Then again, there's like little pieces of hand. Or I don't know. That's what I'm saying, man. The images. Mm. I could definitely vibe with that though. That Earth used to be like probably living things. I wouldn't doubt it. God had like a way where the trees were
well,
all connected,
so
big
let's
trees.
think about this. Okay, so we know that iron is in the blood. And when they're mining, when they find what? They would find an iron rich fill in the blank.
Vein.
They would call it an iron, yes, there you go, an iron rich vein.
You have it in leaves. You have veins in leaves, trees, veins in everything. And us, there's veins all over the place. Veins in watermelons.
And all are
Yeah,
living.
but if it's iron rich,
What are you saying? We're machines?
yeah, and all are living.
Blood. The power of life is in the blood. And the power of life and death is in the tongue. Well, the life is in the blood, the power of life and death is in the tongue.
I don't know, man. I just don't know anymore about the flesh thing. I don't know how much of anything is entangled with flesh. Shit, that
Eyes are funny, and the way I am, like artistically, I can just see random images in just about anything. But I found something that looked peculiar, and I figured that I would show what I saw. It doesn't really mean anything, but it looks cool, and I'm about to upload it. So
Jesus will return to glory, living forth, given a the judge will be based on each person's word. Well,
That's about right. Yeah.
Is he cutting up for any of you guys? Because I couldn't hear anything he was saying.
No, he was hot micing.
Is
Oh,
that me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I played a video for like 10 seconds. I didn't know it was coming through. Yeah, was it really coming through? That's not supposed to do that.
Yeah, it came through a little bit broken up, like a few words and then not, and then a few words and then not. But you know, if you want to put it blunt and simple, you're living on a graveyard.
yeah, you just got me looking at the ground I'm standing on right now in a whole different light. That's
Oh, you can't tell me
amazing.
you haven't thought of
I
this.
was just going to ask you, so basically what we're saying is the earth that we're standing on is came from living creatures. It's,
Well, a lot of it. A lot of it's just dirt and water. And a lot of it's not. Again, it
Well,
came from dirt.
you say it like it didn't come from creatures.
Yeah.
It used to be alive. That's the only way. So it used to be alive,
Yeah.
and then its state of being was changed.
That is a creepy aspect. What if it did mutate? God had to deal with it or something? Turn into a big fungus or something? He had like melt it, you know? There's all kinds of possibilities, you know? Fantasy and with reality, because reality's pretty
way too
strange.
deep for me right now,
Oh,
but I
that's why it
can't
is.
stop listening.
Is there not a God?
let's see if I can blow your mind with this one.
Oh, you probably will.
It's already blown.
That's what she said.
oh my!
I mean,
No, this is not the one.
that's what I'm talking
I
about. There's so
personally
much
don't.
things that. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, this is the one. Okay, so
I personally don't subscribe to
here
this,
you
but
go.
it's interesting to study, and I did find something interesting. Oh, that is something I bring up all the time about the fossilized cowboy boot.
Okay, so when they claim fossilization takes ages,
No.
even though they dated this boot and the body or the body part is fossilized. Anything that, any mineral that you find, any metal that you find,
Mostly fake fossilized too.
yeah, but fossilization is dependent on, the amount of
minerals.
pressure and temperature.
Yep. minerals too. Minerals help.
Yeah, they can
Minerals.
make fake diamonds. It's just a chemical process. But
Process.
with this lower leg in a boot, you basically have evidence that fossilization and fossils might not be as old as they claim,
Oh yeah, definitely.
and B, all the materials that you know are, basically transmutated through fossilization. Like we got iron in our veins, and we got iron in veins in the ground.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna upload this. It's about 20 megabytes. I think it'll take a minute, so I'm gonna go grab a coffee and I'll be right back. But yes, the iron in the ground is an interesting thing, especially the way that
That is a creepy
things are.
possibility though. You start thinking about all that shit. About man, you get the fallen, you get all them.
When I'm thinking of realms of possibility,
Yeah, it's creepy.
under the premise that this is speculation based off of observations, no claims that I'm making anyway. But there is a lot of weird stuff in this world that is very much in line with what y'all are talking about. Which is just weird. Be right back, coffee.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and normies want to talk about fucking
don't mean
space and planets and all this
like
bullshit, and
jump.
there's so much fascinating stuff around us that we're standing on and we know nothing about.
I know, right?
Don't mean
This
to sound
place
like
is
I'm
amazing.
blaming. I don't mean to sound like I'm blaming the main guy built the place, but it's like sometimes it's like, why'd you make it like that? Why?
No,
Why all
I
this pain?
let me
Why?
let me explain this to you.
You're assuming pain's a bad thing.
The
Mm,
the reason for
necessarily. It's a
the
happy, happy.
reason for making something simple and complex at the same time is to puzzle your mind, aka it forces you to learn or to ignore.
Well, and we can't experience pleasure without pain, can we? You have to have
No,
both,
see,
I would
that's the
think.
thing. When I came out thinking, the first promise. Love and liberty and procreation. That's it. All that other shit, they threw that on me. All the hate, the war,
Yeah, but
everything else.
that comes all from ignoring where you live and where you come from.
Right.
Yeah, I definitely get that. I learned that at an early age, though, so that's what helped me.
And that's like the basic principle of flat Earth. Once you measure the Earth, you learn to know, and through that knowledge, you get a step closer to
Oh yeah,
creation, and therefore you get closer to the Creator.
yep, and a step further, deception.
But the issue is that it's like a game of hide and seek, and you have to look at it like a fun game of hide and seek. Not a devious game, but a fun game where,
Yeah, I have a hard time with that one.
yeah, but it's not supposed to be that you cannot get to the Creator. But it shouldn't be all that easy, because when it's easy, you become lazy. When you become lazy, you know, you inhibit others through your laziness, as you become a stumble block in the flow. Like everyone has to go with the flow. But if you become lazy and you are, let's say, retarding the flow, you are becoming an obstacle for the other one. You know, you become that roadblock. And that might be by design, as in, you only got yourself to blame for that one. And then, you know, as it accumulates, you can throw everything on society and the people that came before you. But when you get up to speed again, you don't have to blame the others because you're up to speed. You passed that roadblock. And now you're just, you know,
Yeah,
feeling
your
guilt.
world is what you make it.
Yeah, and you feel guilty about the others that are, you know, basically held back by their own being stationary or slower. But that's their choice. They can do the same as you. And then you got the other part where people only look at the material and the financial and the economical. And that's not part of creation. That's man-made. That's a stumbling block on its own. And you don't have to participate in it because the creation was created so it could provide everything you need for you. But it's the accumulation of all those stumbling blocks before you that created this shit. But you don't have to look at it as, you know, on purpose or, you know, devilish. No, it's people that stopped and wanted to be lazy. Lazy in their mind, lazy in their hands. And all you got to do is to, you know, reinvigorate, re-energize people, get them motivated to start moving again. Basically, flat Earth. Get people to measure their Earth, and then they start moving again.
We got to give them the confidence back too that they're not insignificant nothings, that they actually do have a lot of power and we can do a lot of things, and you know, there is a purpose, because people feel helpless. I think they
Yeah.
hate the world that they live in, but they don't know, they feel that they can't enact any change on their own, so they feel helpless and they don't do anything and they just go along.
Yeah, and people want to ignore the good in the bad. You know, if something is bad, they just see the bad. They don't see the good in it.
Right.
Let's say, for example, yesterday, and that's a simple example, doesn't mean a lot. But yesterday I found a YouTube clip from the Harlem Globetrotters. You know, and you can say, yeah, but they're promoting the globe and all that. Yeah, sure. But they had this show somewhere, and then a little kid with her father, you know, was invited to take a picture with the Harlem Globetrotters. And then the Harlem Globetrotters arranged for the mother, who was in the Air Force, to secretly visit that show and join in the group photo. And when they showed the girl and the father the group photo, well, they were thinking, oh, mama is somewhere far away in a foreign country. She was standing there. And that made that girl so happy. And I'm like, you know, I don't care if they're called the Harlem Globetrotters. They made a little girl so happy You know, it still brings me tears in my eyes just talking about it, because they did something so simple, so lovely, to make someone feel good and appreciated, or actually a whole family. And that's important. So even though they have Globetrotters on their shirts, they still care. That's a good thing. They still do something for a little child. And you know, you got to see the good in the bad and the bad in the good. You know, a lot of people do good things, and in the end result through consequences turn out bad. But they get praised for the good things they do. So you gotta weigh that in the balance. You know, it's all through the human. So don't be discouraged by the world. Adjust your eyes to see the beauty in everything.
Yeah, so let's do some eye adjustment. Now, so if we look at that, not the very last image that Aether Gress posted. Well, actually, yes. The very last one. I see what he's doing now. Hold on. Wait. Well, no. Okay. I see what you're doing there, Aether, but that's not right. So the thing that you
There's
have,
something.
yeah, the thing that you have outlined at the bottom, you're missing the top right. So okay, so the 3D image thing that you posted in the bottom left corner is and you just wait, yeah. So
I'm helping. Yeah, I was moving that.
yeah, okay, so in the bottom left is the heel. And when the heel is all the way down, so when the image is tilted all the way up, the heel is aligned with the ball on the very bottom, and you can actually see 3 toes at the very end. So it goes from the bottom left of the image, about almost what 3/4 of the way to the right of the bottom of that 3D image. It's you got the heel of a foot all the way to the toes. And I guess I could outline them for you, but it's a lot of work.
I see what you mean on there. It would be the left foot, I guess. Or if it's a foot print, it would be the right foot.
The left. Left or
So
hold on. Okay, so because we're
if
looking
it's
at
a
the bottom.
footprint
That's
from
the
the
bottom of
top
the foot.
down, then it would be, yeah, if it's the bottom
No.
foot, it would be the left foot. So if it's under it, then it would be the
Okay.
left foot.
Okay. And you should measure it. Just measure it on Google Earth and see how long that is. That foot.
Oh, I see. Wait. Oh shit. I'll be right back.
That foot is a little more than half a mile long.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Test.
Loud and clear.
4, 5, 6.
That's one big ass foot.
And I mean, this is a small thing. I mean, small, technically, I mean, comparatively speaking, I would say this is a small thing.
Compared to what are you talking about?
I mean, obviously, compared to us, it's a very large thing, but,
You talking about
as
compared
far
to the
as
Earth?
I would say, yeah, well, yeah, I would say as far as living things go, this is a small thing.
Right. Okay, gotcha. Where's that? Where did this image come from? The one that has the feet. Just came from Google Earth, but where? What's the region?
Libya.
Oh, that's in Libya too.
Yeah, yeah. It's the image that Aethergrass is posting. It's the same one that I originally posted. He's just zoomed in and moved it around. I think I posted the coordinates for it earlier too. Hold on. There you go. I just repost them.
Oh, you bastards! I can't believe you're gonna make me go to Google Earth right now.
I know the coffee's done, but now I have to like finish doing this entire outline before I'm allowed to have coffee because I have to finish completionist.
Oh boy, it's not a bad thing, I guess.
That is weird. Wow. I see what you mean now. Is there any more of these?
Yeah, probably the entire Earth.
No, I mean other images. Ones that there's images
I'm
of.
just being a smart ass, man.
Yeah, I know you're good at it. Just looks like a fucking. Wow, that's amazing though.
Testing, test. Okay. Now, you're asking if there's other images that I can just post and you can just look at them, right?
You want me to go find them myself?
Well, I mean,
Bastard.
so like when you and Google Earth really is a good tool, I guess, to use. Okay, so here you go. I'll give you one, a real easy one. South America is a wing, a big one big giant wing. Its shoulder is the southern tip, and where the fingers would be is the northern tip. The top is the that mountain range, whatever it is, the one that runs along the east coast. Is that what that is? Yeah, the east coast. That would be the top, and then of course the rest of it would be the quote unquote drape, whatever you want to call it. So there you go. I gave you a small thing, and I gave you a large thing.
Holy shit. I wasn't ready for that. Wow. Thanks for sharing all this stuff, though.
It's
I appreciate it.
interesting that the plume serpent is a reference that has to do with America.
Is it interesting?
Well, it's interesting that you say that, and then that reference comes to mind. Like a dragon.
You know, I mean, our minds are always making connections when you're given new information.
I would say that's probably the truth revealing itself, huh?
Yeah, something like that. So then then you got to ask the question. So where's the truth then? Basically, it's always been there, right?
Yeah, it's all around us. We're standing on it.
Confusion is having all the answers. They're just not in the right places.
Well, it's not knowing the questions.
Yeah, if you have all the right answers right in front of you, but you don't have them put in the right places, then you're not going to know what to do with what you're looking at.
Yeah, pretty much. That's life. Welcome to it. I'll give you another one. Florida and Michigan are its wings. Or maybe I shouldn't say wings. Maybe I should say flippers.
Holy shit. I see it. Fuck you guys. Goddamn. Oh, fuck. That shit is weird. So, what
May I
brought you
ask, like, what
upon
are you guys talking about?
this information? How did you find all this and discover this information?
Yeah.
How did I discover it? Well, okay, so what led me to I guess the actual realization and acceptance was there's so below the fish that Manic Monkey posted, like if you were to go there in the desert where that fish is, below that is the head of a squid. There's I guess they call it the Eye of the Sahara or some shit like that. A lot of people say
I've seen that
it used to
one.
be Atlantis or whatever. Yeah, so that's the squid's eyeball, and there's so squid blood has copper in it, and if you go and look, you'll find a copper mine the correct ratio away from the eyeball where the either ink sac or the heart would be, and they have a copper mine there in the desert. So I discovered the squid basically in the desert for myself, and that's what led me to realize that well then everything had to have been something that used to be alive, everything we're standing on, and then I just kind of started zooming out and looking at the rest of it. So it's
Well, thank you for sharing. It's fascinating. I love shit like this, man.
and where I lived, in Norman, Oklahoma, there was a park, and the park had these really large like stone things, and they actually. I was looking at them one day, and I realized, and this was after I found the squid in the desert. I realized that these big giant pieces that were there were actually parts of the tentacles. because there are suction cups in these large stones at the park in Norman, Oklahoma, where I live, just right around the corner from me. And I'd actually been there and seen these things for a long time because I've lived there for 30 something years. So ever since I've lived there, they've been at this park. They've been there, and I never looked at them and realized that they were the arms of either an octopus or a squid. And then it's even more weird because that the park I probably even have a photo. I should probably just find it and post it, or like on Google. What it's man, what is the name of the park? I'll find a photo and post it. It's better. They've turned it into like an amphitheater, and on the little house thing at the end of the amphitheater, they have like this rainbow eye, and it looks out into the crowd. It's kind of weird. I'll find a photo. It may take me a bit, so
Yeah, it's
don't hold your
just
breath.
it is weird.
I mean, the truth is stranger than fiction. That's all there is to it. Okay, there we go. There's some photos that I took of that place. The squid rocks or whatever are at the base of it, down at the bottom. So where the stage is, they surround the stage. They're like the steps. Or not the well, maybe I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure all of the squid is right there under the stage. Well, most no, I'm well. They probably made the entire stage and the seats out of the squid. I'm sure nothing went to waste. Or octopus or whatever it was. Stellium 7, I think, is his channel's name. He comes in here every once in a while. He also is into this part of reality. I think he lives by an elephant in Spain. Yeah, there we go. Thanks, Maniac.
I get what you're saying. So the original Titans would have been something like, I don't know, 2 of every kind.
It would have been what?
The implications of this would be that the entirety of the Earth is Eden, and everything that exists now that we perceive as what we think it is actually 2 of every thing.
Of everything.
I'll be right back.
You're looking at the Ark story.
Gotta
I
get
don't.
some coffee. No, not Ark at all. Nope.
I'm
2 of
confused.
every kind in the garden, male and female, and it's the first garden story, not the second. The creation story, not the thing where it starts talking about Adam and Eve. The first story. I'll be right back. Like I said, I gotta get coffee and do something again.
Okay. I have no idea what he's talking about. Now I guess I gotta sit here and wait.
Yeah. No,
Yeah, it's like what?
two
Two
of
of a
everything.
kind.
Meaning, if
Yeah,
you
two of
have,
everything.
yeah,
What?
well, you know, I just take my deck of cards and I have 4 of everything. Except jokers, because I got 3 jokers in my deck of cards, and I got 1 bridge card.
3 jokers. Man, I hope his coffee's already made.
He should make
You better
two.
just have to pour it.
He should
Yeah, you
make
better
two.
make two. Aether, do you hear us? Make two. Sure, he's got it. Sounds like we're on speaker.
The ultimate setup. Having your computer desktop and then a fridge and a coffee machine.
Yeah, I was supposed to go to bed hours ago, and now I'm stuck on this these images and watching this video.
Not anymore.
It always happens to me when I stay on here this late. Somebody comes in here at about 3 o'clock in the morning and gets my mind racing.
Sleep is all about processing information. So we just make sure you got information to process.
Test, test. Anybody there?
Yes, you're
Oh,
loud and clear.
I thought the server was asleep.
No, it's 12 o'clock in the afternoon.
In Europe.
Yep.
In South
Nice.
Africa, too.
Interesting.
It's 10 o'clock UTC time.
Remember, reality never actually sleeps. Just you do.
Hmm.
Yeah, we're just patiently waiting for someone to explain something, but the explanation had to wait because coffee had to be made. And now we're all, thumb twisting and, anxiously waiting.
Smoking pipes.
The reality of this world is so overwhelming.
No,
Trying
it
to fix my
ain't.
headset. And
You'll get used to it.
I'm back. And also the two was something else. But no, it does make it's by the member comment. It says it uses the word every kind, or like according to their kind. And I think I was just making a broad assumption that because animals have male animals and female animals, so there's two. But I checked the verses themselves, and the specifics for the two is like human beings.
But the more important question is, did you make 2 cups of coffee.
No, I only got one of those, but I'll get the second one later.
But you should make 2 of
And,
each.
you know, I know because it's not good for my cup of coffee to be alone.
How can they procreate if there's one?
And then, there it is.
What is reality?
That what you
Real.
experience.
Yeah, I mean, what kind of question is that?
I mean, it has the word real in it, so.
Reality is what you can measure, and then we're talking about physical reality.
I don't know. Some guy named Al made some really good tea. He called it reality. I know. It sucked. I ought to be ashamed of myself. I'll go back to my coffee.
Well, you could start a tea brand.
Dude, that is so smart. Make it a tea shop out of like just like reality. It's like real tea. You know?
Yeah. And
Smart.
you can make one for the blue-haired people, and then you just do reality.
Theirs can be alcoholic. Be made with ale. Reality.
Eh. Now with free blue hair paint.
Non-alcoholic. Reality.
So I hear you're munching on chips.
Who's eating?
That would be God 01.
Man,
Well,
that's some real smacking going on.
yeah. So God 01, what earth do you live on? And shouldn't you be in the heavens?
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm not God. I never said I was God.
Wait, Yeah, that's your Discord name. So you know,
No. You said it earlier correctly. You said God01. God01, right?
Yeah.
That's my name, not God.
So, what Earth do you live on?
Same earth you live on. I hope so.
He lives on Earth 01.
No, honestly, no, all jokes aside, like, yeah. What's your question though? Like, what are you trying to get at?
Well, do you live on a spinning ball in space, or
Oh,
do you live on a flat plane?
Dude, I observe flat, and that's why I see.
Okay then.
Like, that's it. You know, like nowhere on Earth, like scientific part behind that part, like as far as like explaining it in depth, I can't really do. But the foundation of that would be like, all right, I observe flat. Like, no one can tell me where there's detectable curvature anywhere. Like, show me a photo of curvature or something, you know, but you can't. So
Yeah, no one can explain it with science because it's not science.
yeah. You can have the science of debunking that all day, you know, but science in itself doesn't exist.
Right, it depends how you use
Who
the
is
word.
ready to make some science?
Yeah.
You know, like it depends how you work the word. If you say science, you can say, oh, you know, it's knowledge acquired through the scientific method.
Yeah.
Then, you know, you can say, okay, something can be done through science. But science as a word, like empty knowledge, nah, that's not there.
And science isn't a person, so science can't say things.
Right.
But science says. I hate when people say that.
Well, who the hell is science? Who gave birth to it?
Please introduce me to this science person.
Gave birth to science. That's so interesting.
I'm gonna bet there's a Glober out there that will call their name or call their child science, just to screw us.
Pretty sure there's somebody already out there with that name.
Yeah.
If not, Monkey just gave them that idea, and it's
Now it
going to
exists.
happen. Yep, it's out there.
It's out there.
That's crazy.
So all you Globers out there, you know, new naming conventions.
By 2050, the most popular name in the world is science.
That will, you know, really screw up conversations and language.
Just trust the science. What you want?
Yeah. The blue-haired science.
And there's just a horde of people named Science. You have blue hair. Trust us. We are science. You will be assimilated. Resistance is futile.
Do you guys really think we're gonna make it to like 2050?
Oh man, yeah, like maybe I as a person not, but I'm not in the defeatist or nihilistic thinking.
Who's this we?
Interesting.
Like every day, it's the end of the world for someone.
Yeah.
Or multiple people. So, nah, you know, don't.
Okay, so let's say, I would say like, the next shift may happen like in the next 2 to 3 years, in a sense.
Shit
Like,
happens.
it's like phases in a sense, you know.
Yeah, shit happens all the time, and
yeah,
it might be, you know, if you're talking big catastrophes, it might be
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like something
yeah,
that's gonna like change everything. Once
yeah,
again, just how we
but
got a taste of how like COVID changed everything. You know, and now it's gonna be like something
yeah, but
of that scale, probably like grander or something. You know.
that shit
Well,
happens all the time and throughout history. But
Y2K, they changed everything by turning like 1999
9/11
into
or the Second World
2000.
War
Right.
or the
Well, I feel like those are well,
invention of
relatively
toilet paper.
speaking, they're like on a smaller scale. You know,
Everyone
versus like some
flipped
type of
out.
cataclysmic event.
Yeah,
That's
but
true.
what is
A real event would, yeah, like well,
Yeah.
not real, like a real, like widespread, everybody's impacted, and like a huge portion of the earth is,
Like
then
all
yeah,
the
that
countries got to
would,
come together type shit. You know.
yeah, that would be something weird.
yeah, but you know even if it does happen, it's not the end of the world.
The world doesn't,
Well,
it don't do
that's
that.
depending on the survival of humanity. If
No,
it
like
is.
no. Let me explain this. Like if, for example, if you take historic volcanic events that covered most of the world in ash, or
Yeah, that's a natural
shroud.
disaster.
Yeah,
See,
for the
you can say that the Earth is like terraforming itself still.
yeah, but for the people living in the vicinity or near vicinity of that volcano, it's the end of the world. Why? They die. For the people in Europe, for example, in the year without summer, a lot of people died. But it's not the end of the world. It's just a huge catastrophe. The end of the world is just a localized thing. Every major event, you have the epicenter and you have the outskirts. In the outskirts, it might still feel like real bad, but there's survivability, so it's not the end of the world. Will there
Well,
be?
that's percentage. That's like ratioed, right? Like every event is not the same, so
No,
the percentage and likelihood is different each case.
no, but the thing is, like the the end of the world would be the end of existence. There is no way
Right.
to there's no way to measure or gauge that from this perspective or point of perspective.
Well, that's why I
But
said it's
we
dependent
can,
upon the survival of humanity.
yeah, but we
What's
can
the how
say
strong is the will, and how
it,
what are the lengths of them gonna go to like survive? You know
yeah,
that event.
but we can say it never happened before,
Hey, God01, check out the
because
live
otherwise
stream
we wouldn't
voice
be
chat.
here.
Okay, 1 second.
I posted the etymology for the word world. It's
Hold on.
interesting and relevant to this conversation.
Oh no, the English are using a Dutch word again.
Well, the reason why
Live stream voice chats.
my only point is this.
I don't
From
see
my
it.
perspective, it's an age. The world doesn't end, it just changes.
Yeah, and if humans are around,
Oh, there it is.
then it's not considered the end of the world. And when humans die out, then it is considered the end of the world. But it's
But would
the end
that
of the
not
Oh, I
just be
see.
another age?
Oh, I see.
Then that would
Okay,
be
good
the
point.
age of the monkey.
yeah. Monkeys
Yeah.
monkeys will prevail anyway.
Yep. I'm
The
certain.
monkey's still here.
Well, I don't subscribe to the evolutionary timeline, but monkeys would definitely survive if humans kind of destroyed themselves completely. There'd be monkeys and cockroaches, so there'd be a bunch of monkeys just eating bugs. Joking, of course.
Ugh.
I don't think the Earth will end. It's just how humans are used.
I just think that it might be a paradigm shift again. And
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, most of the end of the world
it's-
type doom and gloom
the-
stuff, that's all Glober cartoon ball lore anyway.
well, yeah, of course, but you gotta see what they're trying to, what the government's trying to impose upon it on the people. We cannot be blind to that.
Honestly, they don't impose anything, man. They just kind of try and control the flow of the population, like the general
Yeah,
thought
and-
processes, and they try and guide them. Like, okay,
Yes.
this is what's happening. Let's guide it this way.
Yeah, and
Yeah, and they can insert or withhold, or they can track some things. Like they can do that to the populace on a massive scale. And
only
now
if
go ahead.
only if they walk along. Like, for example, if anyone can say, "Oh yeah, we need to go to war." Why do you need to go to war? It's useless. All you do is robbing a mother of their child, and in the end, you want to claim victory, which is a hollow word because a lot of blood has been shed. Everyone knows that. Everyone understands that basic principle.
But if you create a boogeyman, then everyone is frightened, and everyone understands fear.
And that is the whole point. Will you fall for that fear, or will you investigate that what you fear? The Globers fear flat Earth. Why? Because then they have to accept reality. So they will not do their measurements. The moment they do measurements and face their fears, they will be presented reality.
Yeah.
That would be the end of the world for them.
They don't want to rationalize
That's
reality.
the age of ignorance.
They want to cater to their emotions. They don't want to rationalize reality. They want to be emotional.
Let's say, for example, the end of the world. If we get Globers to measure their Earth, it will be the end of their previous Earth. It will be the end of the world they knew. It doesn't mean the world ended. No, it means their perception ended.
The end of the world as you know it.
Yes.
Okay, so that would mean everybody lives in their own individual world, and you can cast illusions on other people's worlds in a sense.
Only in the sense that the mind virus creates compartmentalized your truth, my truth, mini,
yes,
kind of like a multiverse inside somebody's head. Like, well, this is how the world is for me.
And when you say, okay, we measure it up to each other, we compare our findings, then you can come to a conclusion. When one side says, no, we don't want to measure because that would ruin our world, we cannot measure it because Lorentz contraction. What the fuck? Are you saying that your measuring stick is shrinking because you're doing something?
Well, a lot of them fear it, so they'll say, I don't have time for that, or just nope, and they refuse to go. They won't even try. They won't even look at any of the information shared. You can have a conversation with them and share all kinds of information, but they'll just pick out, cherry pick keywords you've said, react and respond to that emotionally, and then try and carry on the conversation that way while never clicking a single thing that you've shared with them and never paying any attention to it at all.
And a part of it is part of your normal learning path, because you understand that you cannot accept anything or everything from someone else, and therefore you get in that defensive posture. On the other end, It is realizing the consequences before you did something and fearing the consequences. And that's what
Thanks.
holds them back. They fear the consequence of their own action.
They have to accept responsibility for their own education.
So they will never measure it. They will never measure Earth because they understand that if they did and the outcome is not what they want it to be, there's consequences for their whole paradigm. And then they show that when they say, oh, what does it matter if the Earth is flat? Oh, what does it matter? They know in their hearts that it does matter. They just don't want to face the consequences. So they rather ignore it. If I haven't done it, I cannot.
We should reverse that question on people if ever asked. Oh,
I did.
what does it matter?
I did.
If it don't matter, then just why don't you go check though?
I did that when I was in Amsterdam at the conference, and we were flat smacking on the central station of Amsterdam. Someone said, "Oh, what does it matter?" I said, "The last time the Earth changed from flat to globe, the same people that changed the Earth into a globe were the same people that were killing Native Americans, colonizing Africa and Asia, and killing all native cultures, and replacing it with Bible-loving, if you don't believe in the Bible, I'm going to kill you people." So, and that made an impact on them, because then they understood, hey, there's a lot more tied to this.
That is a really good point. The ball is directly connected to this weird, like, abuse, like the colonialism type abuse of people internationally.
It is
for a
tied
very
to the
long time.
Inquisition. The Inquisition. Purely
Yeah. That was savage. Like, holy shit. If you can't stomach violence or gore, don't look into that at all, because it's bad.
And that's the legacy of the globe. And I would say the Bible, but then people are going to trash me for disrespecting a book. But
well, that's the thing to me. When somebody talks about the Bible, I'm like, okay, they're talking about a bookshelf, not the actual books on the shelf, just the shelf, and the people specifically who put those in this arrangement and took certain things out and said, nope. Like, if you take them all apart, though, and look at them as individual documents, they become something else. It's the bookshelf that's that freaking problem, and the people maintaining the bookshelf. Specifically RCC and Tavistock Institute shite.
Sorry guys. It's like that. Sorry to interrupt. I just heard something. The Inquisition, yeah, that's still in play. That they've just changed its name now to it's called the Congregation of the Doctrine of the Faith now. That was changed in 1965.
Yeah, but it's the mentality. Yeah,
but it's still going. The Inquisition. It's just changed its name. It's called the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith. It's its new name. It's still happening.
And we can all get rid of it if people were just here to measure the globe in nature.
Well, I was doing I was doing a flow chart yesterday at work for one of the younger guys. It's just fault finding chart, and while I was doing it, I thought I'll do one on the globe. It's just yes or no. See, I've only just started it, so if you're asking these globers, then it's just like we all know this ourselves, but it's a yes or no, and then we'll continue. So the flowchart is: did Eratosthenes know the Earth was a sphere when he calculated its circumference? Just answer yes or no.
No.
Okay. Why did he divide 360 degrees by his 7.2 degree angle that he measured?
Because he wanted it to be a globe, because that was the philosophical alignment that he had.
So he just presumed a sphere, a circle of sphere.
Yeah, because that was considered in the philosophical.
Yeah. No, I know the answer. I'm just saying. So that if you put it like that, then no, he didn't know it was a circumference. So why did he use 360 degrees? Then you ask them. Where did that come into it?
Because he had to, because he was looking for a radius.
Yeah, so he pre-presumed it then.
Yeah.
Okay. That answers that then, doesn't it?
And he presumably did this 2,500 years ago with sticks. But then if you ask a glober today, let's just go measure the surface, they say, no, we can't. We don't have the tools, and we're so small, and the Earth is so big.
The other great presumption he had was the distance to the sun. He called it infinite. Even though there was no way for him to measure it or assume it to be infinite far away.
Yeah, there's lots of, we all know this stuff, there's lots of hassle, but I'm just trying to boil it down to the nitty gritty, which we all know it was a presupposition. But like you say, if you can, I'm trying to talk to people sometimes out on the street and just normal people. So I'm trying to say, trying to just get back to basics with some of these people, and try and because when you read the Eratosthenes story, you miss this 360 degrees coming into play. He's got a distance between 2 points, and then he's got an angle measurement. So, and then he gets all that, and then he has to now introduce 360 degrees. But that was back to my first question: did Eratosthenes know the Earth was a sphere when he calculated the circumference? If he didn't know it was a sphere, and that's what he was trying to do, where's the 360 degrees come from? If he did know it was a sphere, well, how did he know that then? Where do you think it'll go with that? If I asked the glober, did Eratosthenes know the Earth was a sphere when he calculated the circumference? And they say yes. I'll say, explain how he knew this then. What they're
They're
going to
going to
say.
reference the moon and the stars and the planets and shit. I bet if you did that.
Pythagoras. Well, they've got to go to Pythagoras, haven't they?
Yeah, but if basically, if I look at Eratosthenes measuring the shadow angles, he assumed to measure the angle of the shadow and the length of the shadow, that the shadow is cast on a flat surface, because otherwise you couldn't have an angle.
I have a question. Where did he get 360 from?
That's my point.
Yeah, but he used the measurement
Yeah, we know. I know.
I've been reading,
On a
so like
tangent.
I know where he got it from, but I've been reading right now. That's why I said that. I see where you're going with that one deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's just basic stuff. I mean, I'm just sort of, as I say, I was just doing a flowchart for work, and I thought, oh, I'll do a flowchart for some people I speak to. I know about the angle and elevation angles and the flat baseline, but I think for some people, you can go off on a tangent in that about then explaining, well, you needed a flat baseline and you can't get the angle, and the sun has to be parallel. You can go into all that, but when you boil it down to the crux of it, he's done some presumptions about the sun, and then all he's done is measured an angle, a distance away from the light source, and it was 7.2 degrees. That was the angle. So that's all he's done at this point. He's got a distance between two places, and he's measured an angle. Then he has to
Well, hold
divide.
on real quick. Even in order to do that at all, you have to be flat, right? You can't. So how could you even measure that if
Yeah.
if the Earth wasn't flat?
Oh yeah, I realise that.
Brad, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just thought that was an important thing to add.
Yeah. No, I realise that. What I'm trying to sort of say is, I'm not trying to say anything. Yeah, we know it's got to be a flat Earth. I know all that. But he's done that. He's done the measurement. We can't deny that if he did do the angle measurement, he's done it. Yeah, he's got an angle, right? So he's done that. We'll give him that. He's got a distance between two cities, a well and a city. We'll give him that. So he's got a measurement and he's got a distance, right? Where does the 360 degrees come from?
Somewhere over the rainbow.
And that's what I think. Well, if you're talking to like everyday
Goes
Joe,
ancient.
if you're talking to just like a normal everyday Glober trying to explain, well, this is the story you're told, but yeah, he's measured the angle, he's got the distance, but now what he's done, he's had to divide 360 degrees by 7.2. Why did he have to do that? If he's trying to determine the shape, why is he using a 360 degree presupposed circle? And then that will get somebody thinking, hopefully, who's just not into this debate, is what I was trying to do. Because I was doing a flow chart for the apprentice at work. You know, we work on electrics and refrigeration, so I was just saying, right, well, if you test fuse 3, yes or no? Yes, I have. Well, did solenoid energize? Yes. I was doing a flow chart for a bit of fault finding, and I thought, well, I'm just trying to teach a young guy here who's learning the trade what to look for on this certain application. And I thought, what would work best for somebody who's not in this debate, who just to get it back to the simplest form. So I started a flowchart, but I've only got as far as I've gone is, did Eratosthenes know the Earth was a sphere when he calculated the circumference? And I've got a line going down to yes, and then explain how. And I've got some little notes, Pythagoras, Aristotle, and then no. Why did he use 360 degrees? These are the questions.
That's awesome.
So I can't really carry on now unless someone says yes, and then I can go into Pythagoras. Well, you're just talking. Okay, the moon looks spherical, so you presume the Earth is. That's not proof. You're just presuming. And I can talk a young person through this, or somebody who hasn't been into this debate. So that's what I was trying to do. Anyway, just thought I'd talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, well, you can always use the other great example of, so you use your water level to, curve your IKEA closet.
But I mean, I've been into the, you get these you get the globers when you start mentioning the angles of the shadow. We know he's only measuring a shadow. He's not measuring the actual physical Earth curve. And we know an elevation angle must need a flat baseline. But then when you sort of, I've had arguments with stupid anti-flat earthers who say, they start saying, well, that's irrelevant on the distance of the shadow, and it can be flat up to a certain, so I'm just trying to get rid of all that bullshit and say, well, Why is he used? Where's his 360 degrees come from? Forget about all the other shit we can pull them to part on. Trying to do it for like. I was just thinking about, from an apprentice's point of view, how to teach an apprentice the simplest way.
Yeah, well, even giving Eratosthenes the benefit of the doubt that he it depends on which story of Eratosthenes you follow. One says he used wells, the other one says he uses sticks. But if he used a stick and he leveled the ground upon which the shadow is cast, how did he level it?
I've asked that question before too. Like, did he have a spirit level or something?
Yeah, how did he level it?
Was the stick on a tripod so that he could get a? Did he I don't know, put it in concrete? Should do the Eratosthenes
trying to look
experiment
into this.
using a stick of rebar at the bottom of a well. Sorry,
Is there
Paul.
no, that's all right. I was just wondering if this number has any significance. And so I'm trying to do some research on it, and I'm not finding anything that means anything to me. So I'm wondering, is there more to this number, like an ancient, religious aspect with it, with those
The
numbers? That number
360,
significant? Yeah, is that number significant?
ancient
And
Babylon, and Egypt.
What number?
okay, yeah, that makes sense to me though.
Yeah,
What
So
number?
that's
360.
All right.
When I looked into that and I started just researching the history of it, it got interesting.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not going to sort of. If if you look at the Eratosthenes story, the 360, 3 and 6 is 9, and then his 7.2 angle, 7 plus 2 is 9.
Yeah, the mathematics for it is just assumed as being like common knowledge. Like, yeah, everybody knows 360, so we'll use that.
But they do use this 9 a lot. It all comes back down to 9.
Yeah.
A lot of it.
Which I'm not saying there's not more to it. It's just that was the standard, so that would make sense that's why you would use it.
I can't remember what the 9 was. I heard someone.
Sorry, monkey.
I heard someone speaking about these numbers in biblical terms as well, and I can't remember. They went through the numerology, a biblical numerology. I don't know. I'm not really been into it, but I just did a talk on it, and there was something significant of the number 9 in biblical numerology. I don't know why I'm saying biblical numerology. I don't know if there's a difference between numerology and biblical numerology, but the guy who was talking about it was very much into his Bible, and he was explaining about this number 9 significance in the Bible. And I just can't I'll probably remember later on. It was a while ago when I listened to it.
There's a whole thing about 3, 6, 9 as a group of numbers.
Just went and spoiled it with the 500 Stadia, didn't they, really, on that one?
It depends on how they used Stadia and what,
Because they say 500. It's 500 Stadia is the number they use there. But it's a shame because they've got the 9 in the division and they've got the 7.29. It would be more interesting if they had another 9 for the distance somehow. Tie it all together. Saying that If you do, just keep the 500 and keep the 5. 5 plus 3 plus 6 plus 7 plus 2 is 3. 5, 6, 7, 8, 14, 16. Oh no, it's 23. +3 is 5. Coming down to 5 now, aren't they? So we've been everywhere, that 9/11, COVID-19, it's fucking everywhere.
Well, it's interesting that there's so many atheists in the U.S. that vote, right? But there's never been, I don't think, one presidential candidate that's been an atheist. It's kind of interesting.
You cannot have an atheist president.
You would think an atheist wouldn't want to vote for somebody that believed in God.
No, people don't vote for people necessarily. They vote for the perceived outcome of victory.
True. Yeah, you're right.
Like voting is one of the most selfish things people can do, in the way that they vote what they think is best for them and others, in which they try to tell others with their vote what's best for them.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? You know, it's upsetting to me too, because so my father, he's a flat earther. I woke him up after I woke up, but he can't get out of the political system.
No, but people cannot get out of a system like politics or something like that.
Well, yeah, he can just stop, paying attention to it, and he can not vote, because it's, you're basically giving them your consent if you're going along with the scam, and if you're going to play along and go and actually vote, then, that's my opinion. I don't think we should be playing that game with them.
Yeah, but I think that's something generational. We are more from a generation that is free to think outside of the lines of political systems. When our parents grew up, that was in the aftermath or during the Second World War, where things mattered a lot more than those who grew up in, let's say, the 80s or the 90s. Because what did politics do for us back then? Nothing. It was just guys in suits talking bullshit. But in the Second World War and in the aftermath of the Second World War,
Yeah, the Vietnam War too. Then.
yeah, but it was about reconstructing and giving hope, and that's how they grew into that system. For
Yeah, I
us,
see what you're
there was
saying.
no hope in politics. There was no hope in whatever those guys did.
Yeah, I get your meaning.
And I think that's a hard one to let go of. Even though you can rationalize it, you're still stuck with your, memories. You cannot erase your own
Yeah.
memories.
Probably the fantasy of actually someone being elected that is actually gonna be able to do something to make life better for everyone. But it's a fantasy. President doesn't have any power.
It depends on which president. Like, politics is the game of blackmail. So if you look at, let's say, Bush Sr., he had a lot of dirt on people because he was ex-CIA. He knew a lot more. Look at Putin now. He's a ex-KGB. He has a lot of dirt on everything in the world. That's why he can remain in power. Because the moment he falls, he'll spill the beans. And he got so much backing that the beans that he will spill will gain traction and root into, something worse for the people that oppose him. But Joe Biden right now, yeah, he's a puppet. Everyone knows that. He cannot even make a coherent sentence.
Yeah, and I mean, my opinion, I think it's being done on purpose too, because it's creating more division. Because people on the right see him and they get so angry because of how ridiculous it is that he's the president, and the left are going to defend him no matter what. So it's creating more of a divide. And then you have this Trump. He's perfect. He came in right at the perfect time when the right needed somebody new, fresh blood that wasn't a politician because they were tired of those old Republicans. It's so scripted to me.
Yeah, and it's a perfect distraction because in let's say the whole political turmoil that we're living in now, people are focused on that turmoil. And when we say, hey, why don't you go measure the earth? Yeah, what difference does it make? That's not important. My kids can go off to war if things blow up in the Ukraine. We might have a third world war. It's the perfect distraction. We realize that, but we cannot make that clear to them because they can still see the stakes because they're emotionally tied to it.
Yeah, I always thought that was curious too, how they always, well, not always, but majority of them, they just miss the big picture of what it means. I mean, for me, it brought me back to the Creator because I was so out of touch and away from God that I was able to come back home in a sense. Um, you know, and that has so much meaning to me because now I'm free. I have no more fear. I don't fear the system. I don't fear. I'm happy living here, even though it's crazy. I'm at peace with everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like whatever happens, like if shit blows up, then shit blows up, and there's nothing we can do about it.
How could you possibly contain an explosion while it's blowing up?
Well, yeah, depending on the situation.
I'm just
there are
saying
s-
that.
There are stories, heroic stories of self-sacrifice where soldiers jump on hand grenades so their teammates won't be.
They didn't survive.
No, but his friends did.
Yeah, I know. I was just saying that kind of a.
And it contained the explosion, like.
Yeah, but my thought is you can't contain something without there being some kind of sacrifice or destruction occurring, because thermodynamics type stuff, you simply can't. It's going to do something. The catalyst has already been triggered. This stuff all happens in waves, and everybody's afraid of this, that, or the other thing. But that's like, imagine forgetting that the sun goes over. Imagine forgetting day and night cycles. That's the best way of putting it. But then on a long term, like over the course of, I don't know, 500 years, 1,000 years.
Back in the day, before I was a flat earther, or realized the Earth was flat, and I did my own measurements, I listened to various political and geopolitical podcasts, and one of them was the podcast of Adam Curry. He's a American podcaster, ex-MTV DJ or VJ.
Oh yeah, I remember him.
He has, or I don't know if he still has it, but he had a podcast going into politics and shit. And they actually had a prediction of social events. Every 6 weeks, there had to be a big social event that would distract people from looking into, things that would pass into Congress or other political or geopolitical events.
Yeah.
And they said every 6 weeks something is happening in the United States that distracts the people from something more important. And maybe they were 2 days off, 3 days off, but that would be pushing it. It was 6 weeks every time. Either there was a mass shooting or there was some ridiculous, publicity event. Every 6 weeks you had a major event that people would be drawn to and be distracted by because something else was being done in the background. And it was quite funny because they predicted it. They didn't predict the event as it was going to play out. They predicted that day or that week something major is going to happen.
Thinking about it, it's really how the news is orchestrated, because bad crap happens all the time and all they have to do is wait. And whenever they need it, whenever the timing hits, they just write a good story about whatever happens. Use that, flip it, spin it, turn that into the narrative in order to get every single agenda lined up.
Yeah. Well, like, the funny thing is, me being Dutch, you know, like, okay, what do I have to do with, you know, a shooting in the U.S.? Nothing. But we get once in a while when the news cycle is slow or they're pushing anti-weapon propaganda in the media. You know, they will take some event in the States and put it on Dutch news.
Oh no, look what's going on over here. See,
Yeah.
this is why we should fix our laws.
Yes, that kind of shit. And
Yeah.
the funny thing was, I was on vacation in Atlanta, and like a few miles away from where I was, there was this shooting in a mall. And it was broadcast on Dutch TV, like, you know, oh, something big happened in the States. Someone got shot. And I'm in Atlanta, and my mother is frantically calling me. Are you okay?
Yeah, the bullet curved around the curvature of the Earth, and then it went into orbit, and then it came all the way down and hit me in my monkey ass.
Yeah. No, I was literally like 2 miles or 3 miles away from that mall when it happened.
But was that? I'll take a guess. It was around
Oh,
like.
so okay. She was, but
I'd take a
Sorry.
guess. It was between March. I read that shooting was between March and May.
Yeah, it was in May.
Yeah. So they all are around that equinox up until May.
Robot.
Anything else that goes.
you're roboting a bit there one
between
day.
the 22nd of March and the end of May.
Yeah, it's just funny how it works, you know, like.
I just made the assumption it was like an arbitrary thing, and then she was being overly worried and concerned for you.
Oh yeah, yeah, on my mother's part, that's the case. But the point is that in the scope of shootings, what happened there, you know, was one guy tried to rob a store and he got shot.
So it's likely just an emotional thing based off of somebody at the darkest point in their life,
And
not necessarily something that was more nefarious.
yeah, but it got broadcast in the Netherlands, like, you know, in the area I grew up in the Netherlands.
That's a bit weird.
We had
awful
shootings.
specific.
No, but we had shootings.
Oh.
In the 90s. And, you know, I saw guys riding their bike with sawed-off shotguns after they hit the cigarette store or the liquor store.
But think about this, if guns didn't exist at all, there would still be news where like, oh yeah, this group of people had like swords or baseball bats or whatever the hell else. It could be literally anything.
Yeah, but the point
a
is
bunch of guys had sticks and they just
when it happens in the Netherlands, it doesn't get on the TV news. It doesn't get national news. Never. Like, it only gets national news when
agenda.
It's unavoidable, like something actually big happening, or it is between different crime groups. But when it's a random guy, you know, being squishy on the trigger due to anxiety while robbing a store, it doesn't get on the news.
Unless somebody wants it to be there, and then it gets.
Yeah, and then you get some random shooting in the States that gets news. Like, it wasn't even that big when I was in Atlanta. It wasn't big on the news there.
When a white man gets killed by the police in America, it's not reported on the news either.
No.
Doesn't induce enough fear to make good headlines.
Like, you know, fear is like the biggest tool.
Yeah. I've said before that the top two things that sell on this world and the narratives out there are fear and sex.
Well, you know what's interesting is how well, or no, not how well, but how bought in to these news agencies the people are. They believe every word they tell them.
Because
The
Oh,
news
dude, yeah.
can tell them anything, and they believe it. They think
Like
these
a
people are
mama
really
bird, baby
delivering.
bird, that news info, right? Yep.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
that is
Sorry, go ahead.
that is like, for, let's say, some generations, but it is breaking down because the quality of writing in and news stories is being undermined by the internet.
Yeah. Especially when.
Well, I think it's worse though, because I've seen the younger people that I know that are teenagers. They get all their news from social media. So
Yeah.
they're not, they're not watching TV, they're not watching those news networks. But and the news that I've seen on the social media outlets are way worse, because it's promoting, transism, and it's making all that, normalizing that, and it's
Most of those articles are AI generated. They're not even written by
yeah.
people. Just some weaponized retard is putting in some input to an AI algorithm, making a big article, and then just copy paste.
Yeah, and it's never really about anything of substance either. It's always just
No,
fucking nonsense.
Yeah.
but the
It's all
nice
just
thing
nothing but buzzwords.
the nice thing is that they are on the internet, as in, back when I grew up, we didn't have internet. We just had the bought and paid for news.
Yeah.
Yeah, but knowledge in the hands of a fool is not a good thing. How much quicker will they end up finding themselves in trouble?
And like, let's say, maybe I'm comparing it too much with my own journey, but I've seen Flat Earth on the internet for a bit longer than, let's say the 2015 hype. I always ignored it.
It's been here the whole time. It's just.
Yeah. But at some point you're like, okay, I'm just I'm gonna click it. I'll see where I'll end up. People on mainstream or on social platforms still get snippets of, for example, what we're talking about, Flat Earth, or alternate news avenues, or different things, different opinions. They are available to them, but they look at them and they say, that's not for me. But they still look at them to form their opinion. At some point, curiosity is gonna get them. Will it keep hold of them, and will they investigate? Who knows? But it's available to them, and they know it's available. So a lot of people, they didn't give a shit about Flat Earth. Then some basketball player talks about Flat Earth, and suddenly you have an increase in people that are looking into the topic. Whether it pans out that they will measure the Earth or not is a different thing. But suddenly, big name talks Flat Earth, people are interested, and that's, yeah.
You know what
Only,
I always found funny is when these guys, like you said, basketball players come out and talk about Flat Earth, what happens to them afterwards? What a red flag that is, and nobody picks up on it.
but they put it out.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
That's the whole point. They put it out. Just like we with the live stream, someone might get this in their YouTube recommended, or the random page of YouTube when you open up, because the algorithm just needed something to populate their screen. And someone might think, hey, that's interesting. And someone might say, oh man, why do I have to watch that? But they are still being confronted with it. They still have to read the words. It still gets
And
headspace.
Speaking of which, hey Monkey, you remember when I said that I was using chalk to write on the street and parking
Yeah.
lots and stuff?
Yeah.
I have a clip. I have a sound bite to show you.
Bring it up.
Hey, how you doing? How's it going? The reason for the stop is supposedly you were drawing on the parking lot over there?
Yeah, on the chalk. That's not illegal.
What were you writing?
I'm writing links to a Discord server that discusses the geometric form of the Earth.
Awesome.
So yeah, that happened.
Oh, awesome.
It's hilarious.
After that, we went to another store, and there was another large parking lot where I wrote the link again.
Oh, kudos to you.
The look on his face. Check the locker room out. Hold on, I gotta share a picture.
Oh, I can't wait for this.
Oh, yeah, priceless.
I know, right? He was just like, okay. But that's the exact look that he made right before. So there's actually the video up there if you want to watch it, but I clipped out all the extra space and just did the interesting parts.
Yeah, it's good enough. Like, as it is, it's a great soundbite.
Yeah, I took out all the stuff that I don't care about kind of doxing myself or anything, but I took out the identifying info and stuff related to him just out of respect.
Yeah, and I think it's let's say the respect part is very important, because if we keep showing respect, they will, keep respectful to us, unless they are like batshit crazy.
He was just more so trying to figure out what's going on, and then a little confused. Then I tried to talk to him and hand him a piece of paper about he drove off. He was just like, no, I'm good on that.
Yeah.
Then what's funny though is kind of as he was driving off, my son says he's gonna go eat some donuts, or I think it's like maybe he's gonna go eat some donuts or something like that. I'm like, boy.
Oh, he needs his sugar rush just to get over this.
Yeah. I'm kicking myself for stopping the camera. I should have left it on and actually got the sound bite of my son saying that, because that would have been even funnier. Oh man. Well, what's even funnier than that is this happens to be the second time that I talked to the police that day about Flat Earth. The first time was earlier in the morning when somebody else from a different town showed up, and we knew who he was, but he showed up at the house and was asking some questions because I happened to write the Discord link on some concrete that's on the ground at a park in front of a building that somebody happened to have broken into that night. So apparently that link is like in a picture or something that's in evidence somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah, they're thinking, oh, you know, he's writing down the address. He's marking
Nah,
the spot to be robbed.
He already knew that I had nothing to do with it at all, but it was just something that they had asked for witnesses around the local area if anybody had seen anything, and since somebody had saw somebody with long hair who was tall go over and walk towards that area and stuff, they figured, oh, I better tell that to the police, and then they ended up asking questions.
and,
Yeah.
and you were like, no, I haven't seen anything. I was looking at the ground.
Yeah. My favorite part, though, is he sat there and talked to us for like 5 or 10 minutes and completely avoided the flat Earth discussion entirely, aside from just asking if I was the one who was writing the flat Earth stuff in chalk around town. I'm just like, yeah. I should have asked him a bunch of questions about certain things, but it's more so about he's the temporary chief in town now, which was interesting to find out too. The other chief is he changed his job, doing something else. It's just interesting because he just but that'll be funny. Because he was just kind of chill. Like I think that he went to he was in the high school at the same time as my wife.
I'm just hoping to be in the VC check-in when someone from your PD is checking in.
Yeah. That'd be funny. I'll just know that if anybody comes in here saying that they found the link on a parking lot somewhere, don't assume that it was me just because I'm writing links in parking lots. You should probably ask them what state they're in.
Well, you know,
I'm just joking.
I'm partially in a solid state, partially in a fluid state, partially in a gaseous state, and partially in a plasmatic state. But you know, I don't know what state you're in.
Simultaneously solid, liquid, and gas.
Some people got a lot of hot air.
My screen name is literally Aethergris. It's like hot air, gas. Think of the etymological meaning of the word aether, where it talks about burning brightly. Like the way that fluorescents work. You have like a neon light.
Yeah, then
like just the noble gases.
I would just say ether is plasma, but
like I'm just the only thing is like I get that, but just the noble gases in the tubes. I was looking at this thing that had like 5 of them, something, and they were all flowing.
Oh, let's see if I can pull up the YouTube.
And then there's other ones that are lesser that can have this like similar effects. They can glow, and I guess they can do different mixtures. This is the pictures I was talking about, and yeah, that video is. What? On this Dan Dimensions YouTube thing, it says, may the evil spirits get lost on the way to your house.
It's a nice way, nice, you know, nice thing to say.
It's certainly a blessing.
While it's quiet, I'll share a little joke. I had a baller tell me today in a YouTube comment that there's a difference between gas pressure and wind. He wouldn't tell me what the difference is, but he asserted that there is a difference.
He just made a claim and then wouldn't explain anything about it at all. Just, there's a difference, with no explanation whatsoever.
Well, when you pass wind, you need to build up some gas pressure first, don't you?
You should have asked him if there was a measurable difference.
Well, I think there is a slight difference because gas pressure is just measuring the gas, and wind usually is a mixture of fluid, solids, gas. So he could have made that distinction. But
exactly,
wind is formed through gas pressure differences between different areas. So
I'd love to give Globus the benefit of the doubt, but I'm afraid he was referring to the fact that there's a difference between air that's contained and the air outside, even though it's measurably at pressure. They don't like that.
yeah, but Globers don't like a lot of things.
What I like to do is occasionally is find a video. I've got some time off this week, so I did it last night. I found a new anti-flat earth. I don't know if he's new to me. Is it Where's Wally? Don't know if you've heard of him before. And I enjoy
No.
just going in the comment section and putting their housekeeping questions from Nathan Oakley's server to the commenters who don't have loads of comments, replies to their comments. So it's just you and them. And the replies you get back, it's like taking a shotgun to a boxing match. We got nothing.
Now, the moment a Glober has something, that's actually rare.
In the beginning, the universe was created. This made a lot of people very angry and has been widely regarded as a bad move.
Yeah, stop creating the universe.
The Glover's creation story is more like
Boom, baby!
Yeah, but who said that?
That was
no
really
one.
stupid. When are the aliens coming? When's the alien invasion happening? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. You should check the Mexican border.
I was just looking at the some of the things that came out in them stupid hearings, and apparently one of the guys says that the U.S. government is hiding alien ships and bodies. Oh boy!
Yeah, I seen that.
The funny thing is that if it were true, then the answer is already there. The aliens are here. They probably infiltrated and probably control the shit because their technology should be so much more advanced than ours that they would be able to fool us, because we know the thinking capability of the people in charge, and we know where we're at technically. So, if they are able to come here and we got their bodies here, then yeah, you can assume, from a globe heliocentric model perspective that the aliens already run the show around here.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Because that's the first thing you do. You take control.
It's just such a funny turn of events how over the last 70 years, how before it was taboo and no government person would speak about that topic at all, and now look where we're at today.
Yeah, but
And I mean, where did the story come from in the first place? It came from the government. So it's
remember,
like they've been planning this all these years from the very beginning.
Yeah.
It's
But-
astounding.
but remember back in the day, the Disclosure Project,
Yeah.
and in the 90s you had the UFO and alien hype. In the 80s you had a period where you had that hype, and before that I don't know because I wasn't there.
So you don't think this is part of a bigger plan? That this is just a story that you're going to rehash always, and it's never going to go anywhere?
Oh, they're building up to something, and maybe they're going to use the story other than a distraction. But I think that as long as they can use it for a distraction, it's cheaper to do it as a distraction. If they have to manifest something, and actually have to produce something for the distraction, they will utilize it in the worst possible way.
Yeah. It
Unless
strengthens their
the-
globe anyway. Even the story, just keeping the story out there, strengthens their stupid globe model.
They don't have to, even if you go to flat, even if the UN says tomorrow the Earth is flat, we've been running around the bush, we cannot hold it back any longer. It's flat, creation story is real. They can still pull the alien card. They
Yeah.
just have to rebrand it with fallen angels.
Doesn't change anything.
It doesn't change
Peop-
anything.
People would
Well,
like.
they don't even have to do
there
fallen
were
angels.
evil.
They could say out, other lands from beyond.
Yeah,
There's always been evil people throughout history, like long before the widely accepted modern version of this heliocentric lore. And a lot of those evil people were flat earthers. So the switching of somebody's paradigm and their mental model isn't going to change shit. It's all about what's in their heart and in their mind.
And like if they use it as a fear tool, then they can still generate fear with, oh yeah, they come from below the ocean. We didn't explore 90% of the ocean floor, so yeah, they're living under the ocean. It still would
right,
be
yeah.
it still would be alien to us. So, yeah, the way we explained it, yeah, we were stupid. Yes, they don't come from outer space. They're from the ocean. But yeah, how did we know? They use their flying saucers through the water and then pop up somewhere and then come from above when they're above land. Yeah, of course we thought they come from space. They can make up anything.
Vermonas.
As long as they can push the fear button in humanity, they will do it, and they will use whatever means they have to.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Cower in fear, mortals!
Bread and games. And if they don't like the bread and games anymore, introduce fear.
Yep. They create times of peace in order to create weak people so that the weak people are too squishy to fight back. Then when the times of fear come, the squishy people are like, "Oh, government, help us!" But then they find out there is no daddy government, and it was just a bunch of people in suits who were like, "Let's go make some money." And then they literally make the money. Print that shit out.
Yeah, and if you scroll down to our politics section, you will find a few YouTubes which I posted that show that a lot of governments in the world, are kind of tired of that behavior. So
There certainly needs to be some kind of reform. In the most anti-globalist of ways. That's what people don't understand is this isn't so much about the anti-flat earthers made it perfectly clear where the line is, but it isn't so much about flat earth, it's about being an anti-globalist.
No, you can only be anti-globalist if you got the measurements to prove it's not a globe.
And you can only be a globalist if you believe in a globe.
Yep.
Of course, the elites running the globalism campaign, they know it is what it is. But they need globalists in order for their agenda to work.
I don't know. Last week
because money.
Yeah, but last week I saw something funny. That, Elon Musk once posted a poll where people could, vote for if the Earth is flat, hollow, or globe.
Yeah.
And the majority of people said it's hollow and flat. I found that funny. They're like, what is he trying to play as a globalist? Because he's playing both sides of the coin right now.
If he sits there on the fence like he doesn't actually care, or he might know something that other people don't know, and he's not talking about it because he can't, then no matter what happens, he can say, "Yeah, I knew that was going to happen."
Yeah,
And everybody's with the Wonderful Wizard of Oz, and he can put his little like Dorito chip, his little Emerald City Dorito chip inside of people's brains. The emerald part's a reference to when he was younger, and he literally was handing like emeralds out like candy to people, and I think New York and other places, like just kind of a flex that he would have because his daddy owned an emerald mine. I'm just like reading lore that I saw on the internet about the dude, and I was looking him up a while ago, and then going off of memory of that.
Well, you know.
That's why I think it. That's just why I think it's fitting to call him the Wizard of Oz. This is the whole emerald thing. The Emerald City Dorito chip.
You can flex all you want, but you know the real flexing is when you measure the Earth. That's when you flex for real.
Force the line. Hey Elon, force the line. You can afford it.
And he got the global tools to do it. You know.
Yep. Come on, man, force the line, and build a really big laser to kind of go next to the line that has been forced, so we can see a laser next to the line, be at laser level.
Elon, be a man. Step up your game.
Put your money where your wait. He didn't really make any claims about anything. He just shoots rockets up and shit, and then
gets government
tells
subsidies.
And then tells you that his cartoon car, it's real because it looks so fake.
The funny thing is,
in that go ahead.
Like, he's like the poster child of modern capitalism. Like, look at how rich I am, and I'm toying around for the richest man on earth with Jeff Bezos.
People make this weird assumption that you must have capitalism in order to have capital.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, his capital is pure socialism because he lives off government subsidies. All his cars are subsidized. His space work is subsidized. He lives off tax money.
And when they're done with him, they can take it all away, just like that, in the blink of an eye.
Yep.
Poof.
And Elon,
all that money just disappears.
Elon, take it from me. You can better be the one that initiates that moment than them doing that moment to you. Or you can wing it and hope you don't find that moment. But when they are done with you, they are done with you. Great example, Nigel Farage. But, they will eat their own if they need to.
I don't think they know another way.
Like a snake eating its own tail.
You need some spiritual cannibalism.
It's amazing all the other things that opened up to me when I, realized where I was and what I was standing on. You know, I kind of thought that was it, that was the end. And it's every day something new. I learn something new every day that I didn't think about or wasn't thinking about. And I realize, oh shit, you know, I had this all wrong, or this is a lie. It's amazing. It's never ending.
Yeah, and I think that is the biggest fear for most people.
The unknown.
Yeah, like they outsource their knowledge. So if they want to learn something new, they go to NASA, they go to CERN, they go to universities, they go to, you know, whatever academia out there. When you decide to measure the Earth and you take charge of your own knowledge, you cut those ties of dependency, and you're not willing to outsource. But now information comes to you, and you have to process it on your own, or like here on a Discord with other people. But you cannot run away from it anymore. You cannot say, "Oh, someone else does it for me." No, you realize you got to do it all by yourself, or with the help of friends online, or if you're lucky and you have friends in your vicinity. But
yeah, you got to put your big boy pants on and grow up.
Yeah.
Yeah, do it yourself.
Yeah, and when you're ready, you get presented new parts, but you get it presented. It's not that you have a choice in what is presented before you, because you get it. And you have to deal with it. And for the globe, what's the universe like now? And then you go to the NASA website or some other space agency or some other whatever, and they tell you, yeah, we found 2 more black holes and we found this, and the James Webb telescope saw this, and now the universe is twice as old as we thought it was. And it's totally irrelevant to your life. But, it's fun entertainment. But once you're in Flat Earth, you get confronted with little things that might blow your mind and big things that might blow your mind. But it comes to you.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. I have noticed that.
And then, my monkey explanation would be, you dared to measure creation, therefore you opened up to the Creator, and the Creator is giving you breadcrumbs. Sometimes a little bit big, sometimes a little bit small, but you get breadcrumbs for you to follow and to learn from, rather than having it outsourced.
Yeah.
Well, never more than you can chew.
Yeah, that's the problem, man. We send our kids off to these fucking teachers and tell them this is how you learn. Oh man, constantly appealing to authority. It's funny. I was having a conversation with somebody a couple of days ago, and we were thinking, geez, where did men go wrong that it's gotten this bad, right? And I just instantly thought, the garden. Started in the garden.
No, like that's easy. That's again, putting it outside yourself. You know, you are born and raised, and that's when you have to look at where did you go wrong. But did you go wrong, or
Right? Yeah, absolutely.
did you take a path of learning that was fruitful, or did you take a path of learning that was hard, painful, and more distracting than to the point of what actually is needed for you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Are
That's what I
you
better
Some
said.
people gotta learn the hard way.
yeah, and you know, are you? Like, is that you, or is that the programming that's talking? Is that what you have accepted but never tested? And how many people are just living their lives only on what is given to them by other men or by other, you know, in society?
Well, that's what amazes me about our society is we all know in America that our school system teaches shit, but yet nothing's ever been done about it, and we keep sending our kids to these schools, and nothing. You know, everybody knows that pretty much everything you learn from history, it, everybody's aware that it's bullshit. I don't think anybody actually believes Christopher Columbus discovered America.
No, I think it's even worse. You know, I think people don't even register. You know, they go to school, they know they have to pass the grades, but they are not even registering what they're learning.
Yeah.
And
You know, one of the biggest eye-opening things is like school. I have a couple from high school, but I'll give two of them right now. One was when right before graduating, I decided to go and pop into the guidance counselor's office, who I'd met when I first got there. And I decided to ask him the question, "What's the difference between a high school diploma and a GED?" And he admitted that there is no difference. I was like, "Well, why don't people just go and get the GED then? Like, why don't they just let that be an option that they could just?" And he admitted that it was because the students would. They just bypass high school, get the GED, and go directly to college. And yeah, that would affect the budget. It's all politics. Literally politics on every level, even down to school politics. Another thing was there's a disagreement kind of thing. Like most of the students in the class didn't really care for the evolutionary timeline that was being presented in the curriculum, and the teacher instructed them to just put down the answers that the book asks for, because it doesn't really matter their personal beliefs or anything. Just put down the right answers so that they can get a good grade. Oh, okay. So
That's
school's
learning,
just
huh?
bullshit. Yeah, that's learning.
Yeah. I look at it like the political system too. People every 4 years vote for some guy to be president. And regardless of who wins and who they voted for, they realize that pretty much everything they said on the campaign trail is a complete lie. And none of it gets
Yeah.
done. Hardly ever. But does it
Then you
stop
have
them
things
from
like
voting or doing it? No, it doesn't. You know, it's like, what the fuck is
in the
going
Bush
on?
administration, there was no child left behind. So there was a learning curve applied to students, and a lot of people passed that shouldn't have.
Yeah,
And there's that same thing had happened before, because when segregation stopped and they merged the school systems together, instead of bringing everybody up, they changed the curriculum.
Yeah, brought
And
everybody down.
that was another phase of dumbing down of America. Then No Child Left Behind is another dumbing down of America phase. And it's only gotten worse from there.
Well, and that's where I go to. Where did we go? Where were the men to stop this? You know, where were the good
But-
men? Our fathers, our grandfathers.
Now,
What
the
were they
account that
doing?
I have for what I just said, by the way, comes from
don't-
a teacher who's been like involved in the school system for a very long time, and she lamented that it would have only taken a couple years to bring everybody up, but instead of doing that, they opted to just dumb down the entire nation, and
Yeah, because that
that
was the
was a
plan.
frustration of hers.
That's what they wanted to do from the first, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And
That was the plan from the get go.
you gotta understand that people don't do anything because they don't want to see the bad in people. Because if they
Another
see
thing
the
is-
bad in people, then
But
they realize they have to come into action, and into action in this case or in many other cases means that you're going to put yourself at risk or the people that you love at risk.
Or it could be something as simple as they just don't want to get up. They're lazy-minded, and don't want to have to even think about the thought of having to get involved in anything at all.
Yeah, or they don't.
I mean, it's
or they don't pay attention because you got broken
Mhm.
homes, you got bills to pay, you got, you know.
Their heads are in their job or in their cell phones or in their computers or whatever. They can't even see outside. They walk outside and see a butterfly and be like, "Is this a bird?"
A lot of people don't have the time to discover themselves. So
Yeah. They don't know what they don't know. They don't know where they are. So they can't know who they are. So they never get to know themselves, truly. They don't know anybody else. Make a bunch of assumptions because they're angry. And in reality, the problem's always been themselves to begin with. Because of that ego
And a lot
death
of
that has
people are
always been a
frustrated.
necessity.
Yeah, but people get frustrated because they intuitively know they're being lied to. But
yeah,
on the other hand, they are raised and taught that there are people smarter than them. There are people better than them. And
like a child can see certain things, or like eventually they'll be like, "Nuh-uh." But then over and over, when they're gaslit and told something, you must believe this thing that is counterintuitive to everything that you know to be true. You must believe this. This is true. If you don't, you're dumb and you're crazy and weird. You must believe this.
I knew that when I was growing up, and when I started discovering truths as early as grade school, and I would present them to like my father and mother, and they would, you know, tell me, yeah, I know this, I know that, and they didn't share it with me initially and teach me these things. I was so mad and bitter. I was really angry at my father for a few years about certain things that I discovered that when I shared it with him, he was like, yeah, he knew all
You know,
along.
the
And I
first
was like,
truther,
well,
the first truther that I ever met was my cousin. He was my best friend at the time, and he told me that Santa Claus was not real and that my mother was lying to me. And that was like, yeah, that's ultimate truther move.
yeah, but
mine was my grandfather.
it's about the principle. Why don't they
Yeah.
tell? Because there's peer pressure.
Yeah, it's like he wasn't really trying to instigate or he was just being very matter of fact about it, which triggered an emotional response. Like, no, you would no, you're lying, which then triggers anger, like, and then and the disappointment and kind of a spiral of denial until the confrontation, and then the admission and confirmation, and it's like, okay, you can never believe in Santa Claus again.
I mean, I don't think I have a 6-month-old right now, and I'm thinking, I can't shield her from the world and shelter her, and I have to teach her as much as I can, everything, even things I don't know. We'll discover together, but I'm never gonna not, hide information from her. She needs to know everything.
Yep. Well,
Yeah, but
everything in time.
yeah,
Everything when it's time.
Yeah.
like you can start early, and while you're walking in the stroller, you let go of the stroller and you say, yeah, well, you stop because the earth isn't curved. Because if it was curved, it would roll on forever. But the thing is that at some point, a kid grows up and it has to have that self-discovery. You cannot spoil everything.
One of the ironic things about the flat earth thing is I wouldn't be afraid at all by anybody saying anything, because you can boldly and openly claim that you quite literally have to teach your children the globe claim, as far as the measurements, the model, all of the numbers related to all of that stuff, in order to teach them about flat earth in this world.
Yeah.
So it's a higher level of standard than these cartoon ballers follow in their own curriculums, in their own public schools. And there's no competition, like there's no debate. It is what it is.
Yeah, but the thing is, do it when it's time. And you can gauge on someone when it's time, when they're ready for it.
Definitely don't want to push.
The more important part is not even the subject matter related to the earth. It's the critical thinking and the fallacious reasoning and like understanding logical fallacies, so that critical thinking can occur without fallacious reasoning.
Right. Don't just appeal to authority.
Yeah. Well, false
work for
authority.
yourself.
Appealing to a false authority that
Right.
has no
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
experience or any ability to have an opinion about it to begin with, that's irrelevant. But an actual authority on somebody, and the thing is authority is really a relative term, because having a little piece of paper that says, oh yes, this person has experience according to our university, but if you've been doing that for your entire life, you are an authority on it, because you have an entire lifespan of experience related to it. Like somebody doing carpentry or something, and they learned it by hand, and they've just been doing it their whole life, and they learned from experience. They don't have to have a piece of paper to say that they can build a house. They know what they're doing. They've been doing it for like decades. Especially if they actually learned what they're doing, because they're not going to be very successful at it if they've been doing it wrong for decades. The problem is when you compartmentalize all these authorities, and most of them have no clue what the next authority is doing. They just hyperfixate on their little data point, and then you've got a bigger system controlling all of these compartmentalized authorities and data points. Capitalism.
You gotta have to capitalize on knowledge.
Yeah, that hierarchy of academia. Pyramid. A pyramid scheme.
Yeah, well, like for me, there's one thing, like all the good things are free. They're available
Yes.
to you.
Isn't that the truth?
My thought is this: we're at a point in history, even like due to the internet and whatnot, They could have already hired some really awesome actors to do great clips that are direct to the point for education, K through 12. No need to record any. It's all just pure data, exact points and straight to the point in order to be able to teach it without having to pay teachers, without having to do much of anything except here's the truth, here's the facts, here's the test.
Well, you need teachers to.
Well, I'm saying have the teachers like tutors and stuff to explain and answer any questions in real time. But as for the rest of the curriculum, and they could like getting their attention, being focused to be able to actually teach and get the information across because there's so many different types of learners. They could get it down to a science and have stuff actually on point, but it's not about that. It's about the propaganda that produces money. As if it were about the truth, they would streamline it.
Yeah, but my point is more that you can have people talk on video or tell about the fact, but you need people.
Yeah.
For instance, in physics or chemistry or
history,
to guide a classroom in doing practical examinations.
I'd say these people also,
taught.
Monkey, need to be students themselves perpetually for their entire lives. Even if they're a professor, they are still the student. They're still teaching. They're still learning while they're teaching, because they know that when you stop learning, you're already dead at that point. Even if you're still walking around, you may as well be dead because you decided that's it. You already know everything. Okay, game over then.
And you become the stumbling block where everyone
Yeah.
stumbles over.
Then that's a zombie walking around getting in the way of everybody.
Yeah.
And they might think they're a mental giant, but they might be a mental midget with a big body of a buffoon, and everybody just thinks that they're a mental giant. And they're really just stumbling around, stomping on other people's ideas and stuff and killing dreams. That'll never work. I know everything. Boom, 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 boom.
You want to experiment? No, you can't.
I already did that experiment. It doesn't work. No. And if you try and do it, you're an idiot.
The funniest thing, in education, is when they tell people you don't have to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah. And yet the military reinvented a honeycomb type wheel. Well, the interior of it is, and it doesn't require air, and it can last for an incredible amount of time.
Yeah, but
I use that word "incredible" as a key word here because it's not credible.
No, but it's funny, like how the wheel works. If you were to reinvent it with your globe head mentality, suddenly
We would have never gotten cars because people would have said, "Well, then you don't have to build a drive shaft.
No.
You don't need gears. We have wheel.
All you need is a brake."
Yeah, you just need axle and wheel. You don't need all that. Why do you need an engine when you have horse?
Yeah.
Why do you need horse when you have feet? Don't be lazy. Pick up the cart. Just pull it. Why do you need a cart when you have a pack? Put a packet on your back.
Yeah, you got a spine, and if you don't have a spine, you don't belong.
You don't need a donkey to haul the stuff for you. Don't be lazy. Carry it yourself. The true question is, why do you need stuff?
Well, sometimes stuff is easy because it's a collection of recorded history.
The more things that you own, the more your things own you.
Oh yeah, definitely. But I do own a lot of shit.
Yeah, I do too.
Well, just keep in mind that if if we get in like kind of an end of world scenario, monkeys like to fling shit, and you have a lot of shit to fling. So there you go.
Yeah.
Actually, to be honest with you guys, though, since my awakening, I actually lost that. I don't care about that stuff anymore. Like, I used to be a collector. Like, I was big into clothes and shoes, and I would buy every cologne. And, I don't know, and I was I don't think proud, but it made me feel, I don't know, good that I had all this stuff. But I don't give a shit about any of that stuff anymore.
It doesn't fill any space or anything that people have.
No.
It's the wrong shape. It doesn't fit.
Like when I was a kid, I collected comic books, and I still have that comic book collection. And it's just I've always been somewhat of a collector. I've always find something I
You,
like, and then I'd buy 100 of them.
it requires more of a gas pressure type thing than a solid object, I think, because it needs to fill all the available space of the container.
And it's not bad to have things as long as those things represent an actual value, whether it is emotional or intrinsic value. But like, for example, I got a box full of dated, let's say, educational leaflets that you would have in a primary school library, which touch on all different kind of subjects, but they're from the 70s and the 80s. And it shows how culture has changed, how words have changed, how the meaning of words have changed, and how people addressing those topics have changed in attitude. And it's just, like a um, a moment in time frozen about the mental state and the mental capacity of education at that time compared to what it is now. And I think those things are important to keep, as in it's not outdated because it is showing how things change. And if you don't have, let's say, the steps in between, then you have a missing link, and then you get that Darwinistic problem. And I think comic books kind of do the same thing because it reflects on culture. And you can take your oldest comic book and compare it to the newest comic book you can buy in the shop and just see what changed in the perception of writers in that field. How they address certain topics, how they use certain words. Tells you a lot about the progression of society.
It is interesting how language has changed over these years. Sometimes I think if I were to get a time machine and go back to like the 1500s, I wouldn't even be able to understand somebody speaking English to me because their vocabulary was so much larger than ours today. It's
Okay, can I give you a recent change in how people use words?
yeah.
Back in the 80s, it was called extraterrestrial. Oh, look, E.T.
Oh yeah.
And now it's gone to full alien. And I realized that, the movie Alien was, predating E.T. But there was a difference between Alien and E.T., as in one is neutral to friendly and one is adversarial.
Right.
And today, you don't hear the word extraterrestrial anymore. It's just aliens.
No, I never noticed that. That's right. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, and that speaks of the mindset of the people. That speaks of the, oh, extraterrestrial. Oh, that's a tongue twister. We don't want that. So they want an easy word. That's one part. The other part is this distinction between, let's say, the two movies, where one is friendly and one is not. And now those lines are blurred. Now it doesn't mean shit anymore because we just use the word alien to use anything. Anything that's oh, disclosure, aliens. Like, if you want aliens, go to a foreign country and become one. Because that definition has changed as well.
That's a really good example too, because that happened in a short period of time. Really, that's interesting.
Yeah, and I think those little things determine a lot of the mentality in society.
More fear-based,
Yeah, when
fear-based propaganda.
yeah, like when we grew up, like we had the TV series Elf.
Yep.
That was just funny. That was friendly. It was fun. And
Did they
like
call him an alien in the show? I don't remember
I
how
don't
they
remember.
referred to him. Yeah. Yeah, I loved that show though. He's always trying to eat the cat.
Yeah, but yeah, the let's say the whole fun part in entertainment has shifted in that regard. Like Now it has to
It's like
be.
they opened the door to the idea as this friendly being, and then they've inverted it into something scary.
Yeah, and
Is that where you were like trying to go with that? Like they
yeah, scary and
maybe
political.
that? Yeah, yeah.
It has become a lot more political. In there is no relaxation. So, and once it gets political, you get in the fear territory because now there are stakes. Where E.T. and Elf, of course, you had the stake of government finding out, but there was the people against the government. It had nothing to do with the alien itself or the extraterrestrial itself. It was the difference between mentality of the group, aka the
Yeah, it was
government,
people standing
and,
up to
and the individual. And now the individual is automatically tied to whatever the government wants.
You're a smart motherfucker.
And the other side is that if you have, let's say, the good side of extraterrestrials, aliens, it is in hyper fantastical superhero movies. Where
Superman.
Yeah, Superman, or the whole Marvel universe, or whatever. It's so far away from reality, where E.T. or Elf or Close Encounters of the Third Kind, those movies were far more based in the average experience of humans. Not that an average human would experience aliens or extraterrestrials, but the setting was average.
Yeah, and the enemy wasn't the extraterrestrial; it was the government.
Yeah, and that kind of like shifted after I think the X-Files.
Yeah, I never watched that show. I should have watched that show, but I'm not that familiar with it. But well, that was in the '90s, right? Was that the '90s?
Yeah, late '80s or early '90s. Yeah, no, it was mid '90s, running through early 2000s. But I think that series, kind of like
Was trying to change people's perceptions of those ideas and try to. Yeah, I think I know what you're trying to say. That
it started to
programming.
It started to polarize things more.
Yeah.
In it still had a lot of good things in them, but it was already in the out of the ordinary setting, where it was still relatable with someone trying to do his work, trying to find the truth. But in a setting that would not be experienced by any other. Like, not everyone can be that special FBI agent. It's not the regular family that is suddenly thrown into, chaos because they have an encounter.
Yeah. Well, actually, now that I think about it, I encounter what I deem as aliens on a daily basis. These people walking around, these zombies walking around here.
I don't have a cable anymore, but if I were to have cable and turn on the TV, I would watch alien shit. You know, it's totally foreign and alien to me. You know, another great example of how things change is, I think we all grew up with Married with Children.
Oh yeah.
You cannot make that show anymore.
Oh yeah, no. Well, same
But-
with Archie Bunker.
Yeah.
Same, basically the same show almost.
Yeah, and you know, if you watch it, you still laugh, you still have fun, and you know, even if you go through, you know, the history and the production of the series, they all had fun. You know, there was
Because they were
no
being honest.
yeah, and that kind of stuff cannot happen anymore.
Oh yeah, you're not allowed to possibly offend someone, even though you really can't. I mean, if somebody takes offense to something you say, that's really on them, not on you.
Yeah.
Especially if you're just speaking truth. Especially in comedy. I mean, come on. To me, there's no topic that's off limits when it comes to comedy.
Yeah, I think, you know, the issue is that comedy has to be seen as art. There is freedom in art. But people take TV and comedy and whatever too serious because
Yeah.
they cannot, you know, they actually think
Well, I
that,
think what happened is when they were growing up, whoever their parents weren't informing them that, hey, what you see on TV isn't real. You know what I mean? Because I was taught that when I was growing up, not to believe
basically.
what I saw on TV, that it wasn't real, it's make believe. And so that's instilled in me, and I think a lot of people don't have that, so they think it's all real, and so they grow up with this mindset where you can't hurt people's feelings, you can't make those jokes because it's not just a show, you know. You could,
Yeah, it's
crazy.
kind of like, you know, when normies look at, you know, a Renaissance fair and see all those LARPers, and they look at those LARPers and say, oh, look how silly they are. No, they are living their fantasy. But they realize it's living out a fantasy. They are fully aware of it. And, you know, in daily life, they are just normal people.
Mm-hmm.
But they think it's silly because they want to act. They want to play. They want to have that inner child, have that freedom. And all those normies are like, yeah, but the globe. They don't realize their inner child is still holding on to something that is not real. Even though the LARPers say, yeah, of course, you know, it's a foam sword. And I like to hit someone with a foam sword in a mock battle. That's fun.
Yeah, and it's no different than a group of guys getting together and going to a baseball diamond and playing a game of a softball or baseball together, or
Yeah.
you know, football. You know, it's the same sort of thing. It's a fantasy. You're living out a fantasy, pretending that, you know,
Yeah.
you're a professional ball player or whatever, and it's fun, and it's basically the same thing, in my opinion.
Yeah, and that's the nice thing about it. Like, you know, when you realize you're playing, okay, that's fine. But when you are not allowed, like in school, they get you to play the ball game. They get you to play the globe game. But they don't tell you that you're allowed to leave the field. They don't tell. They
So
don't
like
tell
they
you.
make you play and don't tell you that you have the option to not play.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't sit out.
No, you're stuck in that field. You're stuck. They put a fence on it. And the fence is like guarded with the words, "Hey, if you cross this line, if you cross this fence, you're a conspiracy theorist, or you're a cuckoo, you're an
They put
idiot."
you in a simulation type fence that's shaped like a sphere, and if you try and walk around the border, it just brings you around to the other side, and you end up right back where you started.
Yeah. But that's their childish thing. They are afraid of labels, and so okay, I don't want to have that label, so I'm not gonna venture there. But the guys at the Renaissance Fair don't care what other people think about them. If they can play out being a warrior from the Middle Ages, they play out the warrior of the Middle Ages. And they don't give a shit what the rest of society thinks of them doing that. Because they have fun. They enjoy it. And they won't let others spoil their fun. Just like we don't give a shit about the Globers who give us names. Because, it's just childish behavior.
Yeah, I wish sometimes that one of these Globers that has that mentality would come in here and then leave, and then eventually come back and realize, shit, I treated you guys horribly, and I looked into it. Earth is flat.
Oh,
and just, I've never heard that, but that would be great.
Yeah, I do hear that. And
Oh,
it
you have
happens.
heard that?
Yeah, it happens.
Because that's one thing that's so frustrating is just the way they talk down to us, and you know what I mean. It's like, why I wouldn't do that to any human being. You know what I mean?
I think last week I had a VC check-in with someone, and he was like, "Yeah, last year I came in trolling, and I got booted. I want to be back in the server because, yeah, I stumbled upon something and I want to learn more. And I kind of feel shitty because I was trolling. I said, well, thank you. Here's your voice verified. Have fun."
See that I mean, yeah, that makes it all worth it too. To know that this place can make a difference in people's lives. That's what it's all about for me. It's just helping people.
For me, I say this morning. For you, it was in the middle of the night. But if we bring up topics like, what can you see in the earth? What is Earth made of? Then, it blows people's minds because you give a different topic. Just that is worth it being together like this. Because now you get the chance to show someone something that will open up a new way of thinking or open up someone's eyes to other possibilities in life that is not necessarily earth shattering or paradigm shattering. Like if if we were to break a globie's mind and say, oh yeah, the world is flat, and he realizes suddenly the world is flat, you break someone's world paradigm. And in my mind, you know, you have to kind of support the guy because you did something to him. Whenever you bring something to someone, you know, you got to take responsibility for what you brought.
Right.
And a platform like this allows us to do that. And that, you know, like when I'm in the street and I'm talking to someone about flat Earth, there's a big chance I will never see that person again. But if the information landed, then that person is kind of on their own. Like, you put them in a mental isolation. And, you know, that's a scary thought, for me at least. You know, I always gauge with whom can I talk, what is their mental capability. Because, you know, some children react to Santa not being real as, yeah, I already figured something out like that, you know. And others are like
Broken.
mad. Yeah,
Yeah.
broken and mad. And, you know, the same happens to, you know, what you would consider adult people. I once presented something about a war to someone else, and he was like, nah, you know, that's not true, because he was in the war. And I said, yeah, but, you know, take a look at this. And, you know, I broke his view on a certain aspect. But that changed his whole view on what he had lived through. You know, and it's kind of rough because, you know, he's a veteran. He went through hell in a war. And then he found out the actual reason for that war was not what he believed in. You know, and you have to still be available to such person because you changed that in them because you brought it to them. So there's also, you know, the responsibility part, whether it be about Earth, war, politics, Santa.
You know, I wonder what kind of psychological effect and trauma that actually has when you take a small child and you fill their head up with all these fairy tales. Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus, all that other shit that they push on little children. And then when they start to get older, then they realize that none of it's real. And they're never going to be a princess. They're never, you know what I mean? I wonder
Then they're told
that plays a role later on when they come to the globe then. I wonder if that solidifies in their mind even stronger.
I'd say that then one thing that they do learn is life is full of disappointments.
That, and I think it depends on how you present it. Like old fairy tales, just with how some people teach their kids that, you know, what you see on TV is not necessarily real. But when you watch the news, it is real. So don't mix those two things up.
Yeah. I was just going to say that the life is full of disappointments and that whole, oh yeah, but it's for the children thing. For the children, what? So you can teach them that life is full of disappointments?
That doesn't make any fucking sense, does it? It's for the children. What? So they can live in a fucking fake world and then they have to wake up and realize that's not the world they live in?
No, it's for the parents because they want to live in that world, which
Yeah,
they lived
yeah,
in when
exactly.
they were kids.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Because,
you know,
because life's full of disappointments. So they want to live in that fake world like when they were kids.
Yeah, but let's take Christmas for example. You know,
Oh no.
no, Christmas is celebrated as, you know, something to have a moment of peace. Like, oh, no wars. We just do happy and, you know, family things. And we don't have to look at all the shit in the world for a few days.
We hold doors open for strangers. People are a little nicer.
Yeah, that kind of thing. But the, let's say the whole Santa Claus part of it, you could wrap that up for a child in, yeah, we want you to, or we wanted to give you something, but not from us, but, you know, like life has its gifts. And, you know, this is kind of materialistic, but.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, I kind of like that though. I kind of like that how you just put that.
And
hey, think about the globe thing though, and then Santa visiting all of the children. Now that you have the ISS going so fast, hey, maybe Santa is possible though.
Yeah.
Like, it's a manifestation of the giving part in the human. Like,
kind of like we went to the moon. I'm just playing.
No, but it is kind of like the same, as in, when did the moon shit happen? When people were so afraid of the Third World War, nukes, and all that kind of crap. So, getting people a fantasy of the moon put them in a lighter mood, because now there was something to cheer for. And it is exactly the same as Santa. It's a look at, you know, we can be distracted and be happy and unite behind something. It's showing a possibility through a lie. And, you know, whether it's nefarious that they did it or it's a good thing, you got to look at both to understand the value of it, you know. Like, we can say, well, you know, it's a bad thing, they lied and blah, blah, blah. But through that, we understand and we started to learn about trickery on TV, trickery in narratives. And we started to investigate for ourselves. But you cannot investigate something if you don't have something to investigate. So maybe going to the moon as a story is not such a bad thing, because that story of going to the moon has been around for a lot longer than, you know, the moon landings itself. They fantasized about that, you know, as long as mankind has seen the moon.
It also led to the no way, and then have people actually going and checking Earth and researching information related to any stories about the moon that caused certain perspectives to come up that would not have occurred had nobody made such a claim.
Yeah. And, you know, Is it intended? Is it not intended? Who knows? Who cares? If it, like, I grew up with, space wallpaper and spaceships on on my windowsill, and space Lego.
Buzz Lightyear? No way!
No, Buzz Lightyear is not really.
I'm just joking. But that same childhood energy though about spacemen.
Yeah, but I don't resent it. It was a great way to pass the time. In my case, I had space Lego. So I was building things. I learned a lot about geometry and things that fit and things
Legos
that
are excellent for kind of encouraging kind of the same energy that Minecraft gives with building in a lot of ways, like creating and doing things.
But I think Lego is a little bit better because it's hands-on.
Yes. And people have actually used Lego due to the quality of the plastic for prototypes and stuff before 3D printers were invented.
Yeah, it's insane what they do with Legos.
Pro tip for anybody who wants to build anything permanent: if you use nail polish remover and a Q-tip and gently put a small amount on it, you can bond Legos together permanently because it slightly melts the plastic and then fuses it together. So you can build actual prototypes with it.
You said you didn't really resent it, but I do in a way, because I think about all that time I wasted fantasizing about space and learning all this information that was for nothing. And I think, where would I be today had I learned, real reality? Had I learned that, and then how would I progress, and what would I know today? That's why that shit bothers me.
Yeah, but how would you learn about disappointment?
I'm in space. I'm in space. Where am I? Guess.
How would I? Yeah.
How would you learn about disappointment on a grand scale?
Yeah.
Because then you would have a life without, disappointments, without, distractions, without ways to, be sidetracked. Now you're an adult. You can see the mechanisms of how you can be distracted, how you can be sidelined. All those things would have been unknown to you if you were not distracted in your youth. And again, it comes down to, can you take, for example, you were all up into space and, Star Trek life and whatever. All that information you accumulated in that time, all that bogus information, you have as actual material that you can compare reality with, which makes reality a lot more tangible, because you got something that you can point to as really fake. And of course, you can say, oh, it's a waste of time. But did you have joy? Did you have a smile when,
Yeah. Star Wars was my life growing up.
Yeah. And, I still got my Star Wars toys. I still got my little puppets. I got almost, I got a lot of childhood stuff that,
I guess as a kid, you have to have imagination, right? You have to have that some of that fantasy.
yeah, and as an adult, you still need to.
But yeah, I suppose you're right. Yeah, like we were saying about the guys dressing up like knights and whatnot, Renaissance fairs. But it'd be nice too, though, if you could have that fantasy and know it's just a fantasy and not be told that, hey, this is going to be possible one day. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's kind of like, was it intentional or didn't they know? Like, for example, for Star Wars, George Lucas said that he regretted to have sounds in space because it was unrealistic. But he didn't remove it. Why? Because, it was part of the movie. It was part of the fantasy.
Yeah, wow, that would have looked really weird with no sound, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Wow.
But
just these, none of the ships would make, none of the spaceships would make noises or going through space. The TIE fighters made a funny noise. They all made noises.
yeah, but that made the character, that made the fantasy real. Even
Yeah,
though
right.
in reality, it's bogus.
Yeah, because I mean that's what we would experience here. We hear airplanes flying above us and shit, and
yeah,
wow, damn, man, it's so crazy. It made it real.
Yeah, it made it relatable.
Yeah.
But I think he said it like directly after the first movie that he regretted it because it was unrealistic. But then again, without it, it wouldn't be cinema. It wouldn't have.
Yeah, I don't think it would be enjoyable to watch at all.
No. So he made that creative choice, and he was open about it. And those things, I think, are, let's say, the good parts in it. Because whatever happens to, Luke and Leia when they're on a planet, or that can happen on a flat Earth.
I don't think I don't think much would change at all of anything.
No.
Like basically the entire system would be identical if everything was like set in a globe scenario in the fictional realm of stuff. They would just do out of ponder types. Well, what if we go over yonder? Because somebody would still be controlling the borders in order to create pressure within communities and societies in order to generate revenue.
And they just didn't know better at that time. They believed that government hype. They believed that because they had to, because that was how they grew up with. And, if you didn't toe the line, you were ousted. You were not part of the group. And I think
the only reason why government even exists is out of necessity, because people don't have self-control. If people could control themselves, then nobody could control them, because there wouldn't be a need to control them. And therefore, the hierarchy of the government would not be a necessity and wouldn't even exist.
Well, have we still lived with our family and still sort of were tribal, that wouldn't be a problem anymore because we would police ourselves.
Yeah. Well, that's just family type stuff anyway, like as far as educating and teaching how to deal with the world, like respect and knowledge and wisdom. I'm talking about government itself. Like just the need for it is because most people have no self-control.
I think
everybody. And when I get a chance, I have a comment to reply back to Ethergrass. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Well, I was just thinking, you know, you were just saying that we need to have like a government, because if we didn't, I didn't catch the exact gist, but the bottom line is I think the government tells us that we need to have a government because we can't control
No.
ourselves.
What I mean is this. The lack of self-control created... Hold on one second. My headset went out. From it. Oh, hold on. Let me fix my headset.
Let's.
Okay. So you have a large population of people who lack self-control. It creates the necessity for government from the perspective of that mob mentality of people who see that others don't have self-control. And they end up having systems like voting and whatever. Or just, you know, trusting the hierarchy of whatever is. They're not critical thinkers. They don't think for themselves to begin with. And it's a lot easier just to be told what to do, especially by big brain people who look like they know what they're doing. So that's what I mean, is it creates that necessity, and thus government forms in such a big way.
We're just talking about Santa Claus and the need to have Santa Claus. And
yeah,
I take a look at, you know, the government says that they have the right now to go ahead and hold any American citizen without the benefit of having a lawyer for as long as they want to, if it's in the interest of national security.
See, now they've made it so that we need Santa. And if you don't believe that we need Santa, you are against, we suspect you of being against the interests of national security, because we need Santa.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so the government needs the government so they can have their control. It's not because we're out of control. You know, I wouldn't come over to your house and open your door and raid your refrigerator and then steal your possessions. But the government wants to say, oh, we need to protect you in case this would ever happen. So here, let's go ahead and put cameras on every street corner, and let's put cameras on smart TVs and everything that they can tap into at any time at all. So we're going to make you secure. You need us.
They compartmentalize the mind of the machine.
I think a lot of government talk, as in, you know, the institution of a government, is based on what happened in history, where you have, let's say, tribes, and you have tribal government. You know, it's more direct. But the moment they started herding people into mega cities for labor, you come to a point where they say, yeah, we need a government to control the city, aka the city states. At that point, people become lazy because now there's someone else dealing with your affairs. You don't have to participate in all that arranging and, you know, doing things. That is when let's say, the people with a lack of self-control, or the people that do not want to be governed, step in and say, hey, you're in overreach. I want my own shit. And then the government, on behalf of the majority, says, no, you cannot do that because you're disturbing the peace, or you're infringing on someone else's rights or properties.
I would say that the ones who lack self-control are really the ones who are so afraid of the system being gone. Because, oh no, what if I do something wrong
No,
or something?
yeah, but you're
And then
looking
on the other end of the spectrum is the ones who they simply cannot abide by any form of regulation, and they must go against everything. It's like an oppositional defiance type thing.
Yeah, but you're looking at it from a now perspective. I'm looking at it from a creation of government perspective, where
True. Fair enough.
the creation of government, aka outsourcing your personal responsibilities to a different group, from the forced migration of rural people into the cities. And once you have cities that are beyond, let's say, I know my neighbor's neighbor, then you need an assembly of people to make choices, because you cannot make the choices amongst each other anymore.
And even if the wickedness in each person is a small amount, as the city multiplies, the amount of wickedness within the city does multiply and can grow, especially when it's like pushed into compartmentalized areas.
Yeah, but that happens because, let's say the wickedness.
And I would define wickedness as being just weakness and sickness in people's hearts. Like they're in a kind of like cogdis for the self.
Yeah, but that is provoked by the measures of government.
Yeah.
Where it becomes, a self-feeding entity.
Kind of like the with great power comes great responsibility, but it can also absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Yeah, and if there was more mutual trust, as in, like when I grew up as a kid, I could make a fire in open air. We could have fires in recreational areas. You could barbecue in a recreational area. Nowadays, you cannot do that anymore, because one time it got out of hand, or people didn't know the risks, and shit went wrong. Now government does the broad sweep and says no one can make fires in public anymore unless you have a permit, unless you do this, unless you do that. That now, if someone makes a fire, you're deviating from the norm, even though you have no ill intent, even though you take all precautions, you're still violating the law that has been set for you.
So, in accordance
that doesn't
with the
mean
laws
that the person is a criminal or a problem, or has no, self-restraint. It just means that he doesn't agree with what is said.
In accordance with the laws of nature, lightning can strike and start a fire just randomly anywhere, and even burn down an entire forest or random buildings. But a human cannot. But a man cannot start a fire under a controlled environment, knowing full well that it will not burn anything at all. It will just cook food for him, and then he can extinguish it. And that is against man's law. That's weird.
Yeah, but that's the reality of government. Because now, if you open up a fire, they can say, "Hey, we have another criminal."
Generate
You know, and
revenue.
if you look at the
They got
opposite
laws out
extreme.
there where It's illegal to forage for food.
There's places where it's illegal to collect rainwater.
Deprivation of rights under color
Yeah.
of law. And any law that's repugnant to the Constitution of the United States anyway is to be treated as though it's null and void according to a lot of different Supreme Court documents. But I digress from that because that's a little too far away from the FE discussion.
No, but the point is that the government that reports the amount of crime, which you would say people with no self-restraint, without actually showing what the crimes are. They just say there's an increase in crime, even though they're silly. So I don't think it's a lack of self-restraint. I think it is finding the bars of the cages and trying to get out of the cage that makes up the most of the numbers. Because the moment you think other people don't have self-restraint, people will think about you, you have no self-restraint.
Now that reminds me of in my city, they're always talking about they want to lower the blood alcohol limit. And they think by doing that, it will decrease drunk driving. But the complete opposite is going to happen. It's going to increase the amount of drunk drivers because people are still going to drink and drive. And now you're going to be arresting more people because now the limit's even lower. So it's it's not gonna make it less.
No, the simple thing is, if you want, people to stop, drunk driving, is say, well, fine, but then you're not insured anymore, and you're on your own. And a lot of people will then realize, well, if I'm on my own and I'm fully responsible, and maybe, and you just have to have a few examples of people paying up for all the damages and being in court and you want a lawyer? No, you don't get a free lawyer. You got to pay for it. So now you're without a lawyer.
Well, and if we're that concerned about people's safety and people dying from drunk drivers, then it would be it would be so easy to make it where if you're intoxicated, the bar can call you a cab, even if you don't have money, and it should be no problem for them to take you home. Now, they could pay for that in so many different ways. It wouldn't be hard to do it all. It's if you cared about life, you know what I mean? You could end that almost completely. So of course some people are still going to do it, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but from a monkey perspective, if you cared about life, you would classify alcohol as a hard drug.
Yeah, very true, sir.
And not as something that is socially accepted. Because, self-mutilation, suicide, those are both where I live, basically crimes. Yet you can drink yourself a delirium and it's not smart, but, yeah, that's on you. We'll pay for your medical expenses, and we got a social system. But if people want to do it, they can do it. Whatever. That's silly. So it's the inconsistency of, let's say, alcohol, and that's because alcohol is firmly tied to the political system. They want people on alcohol because then you get deviant behavior. And then you can call for more cops and more rules and more stupidity. and control. And that means more tax for the government.
Yeah, now the average Joe, instead of, worrying about what his local congressman is doing and spending his free time investigating into that and putting his efforts into that, he's just out getting drunk.
Yeah, it's part of the games and food, bread and games. Yeah, we added alcohol just for your convenience. Yeah, if people like a drink, fine. But don't put the, consequences and expenses on other people.
No, yeah, I grew up in an area where binge drinking here is the norm, and everybody's pretty much raised to binge drink.
Yeah, well, here in the Netherlands, everything is easy going and everyone can drink whatever they want. And, we only have to be 16, Or, no, they raised the limit, I think. Now 18. When I grew up, I could buy a drink when I was 16. In the bars, they never checked your age. So when you're 15, you could just go to a bar and order a vodka, as long as you paid.
It's still 16 in Denmark.
So I wonder, does that policy make it worse, or does that? I wonder, because then it's less taboo, maybe, and so people are.
No, you just create a black market for the youth.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, because I was drinking by the time I was 16 all the time, and it's 21 where I live, so it certainly didn't stop anything.
Yeah, and the consequences are like a slap on the wrist, But if you were dead serious about it, then you would put a heavy consequence on it. But they're not serious about, the alcohol part, because alcohol is a great revenue for tax. Same
It's also a
with,
great way to enslave people.
yeah, create dependencies, create, the distractions, the critical thinking skills that might diminish, brain damage when you drink too young, all that kind of crap.
What happened? I think we escaped enlightenment or something.
Flick the switch on the wall and turn on the light again.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. We'd have way better CGI if it was fake.
How dare you?
So funny.
Good for you.
You know, I'm still confused on the idea that what was wrong with the system that they already had in place, that they had to get rid of it and bring in the globe and science. Because I mean, the religious structures that they had were controlling the people the way they wanted, were they not? I'm still confused as to what happened and why they had to shift.
Yeah, I can prove it mathematically.
You need a shift once in a while to regain control. So when you get people that, you know, in Europe, you know, printing press, the Bible being more prolific, being read by non-clergy and all that, you get into a position where you lose control, you lose your power. And the only way to maintain power is to introduce something new that you control, which will hook everyone else. Like a simple example. If we were to accept flat earth believers, then you get people that believe in something without knowledge. Which means anyone can introduce their beliefs, and then, you know, what's more popular will gain traction. Even though it's a belief, it will gain more traction, and you fear, of course, of actually knowledge. So, for us to gain control is keeping it measurable, keeping it verifiable. For a power structure to keep control is to introduce something that you cannot verify, that you cannot, only they can present it to you, because that's how they keep control. Because you have to follow.
You're not part of
you
the
have
control
to...
group, by the way.
No, I'm not part of the club. But that is why they do that. You know, like they give you they give you something that they control, and they have the information which you seek, because they gave you the incentive to seek something, and only they can give it to you. So now they got you. The same as money. Money could end tomorrow if everyone would say, "Oh no, we're gonna barter. We're gonna just barter with the shit we have."
That's not part of the test.
And then you end the money. But they don't want you to end money. They want you dependent on it. If, let's say, the UN tomorrow says the Earth is flat, most people will believe the Earth is flat. They won't measure it as flat because, oh no, authority says it's flat, so it has to be flat. Yeah, of course, yeah. Water is flat. We have spirit levels, water levels. Of course, it's flat. Everyone would just jump on board.
You'll know when the test starts.
and they will not give them the opportunity to test whatever they bring forth next. That's how they maintain control, that's what they do, and that's how it's been done throughout the ages. And the only way is, let's say the scientific method, or, actually hands-on experiences. And they will try to deny it, just like, going to Antarctica is denied. Why? You need permission, and that permission entails that you have to abide to certain rules. And those rules make it practically impossible to follow and to do it. Space, yeah, you cannot build your own rocket, because then you are building an ICBM, that's a weapon of mass destruction, so, you're possibly a terrorist or a rogue state. So they control everything.
Yeah, it's amazing what we put up with. Because and what we put up with over the years, and nobody really says, no, wait a minute, or even questions. The things that normies don't even question is fucking astounding.
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method.
Yeah, and like we as flat earthers can only prevent them from, let's say, changing the narrative for their purposes if we hold them accountable. Like, oh, Earth is a globe, give me the measurement. Oh, you measured gravity, well, let me show the reasoning. Give me the measurements, show me where you measured gravity. They can't, and they will not ever provide. But as long as they can hold up to the masses that they did, and they can scream all they want that they did, they're the loudest voice. They will always be the loudest voice because they are in that position.
Yeah, that's what's so interesting about what they've done, because it's even the mere thought of it and just bringing the subject up, it is so taboo. It's not even allowed for a discussion to be had about it. Where the Globers do not want to have the discussion, and they think it is so ridiculous. It's an amazing magic trick. It really is. I mean, I tried to talk to my aunt the other day. She was over here. She was talking about a relative or in-law that wants to go work for Space Force. And I laughed so hard when she said that. And I said, I just quick said, the vacuum of space is not real. So violation of the second law of thermodynamics. And then I just left the room. They look, you should see the look on her face and everybody else's face. They're just like, what? Okay. You know what I mean? And then I just left. And this shit is just so funny. They don't think about it for 1 second.
No, but like, if someone were to say, "Oh, I want to join the Space Force," I would just ask, "And what are you going to do there? What is it that you think you're doing in Space Force?"
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, well, basically, they created Space Force, but they don't have an agenda, or they don't have an actual definition of what they are supposed to do. And that's on government level. So what are you doing in Space Force? They don't know.
But hey, it sounds cool. Yeah, I work for Space Force. Yeah. You know, you're part of the in crowd. NASA, bro, Space Force. They've made it such a pop culture thing with their T-shirts and their sweater. I mean, NASA T-shirts, and they're everywhere. That was a brilliant move too.
Yeah, NASA has become a fashion brand.
Yeah, it really has.
And it's funny, like, you know, I do my groceries in a, you know, somewhat organic store. And one of the girls working there, she sports a NASA shirt. And I'm walking there in my Flat Earth t-shirt. And, you know, whenever I come in, you know, she doesn't say hi, she averts her head because she doesn't want to see. You know, she's afraid of the confrontation.
Man, I need to get a Flat Earth T-shirt.
Yeah, get a sweater, a t-shirt, whatever.
You know, I wonder. I don't understand the psychology of that too. To see a NASA shirt in a store and wanting to buy that and wear it. What is that saying? What are you trying to tell people? You know, it's so weird.
I love space. Basically, I love space.
Yeah, that's fucking weird.
It's the same as wearing a band T-shirt or you know.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Jesus, it's just a brand.
Yeah, and it stands for, you know, an outlook of life. Oh, one day we can escape to a different planet and maybe we can solve global warming and all that kind of crap.
Do you know what though? I mean, I'm guilty of this. I do actually. When I see these people with NASA jumpers on, I do automatically put them into a category. I always just think, you fucking glowtard, right? Something like that. I automatically. I mean, they might have just bought the T-shirt because they thought, "Oh, I'm just gonna buy this." They might not have. I don't know if they're thinking about Earth or the globe or anything like that. But I automatically. I mean, I've stopped some people with these shirts on and asked them, "Did they think we've been to the moon?" You know, not in an aggressive way. I have pulled people over with NASA jumpers on and questioned them in my everyday walking about life. I've done it, but I automatically look at them and just put them under an umbrella of certain people, which I don't know if that's right or wrong, really.
Well, you got to think it like this. A lot of young people who get to buy a NASA shirt and like, oh, look at me, I'm 15, 16 years old. They don't know shit about the world. It's kind of unfair to, you know, jump on them. But if you see an adult, yeah, sure. Because
yeah, sure, just go and beat him.
You know, I feel the same way about men that wear other men's football jerseys, like with their name on it. I always thought for a grown man to wear one of those is
I'm the same, mate. I'm the same. I mean, I live in UK, Manchester, so it's a big football thing over here, like Manchester United and all that. But I used to pretend I was into football more than I was, just because I was.
Everybody else was.
Yeah, I wasn't into the flat Earth then, but I used to say, and I used to like watching the football, but I never got involved with who was buying who, what happened in that game, and I never got upset about it. But I used to pretend to like it, and I used to just read things about it so I could talk to the guys at work or college about it. And then at some point in my life, I thought, why the fuck am I doing this? Why am I lying to myself? So Now I just openly say to people when they start talking about football, I say I'm not really into football, mate. I'm more into my music and reading and stuff like that. I don't mind watching the game, but I agree with you. I sometimes look at these grown-ass men wearing Manchester City, but I'm thinking, what are they trying to say? That all right, you support a team, but you don't have to wear all the
Yeah.
fucking clothes.
I think
It's
it's funny.
comical, isn't it? Comical.
Yeah.
No, yeah,
But maybe
the-
we're being unfair because then, I mean, is it when we go back to the LARPing then? Is that and people dressing up and going to Renaissance fairs? So are we being unfair? Like, you know what I mean?
no,
I don't know.
they, you know, yeah, it depends. They want to support their club, fine. They want to live a fantasy, fine. But
But
you
what's
know,
funny is that
they
club doesn't support them.
no. I get that.
It doesn't.
It's part of the entertainment, you know, the bread and games part.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Yeah.
they are still holding on to a role model or, you know, groupthink,
Hero.
part of being, you know, being part of that group, showing your alliance or allegiance.
Yeah.
And
I think that happens here in our community too, though, when people have like their favorite flat earther. You know,
Yeah.
I kind of think that's silly because for me, my favorite flat earther is me. Maybe that's you know.
Yeah, and you know that's the part where you gotta watch out for that you don't create cult of personalities, that you don't create fandoms. You know, it's nice to support someone, but you you have to you know have moderation in blind support. Some people, you know, oh yeah, back in my day, Maradona was a great guy. He was a great footballer. Yeah, he was also a coke addict. Why elevate a guy that's high on drugs when he plays? You know, that's stupid. But you know, a lot of people don't know, don't want to know. They turn a blind eye, whatever, because they're in that, you know, childish state. They want a role model. They want something to look up to.
You know, it's funny
Definitely
too how
psychological.
it seems like the ones they push and put in on those pedestals are always the worst. They're always the worst people.
Oh yeah.
But when these
I'm
guys,
sorry if I overtalked somebody.
I know some guys.
You're
Like,
coming
going
in
back to,
really low, brother.
oh, am I in there? 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
good.
Some guys, when they're talking about football, you hear them and wherever, and they're like, they get really emotional and passionate and go, we're going to do this and we're going to do that and we won you and it's all we. Yeah, like they're talking about this team that they follow, they're wearing the shirt, and it's we are going to do this and we're going to win this. And I don't know, it's just a psychological. I don't, you know,
Yeah,
if you look
they
at
care more than the actual players.
it, yeah.
You know, when a team loses a game, they go out to eat together, and they're not really bummed, you know, but people will be upset for the whole fucking week because their team lost.
Exactly.
People will trash a city just because their team lost.
Yeah, yeah. Or sometimes when they win too.
Yeah.
But it used to be rife
Isn't that
over here in
crazy?
the UK in the 90s, like the football hooliganism. You know, it was rife. You know, people, gangs would meet. There'd be arranged meetings of the gangs with knives and, you know, metal bars and tools, and they'd meet at certain
bizarre.
Yeah, they'd just kick fuck out of each other and stab each other and slash each other up because they belonged to another team or they had a different T-shirt on.
Sounds like Globestars to me.
Which none of you belong to.
Hey,
It's the
I
same
suppose
thing with street gangs. You know, they mark territory and
Yeah,
say,
but
"Hey, this is our block," but you don't. No, it's
Yeah,
not.
but I mean,
they're arguing
suppose-
and cutting each other to see who plays better with the balls. Who's better with the balls? My team is better with the balls. No, your team is better. No, my team is better. Okay, I'll punch you.
Yeah, but it's not. I mean, on the other hand, you know, you look at conservative, Labour, Liberals, Democrat. It's all the same fucking bullshit. All that.
Yeah.
All the same fucking bullshit. I'm Liberal, I'm voting Labour. Oh, we're going to win you. Vote for him. It's a load of fucking bollocks.
Yeah, if you want to have rights, you need to vote. You want to have an opinion, you have to vote.
Yeah, and then they always use that excuse. Well, if you don't vote, then you don't have a right to complain.
Yeah. If you do you vote it? No. You can't complain, bro.
Hey, there was no one
You're
that
not
I
allowed to.
no one that I
What?
liked. No one that I liked on the ballot, so how could I vote?
Yeah, well, you got to pick the lesser of the two evils if there even if there
I
actually
did
was
vote
such a
it.
thing. Lesser of two
You can say I did vote it.
evil.
I wrote in the ballot, and the ballot I wrote in heliosceptic. I did vote it.
Yeah.
Johnny Cash, that's his former name, and then I put also his title, heliosceptic, for president. Yeah, so I did vote it.
Yeah, but you know that
Yeah, I think a lot of people that vote too, they
that
just want to be on a wing.
all votes on dead men or women go to the Democrats. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn, Helio is old. He ain't no Democrat.
No, but then you should vote on Helio, not Johnny Cash.
All fucking rigged, innit?
Yeah, that's why flat Earth is such an interesting thing, and it's so important because it really opens your eyes up to everything: government, school system, movies, music. It's all there, and it's all controlled.
And all because flat Earth gave you the freedom to measure things for yourself.
I mean, you have these celebrities coming out and saying, "Yeah, I sold my soul," and I think people are misinterpreting that because to me, what they're saying is basically, they're still that person you see that they're still acting. Say, I don't know, give me a Brad Pitt. That's not really who he is. He's not Brad Pitt. That is a creation of the studio that owns him, and he's not allowed to have his own personal opinion. He has to do and say whatever that studio wants him to say. So he no longer has a voice for himself. So even though he's not in a movie and you see him walking around in the street, he's still acting.
Yeah.
I think that there's a similar thing with John Cena. I think that name is owned by the wrestling organization. So the John Cena. Oh, people see him John Cena, but that name, that title, is not owned by him or something like that. There's a lot of people like that. That you see them as in a public setting, or let's say they act like The Rock. The Rock. Probably he owns that one, but there is people that go out there. You see them with names, titles, but they don't own it. It's owned, like you're saying, by Hollywood or organizations.
Well, yeah,
that
and
promote.
even if they do own the name, they're not allowed to own their own opinion and say something that would upset, who was ever writing their checks.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
talking about all this, guys, though, don't you think, it is a lot easier if you are one of the fucking brainwashed sheep, really? Isn't
Oh
it?
yeah,
Because you don't have to. You think, oh, I'm going to vote. I'm going to fucking vote Labour. Labour's going to fucking look after me this year. They're going to reduce inflation. They're going to put the working man's wage up. They promised to do this. I'm going to vote Labour, and then you're convinced that that's going to happen when you vote, and you're going to go to vote, and then you're listening to the news about the global warming, and you're going to have to do this and turn your electric off, and don't put your bloody heating on in the weather because you say, and you're just doing everything you told. You just think that this is real. That's all real, and you're being guided, but you don't actually really. It's only when you know the fucking truth. It's like, wow, this is fucking scary shit.
No, like when you're like a voter believing in the system, you're listening to whatever promise they make. You know they're gonna break it, but you don't know how they're going to break it. But you want to make sure that they don't break it. So I'm going to vote for them because then they got more support. And then they get into power, or don't get into power. But when they get into power, you're like, yes, now it's going to happen. Now they're going to work for it.
Yeah, but they
Yeah.
changed
Which,
titles.
by the
Remember
way, had
before
nothing to
he
do
was
with
the
your vote.
candidate. Before he was the candidate saying, "I'm the candidate. I promised this and this and that," right? But they're acting as a different title. They don't have the title that they're aiming to, but they're promising you things under a different title, the candidate. And then they get to the position. They're not the candidate anymore.
No,
I mean,
They don't have to act as the candidate that was promising shit.
No,
I mean,
now they got to keep the promises they made to the people that put them in power, because it wasn't you, it wasn't the voter.
No,
Listen, real quick. My bad. When you read the U.S. Electoral College, they tell you themselves that in the U.S. the majority doesn't select the president or the vice president. It's selected by the Electoral College. Doesn't matter how many people vote. The Electoral College is the ones that make the final decision. Doesn't matter if it's a 49-51 and they give it to the 51 or whatever. It could be 60-40, and then the Electoral College decides who sits on the seat.
I mean, listen to this. I mean, where I live, which is it's a big city, but probably you do the same. I don't go and vote, by the way, but I mean, I can't be asked voting because I think it's all a load of lies. But my vote automatically, my non-vote automatically goes to whoever's in fucking charge. That's the only fucking thing. But I'm not anyway. Blah blah blah. We still have to go to these local schools or halls where you go, and you have to queue up. And there's a pencil and a little piece of paper, and then you've got to go into a little room and put a cross on it, and then go back out and put it in the little box. Now, I mean, why can't you do this on your fucking phone?
But doesn't that give you that dopamine rush, which you have been waiting for the last 4 years, to cast your vote, to be important? That dopamine rush must mean everything to you. If it doesn't, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, you've got to put your coat on. You've got to go out in the cold weather. You've got to queue up. But you could just open up your iPhone 14 and press a button. But that wouldn't be the same, would it?
No, but if you could do that, then you could have direct votes on anything. And, having that possibility is, no, you cannot have that. We got Russians that hack the shit out of it,
Yeah. Oh, I love those boogeyman stories.
So get the dopamine while, having to walk through the rain to that school and get that red pencil,
I might do. You know what I might do? I might put my coat on, walk out in the rain, queue up, get to the fucking box, and just pretend I'm voting, and then go back home. At least I'll go in through half the fucking buzz.
If you're smart, you just write down, HTTP www/
I might. Do you know what I might do?
Discord.gg.flat.
That's what you're
going for. I'm gonna write flat Earth on the fucking thing in an envelope and just post it in the box.
That's what
you know what's another funny one to me is all these people in the U.S. constantly are, bitching China, and China bad, and even the U.S. government is, sometimes saying that. And, what happened and why did China get so powerful and why did all the manufacturing jobs in the United States go to China? It was because the U.S. government put so many restrictions and shit on those corporations, they had no choice but to leave. So was it China's fault? Or was that the U.S. government's fault?
There's also the issue that companies wanted to make more profit. And to make more profit, you have to have smaller wages. And what country has a large population with low wages and yet, the technical ability to produce in large quantities? That's China. And
I know, but sorry, but I
But
know.
that's all, done by design.
But we were talking about like NASA T-shirts, right, and then putting people into these
Yeah.
little things. And we spoke about the football teams and saying, "Oh, Manchester United and me and us." Now we're talking about we give China, we put China. We're talking about China as a person with a personality, and then we talk about Mexico the same way. We say, we've just done it now. Oh, look at China,
Yeah.
what they.
You're right.
Do you understand what I'm saying? With that,
Yeah.
we've just been
No,
talking
yeah,
about
it's
this.
no different than like a guy wearing an American flag T-shirt. That's
Yes, but-
bullshit. It's the same shit.
Yeah, man.
China. It was China. It came from China.
That's so funny. And it's so simple to see too. And it's so frustrating when you try to point it out to just a normie because it's so simple.
But this is what we're saying before. I wasn't really talking about voting. It's not. It's easier when you don't. I mean, all this China's and this and that, and the actors that they pay to keep the role going, and all the hidden all the corruption, all the evil, all the satanic shit that's going on that a lot of people don't know about, or you just think you're a lunatic when you know about that. It's a lot easier when you just don't know anything about that. I found that that's how I felt when I was in that fucking bubble. Now I'm like a flat earther. I know a lot. I've realised a lot of fucking shit, and I can honestly say I've been more fucking stressed out, and like I've been through more depression, anxiety. I'm not saying I'm still all right, like, but I never used to be. I used to just be like, didn't give a fuck about anything, and just had a good wild time, and didn't fucking think about anything really. Now I'm always just constantly fucking researching, constantly thinking, constantly trying to find the truth. I'm thinking, fucking, my brain never stops now.
Give it a break. Just give it a couple months break of. I don't know if you can. It's like a drug. You might be addicted to it, but you can still.
I've done it.
You might have
I did it.
withdrawals, but give it a break.
Yeah,
I can give
you
I can give you a way to relax, and that's work out another way to measure the Earth. Work out something.
Another way.
Yeah.
What was the first way?
Well, that's depending on you. What did you do to find flat Earth? And you just, go out in nature. Enjoy.
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
Oh,
enjoy
no, I understand. No, thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Oh, thank you. I do appreciate what you're saying, and I realise. But what we're saying is, I do go out in nature a lot. I go mountain climbing. I go out on my bike. I go out with my dog. I love being out. I do that, and I have had a break from this previously, a 12-month break to be exact. But like I say, I'm okay. I'm not at that. I appreciate exactly what you're saying. I've been through this, but I'm talking on the whole for people. You do find that you do get. And I never used to have a break from anything before when I was a fucking globe-believing muppet, like just living my life. But now, when you get into this, you change, and things.
Yeah, but that is the purpose of it all. You change.
Yeah.
I think you start realizing when a lot of things that are, I don't know, like right from wrong, you start seeing like, okay, someone is doing something wrong, and they cannot disguise in it that they're doing the right thing, and you can recognize that kind of stuff these days because there's a lot of scams, propaganda, lies in the mainstream, and so once you can see a lot of that, you start seeing what some people are messed up, and you can see the difference, and then you can see the bigger picture that a lot of the people that know that want to do the right thing, they still being manipulated into doing the wrong thing, and they believe they're doing the right thing. It's kind of like tricky, and you want to help your brother. Hey, bro, this stuff that they're telling you to do. Maybe you should consider it, right? No. Just they know better. They know better because the high authority knows better than you. And bro, that guy.
Why would they lie?
That guy with the tie in the TV prompter is lying to you, bro. No. I trust him. And you see that stuff and you get tired of kind of like telling people about kind of like wrong and right, and people ignore you. I mean, it's just you want to do the right thing, but you know now you know that you can't just change people because you come and tell them, hey, bro, this and that, right? So you can get a little frustrated, but just let it flow. Be like water.
Yeah, I've had this conversation a lot of times with people. You know, like when you get you want to be still there. Over the years I've forced it down people's throats. Flat Earth, absolutely drummed it into people, and drove myself mad. I've fell out with family, and you know the story. But like I say, now I don't do any of that. But it's like once you've found peace with it. I was speaking to, might have been AI the other week, and I was saying that once I'm happy now in a situation, really, if I think about it, that I know the arguments, I know where we are, I know the Earth's flat, I know it's not a globe, I know all the lies. So do I continue to go in with this path now? Not saying that, but what is there a point where you think, well, yeah, I know this now. I know this now. I've been given this knowledge, and I've learned this knowledge, and I'm now what do I do with it? Do I just let it sit there, knowing I know, or do I have a job to do?
Find real value with it, and maybe with some of the knowledge, you're gonna find the value that you have realized this, and you came to truth in certain things, even though we don't know everything, right? We are realize certain things that are important, fundamental, and we cannot see it for what it is. But there's also people out there in the world that know many things, and you're never gonna speak to them about those things, right? So the same thing with the stuff that you have found out. You're not gonna go to everyone and say, "Hey, I know this and you don't know it. I'm gonna tell you how it is." It's not gonna work well because it doesn't work too well. I mean, like we have the open platform so people can hear about the things, and if someone is curious enough and have the right mentality to have the conversation, then you can talk about this stuff. But just being out there trying to convince your family members while they're trying to sleep, go to work the next day to pay rent, and bro, it's not a globe, and it's tricky. It's tricky in many cases, but yeah, still gotta try to better at least our inner circles, with the correct information, and try to have real conversations with the people we love as well. Because I'm not gonna I don't push it to them. I'm not like pushing this stuff, but at least in the things that we talk about in the family and the inner circles of the family, at least I let them know fact from fiction and true from bullshit, from lies. At least I let them know. I let them hear it. Even though I'm not trying to convince them, but I just try to tell them. And people do realize things when you keep it real.
You just got to put that information out there so that they know that you're aware of that, and then be there for them when they're ready and they can come to you. That's really the only thing you can do.
I mean, because there's lots of other things we can be doing, isn't there?
Oh yeah.
I mean, I do a little bit. I've not done it for a while. I'll say I do. I haven't done it for a few years. I used to do regular to charity stuff for some of the homeless people and children in need. Now, I mean, I spend a lot of my energy and effort and mind time on Flat Earth, and now. I mean, I'm not saying I shouldn't or it's wrong, because I love it and I've always loved it for the years I've known it. But maybe I need to put some of that energy into helping other people with other things like homelessness or children who've got no, presence or
into the real world, not the internet world that we have here, which is comfortable.
Yeah,
right? It's pretty comfortable to come here and have the conversation here. But when you go to the real world and you're trying to face the facts and face the issues that you want to help with, that's the real level.
Yeah, and so that's really the creator would want us to be doing more of that. I feel we know the truth now about the lies and the shape of the earth, but what's the most important things? What's the most important things we should be doing for ourselves and our fellow human beings, and
Well,
and
I
the
don't
earth.
think you can cure things. I don't think you can like cure things like homelessness until you wake everybody up to the glow.
I think it is something personal. Like everyone got their own task, everyone got their own ideas, everyone got their own missions.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
You gotta find like a balance between the anxiety that some of the information brings, and if you want to go through that all the time, every time, or do you want to see, let's say, a physical result, as in for example, I'm here in this Discord not because I want to convince Globers of flat Earth. I want to entice Globers to measure their globe. And I want to be here to, converse with other flat Earthers and have a good conversation. Maybe put them at ease at some point, or, be a helping hand in some other ways. And my daily work, is working for the municipality. I try to keep the city clean. And between those two things, if I can help someone, whether it be, in a homeless situation or in a relationship situation or whatever, I try to do what I can.
Yeah,
but
good one, mate.
But I don't focus on I have to do this and, compartmentalize it. No, everything goes together, hand in hand.
Step by step, hand in hand, step by step. Because you can, if you're doing something right now, complete that task, and then if you want to do something else, do that stuff.
Yeah, like for example, when I have a coworker who just broke up, and she's basically alone. She got parents, she got the work environment, but she basically broke up, kicked her boyfriend out. Now she has to deal with all the finances and all the household stuff alone. And even though I know, I hope my boss isn't listening in, but I took an hour of my time from work just to have a conversation with her, to see if she's okay, to see if she's doing well, if she makes her dinner, if she's, taking care of herself. It's not a mission. No, that's, I came across it and I was like, I need to check up.
Bro, if you're asking someone if they're making dinner, definitely support that, because some people get so stressed, so overworked that they don't even eat correctly, and that's really detrimental. So, are you cooking dinner every? Yeah, that's an important question, because it's something that you should be doing and consistently, right? If someone is depressed and not eating well, it could just down spiral. So having a conversation like that to the realist level is definitely uplifting
it's
for those
funny.
people in that situation.
It's funny you mentioned that. Well, it's not funny because the last few weeks I've been going through some issues with my father, who's been in for an operation. He's 80 years old, but he's not been good. The operation went wrong, blah, 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 blah. My mother's in a dementia home. She doesn't know my dad anymore, and she's obviously getting worse. So my dad's been very, very down and depressed. I mean, he's actually told me he wants to die, is what he told me a few weeks ago. Now, after the operation, he came home, and I'm trying to help. There's only me really and a few other people around him, and I can't be there full time. We've got a few carers coming in, but that's what happened with my dad. He's given up. He gave up the will to live, and I've been sorting his medication tablets out for him into little boxes for the days and everything, and buying him his meals and cooking him. But I know when I'm not there, I know he's not been eating properly. He's not been taking his pills, and he's not drinking any water, much of it. So he ended up back in hospital last week. He was heavily, and he was getting dizzy spells and breathlessness, and he was heavily dehydrated, and he's lost weight. And this is because not looking after himself. He's not eating, and he's not drinking, and that not drinking is the one that's knocked him sideways. I think. Anyway, he's coming back on now, but you just hit a nerve with the not eating thing, because I've just been dealing with all that with my dad.
Yeah,
That
but
sounds
Okay,
like
with
my
your dad.
grandfather.
Does he
My
allow
grandfather went through the
IV?
same thing. I'm sorry.
I was gonna ask if he allows people to take care of him, right? If he goes to the clinic, they can put him IVs and stuff. That kind of like if he has to go to the hospital, he goes, right? No problem.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment he's not very mobile, so I mean, I've been
Not
taking
very
him
mobile.
I've been taking him for appointments and waiting for him, and I've had to take time off work, and I lose pay. But that isn't a problem. But you
Yeah.
know, we've got a little bit of help coming in the home now. But with everything that's happened, you know, and my mum, his wife, not knowing who he is anymore, and he's just in the house on his own. I think he's give up the will to live. He gave up the will to live.
You should
And I
check with
think,
your medical practitioner, because it's becoming very common right now that a lot of people might have access to it but don't know. It's like a cocktail pharmaceutical grade IV, which has a lot of minerals and nutrients that the body. You know, when you go to the hospital and they give you a saline solution as an IV to hydrate you.
yeah, that's what he had. He's been on. He's been on.
Cheaper
That's what
version
he.
of that. Like they
Oh,
make
right.
a cheaper version of that to clinically sick people or old people, even people coming out of surgery or sports, and they make a super version of that IV and give it to people, and it definitely helps a lot.
Oh, I'll have a look at that then. Or if you've got any information, just DM it me.
Yeah, that's an
Yeah.
interesting thought actually, because does he eat salt? I mean, I assume he does, but does he eat actual salt or does he eat real salt?
Yeah, salt.
He'll just eat normal
Table,
yeah.
salt.
Table salt. That
Yeah.
could be one of the big issues then, because obviously salt's so important, especially when it comes to water.
But they're
So-
willing to live, like he said. He mentioned that he's going through, like, the wife doesn't know who he is, and
Yeah, he's
it's pretty
depressed,
rough when
lonely.
that hits people in the core, like inside. Like people actually are operating in a not willingness to get to do it, to keep going.
That's what happened. Yeah. I think he wanted to die in his mind. Yeah, well, he actually told me he wanted to die.
Yeah,
My
yeah,
grandfather
yeah.
actually said that as well, and he actually died shortly after he said it, because it was during the thing we were going through a couple years ago, and he was lonely and depressed, and nobody could come to see him. He couldn't go anywhere, and then he'd get sick, and he was in the hospital. My dad went to see him, and he told my father, he said, "I'm just gonna die. I don't want to live anymore. I'm tired of being sick," and he basically just gave up, and he died like a couple days later.
Well,
Very
that's
sad.
what happened. That's what happened with my dad. But I think he's coming round a little bit now. But it just reminded me when the gentleman spoke about food. That's what I think in my dad's mind. He's thought to himself, "I don't want to be here anymore. There's no point. I'm depressed. I don't care anymore." So his way of I think he's not told me this, but I think he stopped taking his little bit of tablets, his medication, which helps him with different things. He stopped eating. And he's not drinking, thinking that's obviously going to have it's going to kill you.
Yeah.
It's not suicide, but it is suicide in a certain way.
Yeah, well, it's giving up.
Yeah, and like the only way to like get people back in the will to live is to have something that fascinates them, which they can learn from while they're alive. So if like my grandmother back in the day, she was 96. I went to visit her on Christmas, and she was like, "Yeah, I want to die. All my friends are dead. All my family is dead. I got my kids, my grandkids, but everything from my generation is gone. Every value, everything." And
yeah, wow.
She held on, even though she wanted to die. She held on to become 101. But what kept her alive basically was like, simple things like she wanted to know, what the sports games was doing, or what, and again, is it meaningful? No, but it kept her happy and alive. And then when the TV went off, she had time to think, and then she got depressed. But at one time, she bumped her head and had a nasty nosebleed, and a doctor came in, and she told my mother, "Oh, that was such a handsome doctor, and just a handsome guy walking in to help her, brighten up her day." And she held on to that for a long time. That doctor really made an impression, and it's just a 90-plus-year-old that suddenly sees something of beauty. To her, the doctor was a beautiful person, and she held on to that. That's such a simple thing. So,
I mean, at the end of the day, it's like you say, that's a beautiful story, and I suppose it's all about finding out what makes us happy.
yeah.
What
And
makes us happy.
And what gives you peace of mind?
Yeah.
Or
Peace
or
of mind and happiness.
or a distraction.
Because that's what we all want, isn't it? Really, we all want to be happy and have peace of mind. And if everyone was happy and had peace of mind, it'd just be so beautiful place.
Yeah, and I know for my grandmother, way back when my grandfather was still alive, they would go on a drive just for the drive, just to see the landscape and the country. And when my cousin was like, yeah, I'm going to spend more time with grandmother, she took her on drives, and that brightened up her day. So it doesn't have to be complicated. It can be the simple things.
It could be making them a meal that they used to have when they were children that they haven't tried for a long time. People, like a drink or a meal that they haven't had in a long time.
That's normal.
That kind of like make people smile. I haven't tried this in years.
Or when you go to your father, go to a bakery first and fresh baked bread or some pastry which is fresh. That smell alone can lighten up someone's day because it smells like fresh pastries or fresh bread.
Yeah, and how is the happiness probe in your brain doing today? Filthy human!
I'm so happy I'm a monkey.
Yeah, I'll try that. Yeah. Anyway, sorry guys. I only spoke about that because you mentioned about people getting depressed and not eating food, and I've been dealing with that for the last couple of months. So that's the only reason I brought it up. But thanks for all your advice. I really do appreciate it. I'll take it all on board. Thank you.
Yeah, and I brought it up because you asked for I should we do something else? Should we do something more? And I'm like, do the little things. It's the little things have great impact. The big things have small impact.
Yeah.
It's the little things that matter more, because
I'd tell you what has cheered him up a bit. I got myself another puppy dog a few months ago. that was a weird story how I got my dog, because my previous dog, I had to put him to sleep on Christmas Day about 2 years ago. He was very ill, and he was injured on Christmas Day, and I took him to the hospital, and he was in a bad way. He was 14 years old. I said, put him to sleep. And this was on Christmas Day, and that broke my heart as well. And anyway, blah, 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 blah. This Christmas just gone, I had family and friends round to my house for Christmas dinner. And one of my nephews, his girlfriend's mum lives on a farm, and she's got a dog. It's a cockapoo. It's a mix between a cocker spaniel and a poodle. Lots of people, yeah, lots of people have them. They're little trendy dogs. I would not really choose one. I wouldn't. It's not something I'd look at and say, "Oh, I want one of them." Anyway, blah blah blah. This Christmas, his girlfriend's mum has a cockapoo, and she was giving birth. And he showed me a video. He said, "Oh, Willow's giving birth. That's the name of the dog, the bitch. Willow's giving birth." I went, "Oh," I said, "it's the same day Rory. We had to put Rory to sleep. That was my dog. I've had to put to sleep 2 years." And I thought, God, it's the same day. And I looked at the time, and it was like 1:30 in the afternoon. And I thought, this is the same time as I put him to sleep. And she was giving birth to this boy. And I just automatically said, "Is she selling the pups or giving them away or what?" He went, "Yeah, she's selling them." I said, "Tell her I'll have that pup, just for the fact that he was born on the same day at the same time as the one I had to put to sleep." And I've got that dog, and he's called Dudley. And anyway, since my dad's come out, he's not really seen him much, but I've took him up a few times now. And my dad's face when he's such a calming dog. You know, he's only small, but he's so lovable and nice, and you get this little feeling of him. And that's really cheered my dad up, just seeing this little dog. So I've actually said to my dad, when he gets a little bit thingy, I said, "I'll drop him off. I'll leave him with you for an hour to mind him for me." So I think he's really going to enjoy having a bit of responsibility, maybe, to look after the dog while I pretend I've got to nip out somewhere, so he can have a bit of time with the dog. So I think that's going to help, I've noticed. But I just thought I'd tell you that story as well.
Yeah, and it's those little things that make life great, you know.
Yeah.
And find those things, you know. If you want to do something for people, it's those little things that matter. Those genuine moments of attention, those genuine moments of, you know, like we can all sit here waiting for the next Glober, and then, you know, dogpile the Glober just because we want to have fun. But we can also, you know, focus on getting the Glober to understand our position by slowly walking him through without the dogpiling. And, you know, one way works for one way works for the other. But
I was just going to say that in recovery programs they use like horses and shit, and so one day that makes a lot of sense that the dog, it makes a lot of sense, because ultimately I think, and you don't have to overthink this stuff, but it's the presence that is in the dog that is recognized on a deeper level beyond the mind, and that's really, really important. And to me, flat Earth, the Earth is what it is, regardless of what we think about it. So to me, flat Earth is about freedom of thought. That's a really important thing as well, because you might have noticed there's a lot of thought police around. They want you to think a certain way, and I don't subscribe to that. So
Yeah, they don't call a man's best friend for no reason, right? There is something very special and therapeutic about dogs, and they're loyal to a fault. I mean, I know my dog. I have a German Shepherd, and I know he'd give his life for me. You know what I mean? Without even thinking, he would. Now, could I say that about my best friend or my wife? You know, it's
Did you ever
it's a
see that
beautiful
film?
thing.
Did you ever see that film about that? The dog that waited at that train. It's a true story. He waited at the dog. The dog waited at the train station for that guy. Chinese guy.
I haven't seen that particular one, but I've heard many stories.
Oh, that is a tearjerker, mate. And it's a true story. And the dog just goes there every day and waits for him. He does it for years. Because he used to, when he was alive, the guy used to get off the train at a certain time, and the dog used to go to meet him, and all the shop owners knew the dog, and he used to just stand at the statue and wait for his owner. And then his owner passed away, and the dog just did not know what to do, and he just continued to do this, and he went really. It was really. I can't remember the name of it. It's called Hatchu or something like that, but it's really good film. It just shows you how loyal these dogs are.
Tragic, but informative. You can beat a dog, so I'm told. You can beat a dog and abuse a dog, and they a lot of times will still be loyal. They're remarkable animals.
There's a little mountain where it's not a mountain like Everest, but where I live, I go up to the Lake District, and they call the Wainwrights. There's like mountains that you can climb, and there's one called Helvellyn. It's one of my favourite ones. It's got like a little ridge over it called Striding Edge, and I've done it in all weathers. Anyway, there's a monument up there where years ago a guy got. There's been a few deaths on there and accidents. It's quite a tricky scramble, and this guy slipped and in the winter, and he was out climbing on his own, and he died, and he was with his dog, and his dog just sat there with him for I don't know how long it was there, 2 or 3 weeks. He just sat by his side. I think somebody found the dog and rescued him, obviously. At some point.
Emotional damage.
There's a little monument up there, just with the description on and the name of the dog and everything. So yeah, you're correct there, mate.
I'm pretty sure my dog knows the Earth is flat, too. By the way, and he doesn't look up at the stars and the planets to navigate his surroundings. Keeps his nose to the ground, and he uses all of his senses to guide him. I live in the woods, so we go for walks in the woods a lot, and I really enjoy watching him because he's not bogged down by like all the things that we're bogged down. Yeah, we're bogged down by so many distractions and so many things that we're really deprived sometimes of really recognizing and using our senses. So it's really cool to see a dog in action.
Yeah, and they're happy, but okay, yeah, they get fed. They've got a warm bed or a crate, and they go out for the walks. They sniff. They have a little bit of a play, but they're so happy. They're so happy, and that's not took much to make them happy. Just a little bit of love off the owner, some food, water, bit of shelter, and a bit of playfulness, and then they are over the moon. No, pardon the pun.
Yeah, you never really see a dog in a bad mood, do you? Unless they're like trained to growl or be aggressive, but normally they're just always happy.
Yeah. I wish I was a fucking dog. I'm going to come back as a dog, man.
According to most women, men are dogs, and
I was right. I've told before.
But yeah, there's definitely something there to that relationship between man and dog. I don't know what it is, but there's definitely something. I don't know if it's divine or I don't know. There's something to it, though.
It's just a man with a dog avatar.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I feel bad for people that grew up and weren't around animals when they grew up, and so they don't they can't relate and can't have that relationship and don't understand it. But
Do you know
it's
what
a special thing, man.
Do you know what I've noticed? When I was a child, when I used to live, when I was a child, playing around on the streets, I don't know, 9, 10 years old, where I used to live with my parents, right? And we used to all knock on for our friends, and we used to go to the woods or play on the hill over the road or do whatever we was doing. We was always outside doing something. You'd know there'd be dogs walking around the street, right? There wouldn't be an owner with them. They wouldn't have a lead on. We'd all know the name of the dog, and these dogs would just walk around the streets. These pavements, roads with cars on, and they would walk around and we'd say, "Oh, there's Ralph," and Ralph would be walking about, and then Ralph would just make its own way home at some point, and then there'd be another dog, Bobby or whatever. But you don't see that now, do you? You don't see a dog. Well, I don't where I live. They don't walk around on their own anymore. Cats do. Dogs don't anymore. But that used to be that just used to be part of the normal everyday life. I don't know how you feel about this.
Yeah, we never had that in the Netherlands where I grew up.
No. But now you don't see a dog out on its own unless it's lost or it's strayed or it's on a field. But they don't walk about on their own anymore. They're always out with the owner on the lead, where that never used to be. The dogs used to just mooch about on their own. Like part of the fucking.
Well, no, dogs are. I mean, dogs are domesticated, right? So, and they're pack animals. So, in the wild, like wolves and coyotes, which is a close relative to a dog, they don't, unless they've been banished from their pack, they don't necessarily, leave the pack. That's how they stay healthy and survive. And if you see a coyote on its own, they're usually scraggly and skinny because they don't eat as good. So, and dogs are the same way. Dogs, that's why dogs, they need us. They depend on us. They couldn't survive on their own without us feeding them and taking care of them.
I love wolves, mate. I love watching wolves. Watching programs about wolves. I think they're amazing.
Yeah, they're fascinating animals. They really are. We're sort of. It's funny because we're sort of pack animals in a way too. Like we really shouldn't be straying away from our families and separating and splitting up. We really should be more close knit and staying together. I'm talking about everybody, grandma to the cousin. It's.
Well,
it's so
I'm not
silly
being.
that they've created this idea that in order to become a man or a woman or to be grown, you have to, separate from your family. It's crazy to me.
Flee the nest. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've
then if a person still lives with their parents, we talk bad about them and talk down to them like, oh, you loser, you're with your parents. I mean, that's, I don't know.
Still in your mum's basement. Still in your mum's basement.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're not providing and you're not contributing, yeah, I mean, like that I get. But yeah, I don't think we should be separating from our families like we do.
I think half the Western world has moved back in with their parents because of the cost of living crisis and all this crack.
Yeah, that's
you're not wrong.
Their degrees are meaningless, and they spend all that time in college, get a degree, and then they can't get a job for which they have a degree for.
Yeah.
My daughter and a partner have moved back in with me and the mother, my wife, because they was renting and they was planning to get married, and they couldn't get on the mortgage ladder. So I said to them, move back in with us for 12 months. The money you're laying out on your rent, they couldn't get a mortgage at the time because they're both self-employed, and they'd only been self-employed for a couple of years, so they had no proof of earnings. You have to have 3 years proof of earnings, and they didn't have it, even though they was earning okay money. So I said, forget your rent, come move back in with me and mum, and you can put that whatever money you're paying a month away. I won't charge you. I'll only take some money off you if my bills, my utility bills rise. You can contribute a little bit or help out with the food and everything. But as long as my outgoings stay the same, come back. Anyway, they've done that. Because of that, what the gentleman just said, they can't afford to do what they're doing. Now, I said move back in for 12 months. They've been there like nearly 19 months now. You can't get rid of them.
My daughter had to move back in with her ma. She had a really good job in the Republic. She was getting like $2,500 or whatever, but she just could not afford to live. She couldn't live on $2,500, $3,000 a month. So she's had to move back with her ma.
Yeah. I mean, it's difficult. I mean, I've been lucky, really, through the COVID and all that. I've not got a bad job. I'm a refrigeration air conditioning engineer, so I'm not. My money's okay. I'm not a millionaire, but I can pay my mortgage, pay my bills, have a little bit left over. You know, if I want to go for a few drinks and go out for a meal, I can buy. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm just okay. Anyway, I've been all right through the COVID because I've also at that time, my daughter who I've just spoke about didn't get any help off the government. She was sort of abandoned. People were getting payouts. She didn't get any. And she was renting the property I was speaking about this time and she couldn't afford it. So as well as paying my mortgage, I was also paying her rent for a monthly while we got through it. And I was still okay. Anyway, I thought, well, I've done all right through this. It's been difficult times, but I've got through it. But I've just been hit now because my mortgage, which I've got about 3 years left to pay, I was on a fixed rate, and that's just ended. And the mortgage rates are sky high at the moment, so I've had to refix. Now my mortgage is the energy bills went up last year, nearly doubled, and I've just sort of managed to scrape through that. But now this mortgage, now I'm thinking this is it's just getting
crazy.
Yeah, it's just I've been all right, but it's just like it seems like it puts everything's putting the squeeze on people, and at some point we're all going to get the squeeze, depending on some people are going to get it sooner, some people will get it later, and I'm feeling the squeeze now, 3 years after the.
And they've just put it up again. They've just put the interest rates up again on the mortgage. My dad was paying like just under 100 quid, whatever. Now he's paying nearly double that within a 2-year period. Well, I'm paying it, but
yeah,
it's just incredible what's happening.
It is. I mean, like you're saying before. I mean, I do. Well, I do. Well, they are. They're collapsing the system, aren't they? Gradually, it feels that way.
It does.
System is collapsed. The system is collapsing, and it's for the new system to come into play. But it won't be a total collapse, and the new one appears.
They're trying to get us. They're just trying to get people more dependent on them, So that way, we have to turn to them for everything we need. Yeah.
They do it slowly, though.
It's funny that you brought up the rent and stuff because around where I live, if you want to live in the city and you work in the city, and you want an apartment, the rent is like $2,000, like $1,600 to $2,000, $2,500 a month, depending on how many rooms and whatnot, and the nicety of the neighborhood. And that's a lot of people don't even make that. Can't even afford that at all. So if you want to find a cheaper place, you have to move, say, an hour from the city. But then the cost of gas commuting every day for a month, it basically works out to be about the same. So you're still in the same position. You're still broke, You're saving more money on the rent, but spending more money on gas.
Yeah, I mean, these people. I mean, I've always worked and paid my way, and provided for my family. But I'm not calling anybody who hasn't been in a position to work with him. But these people who don't work on the system, who get the free accommodation and they'll get the bills paid and they'll get a bit of extra money in the back pocket for a bit of food. And they don't. I'm not calling these people, but I sometimes think to myself, I have got a nice house, I've got a nice garden, I've got nice things, but at the end of the day, I could have just been in a position where, okay, I can have medium accommodation. I won't have as many luxuries as I've got, but I wouldn't have to really do much. I'll just can take the handout. And I think a lot of people do that.
Yeah, because you're they're the ones with the taking advantage of the debt system. So they say, oh, I cannot pay for anything. And then the debt is being passed to you, right? Because you're the one paying. You're the one that paying. But the thing is, the monetary system is set up in a way that the wealth that is being accumulated for hundreds, if not thousands of years of many nations, because the wealth is already here. There is no, you know, the wealth. We didn't woke up and got burned. Came from our parents, right? Our birth came to this world, and there was no wealth. We didn't create we are wealth as well because we produce wealth, but it's already here. And then it's who is administrating the wealth that gets the best benefit. And since we have administrators that work for certain, groups, they are the ones administrating. So you are the one that is working, putting the energy and making the payments. Everything is being the taxation, the bills are being passed to us. But the big industries, they're not paying for any of that stuff. They have cash reserves, and they have so much money, and they don't use it because they're passing the debt to you and me, and we're paying it. Because that money, those instruments of payment, the dollars that you giving back, those were never yours. That's never mine, it's never yours. You're holding it for a little bit, and then you have to pay it back. You have to give it back. So the ones that are operating on the other side, on the private side, or using the governments to give them the benefits of participating through that window, you are at the other end of the window paying for all that. But in a sense, we could be in the middle if we weren't ignorant, because as we know, they taught us the globe, how to the slave mentality, the war, the fear propaganda. They taught us all that, the health lies. The same thing with the finances. They taught us how to be good slaves. And the world is actually, the finances are actually more open for everybody to actually make it in the finance world. We're just ignorant. We just didn't grow up with the right comprehension of how the money system works. We only think and see the side that they told us. Go to the job, sign your paperwork, and pay your taxes. Every time you get a check, you pay taxes from that. But you don't know that on the private side, those companies are making money out of you because they're administrating the wealth that is part of your estate. Your name, that is an estate. Yeah, your name is part of the franchise of the company, which is this whole place, right? You're part of a nation, of a country. That name is attached to that. That is attached to all the wealth that is being accumulated and being administrated by the administrators. But then we are acting as the debtors, that we have to pay for everything. We're the ones paying. You have to work and pay. That's how we're being trained to do. We're not being trained to administrate the wealth and to utilize it in a way that we can have a good life. I mean, you can still have a good life as the one paying, as the good slave. The system but if you have to just use all of your life energy to make others happy, right?
Yeah. And that's what we were saying before. Once you realize this is happening, once you wake up and you realize about the shape of the earth being a lie and everything else, and you realize this system, how it's set up, how complex it is, and the monetary system and everything else that is involved there, on the birth certificate and the birth rights, and you go into everything, and you think, bloody hell, this is like scary shit. Whereas if you're in your globe bubble and just you don't. This is what we were saying before earlier. You don't have any fucking worries.
They don't want the plebs to be comfortable. Things were okay in the 80s, 90s. You could earn a decent living, a nice standard of life, and then it's like, we need to throw a spanner in the works here, and here we are today in 2023, and everybody's fucking struggling. Now that doesn't seem like advancement to me.
No. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, it's
You don't,
purposefully
you
done.
don't, you don't know anybody's struggling because there is that guy that has a bunch of numbers in his bank account, and he can just order food and it will make it to his door. He's not struggling. He has a bunch of digits on his bank account. He can order everything through, delivery. That guy. As long as he doesn't have to be productive, he just needs numbers in a bank account. And if it works, it works. Because today, this system, it provides. It has everything people need to survive, right? You're not dying right now. In a sense, you can go to the corner and buy the food, right? Is the corner store open next to your place? Can you go to the corner store or maybe to the next supermarket? There's a lot of food there, right? And if you have access to the digits, then you can get the food or the resources. It's plentiful. It's more than you ever need. It's out. It's everywhere.
Yeah, they trick us into thinking that money is somehow bad and that you shouldn't really concern yourself with trying to attain wealth and become wealthy because wealthy people are bad. They really do that. And I think a lot of people
We're
get stuck
born
in that
wealthy
mindset.
because the wealth is already here. It's all around us. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
The wealth is everywhere, guys. You yourself is wealth. Your family is wealth. But we have this mentality that we've been told about, right? It's just it's very tricky. These tricks have come from. It's just
Well,
crazy.
there's ways to get into the system and work. Set a goal for yourself. How much money, and then you can take that money when you've saved it up, and you can make that money work for you.
Yes,
And then you no longer have.
You see how there's two parallel. See how there's two parallels to the same place because there's people that have done what you just said and they have passed that down to their future generations. And right now, you have people struggling that have no money. They're sick, right? Then you have people working, doing okay, but they're paying for everybody, right? They're paying for everything. Pay the taxes, pay the bills, move with their time. They're paying when the truck driver that is putting 18 hours or 16 hours just to bring the goods to your city, that guy's paying a lot with his time, right? He's getting back some monetary means, but he's putting his life just so you can have coffee at the corner store, meat or eggs and milk, That's the truck driver. And that's totally fine. But then you have people that have access to all of this money and they don't have to do anything. They just go and spend. They don't have to be productive. They all they have to do is just be consumers of the system.
Well, if you think about it, though,
and you see how
rich people,
those people are next to you as well. That you're standing next to each other. The hard worker, the one that doesn't work, that can't work or whatever, right? Or whatever thing doesn't work.
Well, true wealthy people though are not consumers.
Go ahead. My bad.
True wealthy people aren't consumers.
Say that again, my bad.
True wealthy people aren't consumers.
They consume the consumers. They're consuming the consumers.
It's the lower income brackets that buy like the designer clothes and things. They spend all their money on these clothes they can't really afford.
Yeah, but even the rich guy buys toilet paper. The rich guy goes and he spends money, and he goes to Walmart or whatever. Even the rich guy goes to places and consumes. The rich guy consumes a lot, even more than the rich guys do consume a lot, bro. They consume in excess, bro. All they need is just the system in place and the access to the funds.
This is true.
They do consume a lot, bro. They're definitely consumers. They need toilet paper, or they can build a pool and they can wash themselves over there. They don't need toilet paper. They can do the rich people
Well,
bath.
of course, everybody. Yeah, of course, they need toilet paper. That was retarded.
I
I
wiped
took
my
that to
ass
the
for
extreme
$50.
on me. You gotta. I think you gotta.
I'm not
I
gonna
Yeah,
wiped
do
my
they,
any
ass for
spending
$50
related
balls.
questions too.
that's my point. That's my point. They are consumers too. It's just that, like I'm saying, you're standing, but you probably possibly you're next, maybe less than a mile next to a bunch of millionaires, like dozens of them next to you.
I think what I mean to say though, Gemsy, is that rich people they don't have to fill this void in their life with buying things like so many other people do. You know what I mean? They don't do that.
No, because the people, I'm gonna work this week. I'm gonna make $600, and I'm gonna go buy a phone that costs $700 or $800. A lot of people think like
Yeah.
that. I'm gonna work this week, and I make the money, and I'm gonna spend it. And yeah, you're gonna have to be doing that for the rest of your life. That's the way you're gonna operate. You're gonna work and spend, work and spend, work and spend. And we're trained to do that. I mean, in a sense, we're programmed to do that. Programmed to be a
And
good
there's
worker and to be a good spender.
yeah.
Bad spender. You could be a bad spender too. As long as you spend, you spend. Bad, good, whatever. But
Yeah, and well,
we have to. I think we have to, in a sense, come down a little bit and live within our means more. Because a lot of the spend, a lot of the energy that we put is in a lot of shit that we shouldn't be doing. It's a lot of waste of. There's a lot of stuff that we do. It's totally fine, but a lot of the, I don't know. For me, the wars and this.
I spend most
weird.
of my money on drink and prostitutes, and the rest I squander.
There you go. That's a good spender right there. You see, you're doing community service, because once you give the money to the lady, she goes spend it, herself.
Yeah.
There you go. Money flow. Somehow
Fucking
she has to
George
pay for her
Best,
nails.
dude. Fucking
The
George
Chinese lady,
Best.
the Chinese lady needs a good tip, So pay your escort, pay her good. PMAC.
The George Best quote, isn't it, PMAC?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, wealthy people. There's a difference between rich people and wealthy people. Rich people have a lot of money but don't realize how to properly manage it. Wealthy people actually own nothing but control everything around them. That's the big
A
difference.
lot of wealthy people have the cash that we're talking about, that we pay taxes. They grab that cash and they put it in treasury accounts, and they get a percentage. Today they're giving like a 5%, 6%, 7%. So they just accumulate the cash that you're giving them, right? Oh, I'm gonna go to the store or to the supermarket or whoever big enterprise. You give them money, give them the cash that you work for. They give you the bag and the cell phones and the Xbox. And a lot of that money goes into treasury accounts to accumulate interest payments, and that's how a lot of the wealthy people, they just live. They actually live in they monthly they make money that they don't pay taxes from or something like that. It's interesting how they can accumulate the cash and just get a monthly or weekly percentage from those cash balances. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, they don't
Yeah,
pay
you
the
just
tax
live off.
because, like I said,
live off that for the That's what I meant when I said you put your money to work for you. You make the money work.
Yeah,
But a lot of
it's
people don't
not
know how to.
even just about that when it comes to wealthy people, right? Wealthy people, like I said, they own nothing, but they
Well,
control everything around them.
you're talking about wealthy people that own all the natural resources, and you're talking about those people.
No, not even them.
No,
Just
he's saying they don't know
people
anything.
that are. Never mind.
Because there is a group of people that actually live outside of the monetary system.
No, these are people that live within the system still, but they I guess you could say technically are outside of the system because they keep the system at arm's length very strategically. They know how to set it up to where they themselves are not making money. They don't make money. They don't own anything, but they have yachts. They have multiple homes, multiple businesses, anything and everything that they want, but they don't own any of it. They control all of it. It's the way that they structure their.
Are you talking about the Clinton Foundation?
No,
No, anybody can do it. It's the way that you structure your life, right?
I wanted to
If
chime in
everything
there
that you
too.
earn doesn't come
Sorry,
into
Nate.
you as an individual, right? If all the money's flowing into something other than you as an individual, if you structure it to where anything coming into your life monetarily is not touched by you, then you don't pay tax on it, right? There's different rules and regulations for different types of entities that earn money. You have the ability to write off a lot of things prior to paying tax, right? So you can run at a loss depending on how you're managing it. Most of these people have foundations that they've established, right? Everything that they have operates and runs through a trust. Their home isn't owned by them, it's owned by a trust. Their cars aren't owned by them, it's owned by trusts. All this stuff that keeps you at arm's length from the actual income.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you got?
Yeah,
I
you're
need a
absolutely right.
manual. I need the manual for this. If you can just post it in chat, please, mate, and then I'll just go ahead and do that.
Yeah. Yeah. I wish there was a specific manual for it.
Yeah, I
Well, you
wanted
got to
to.
be you
no,
got to
there's
have the
no specific
mindset.
manual. I mean, it has to be locally. Let's say in the United States, you can go out there and you can find people that will help you to set up a trust, and it's not even that difficult. Like Maple, you probably know how to set up trust, right? Do you?
Yeah. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't do trusts specifically myself, but I deal with them. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, there's a lot of people in this that know about setting up trust and everybody. Napo is saying that when you on the books, because the monetary system operate by the rules, right? And the rules are written in a language, and in that language, if you are claiming, oh, I'm the individual, I'm the not the name with the social security number, under the books guidelines, it said if you're claiming that you are this entity, then these rules apply to you. You gotta pay these taxes. You gotta do this, and right, Naples, something like that. But the trust has a different, set of rules when operating with not owning. Like you were saying, it's not you that owns the property. It's the trust that owns the property, but you can utilize it still.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
if you don't have any income to declare, you don't have to pay any taxes. So yeah, it's
Exactly.
a beautiful workaround.
Yeah, I mean the trusts are still responsible to pay taxes and things like that. But there's many people that are wealthy, their sources of income have some sort of tie to aspects of things that they own. So they have part ownership in these businesses, or they structure businesses around certain things, right? So like even within family, I know what most people would consider a rich person, borderline wealthy within the family, that once they start acquiring a bunch of property, decided to, along with that acquisition of property, start a property management company. So then all the stuff they need to build and clear the land and all that stuff, they can acquire that through the property management company. And your company, before you pay taxes, like if you run a company, you run a business, you have your revenues and you have your expenses. And after your revenues have come in, you've paid your expenses. What's left over is considered your profit, and that's what you pay tax on. Whereas an individual, you have your income that comes in, and then you have to pay all of your expenses, but your income was already taxed prior to you paying your expenses. But on a business, the revenue comes in, your expenses go out, and then you pay a tax on whatever you have left, right? Your profit. So if you can reduce all of that, meaning reduce your amount of profit, you can reduce the amount of taxation, so your revenue comes in. Things that you need anyways become expenses because it's a business. Yeah, I think you guys are starting to get
Yeah,
thick.
there's a fine line. There's a very fine line in that because I own a business with my father, and we've been in situations before where we actually profited more than we were supposed to, and in order to keep that money, we had to buy a vehicle for the company.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Otherwise, we would have had to give it to the government. So there's all kinds of little workarounds, and yeah, you're absolutely right, bro.
Yeah, and think of it this way, right? If when I said control everything but own nothing, you control that vehicle through
Right.
the business.
Yeah, the
But
business owns it. I don't own it. Yeah.
you don't personally own it, right? The business owns it.
Yeah.
So these are the workarounds, right? And then imagine scaling that up and dealing on the levels of creating real estate investment trusts and all that kind of stuff. And then
Yeah, it's the only straw man I actually agree with.
Nabal, have you seen the trust, the treasury accounts? The treasury accounts that the treasury of the United States, the actual treasury.gov, you can create a personal account there. You can create an account, and over there you can they say you can deposit your cash, and they give you a very high APY. And it's really interesting how a lot of people are kind of using it. They're saying that even in the treasury accounts, you can deposit coupons, when in the mail when you get a bill that is not in the negative, $100 bill from the mail company. A lot of that stuff can be processed through the treasury account because it's different than the regular bank accounts. The treasury account is a little different, and if it's processed correctly, you get a credit for whatever bill you got. It could be have you seen the bill that looks like a check and it doesn't look? It says, "Oh, you pay to the order to," and it says the amount looks like a check, but it doesn't says minus. Have you seen in finances when you owe money in your bank account? If you own the money, it says minus in the account in the actual bank account. It says minus $100, minus $50.
If you overdraw.
Exactly, but in the bills, in the actual vouchers that you get in these coupons, that are actually coupons vouchers of that money, you don't get a minus next to that amount. It's an actual plus. It's like a check when it's deposited. It's and under the treasury account and accumulate interest. But if you go to Bank of America is doing that under their treasury side of things, but they're giving you the Bank of America is getting a bunch percentage back from the treasury direct, but they are giving you a 0.1 back.
They're not sharing it with you.
They're not sharing it with you. They're giving you shit. But right now, a lot of the companies are actually giving 5% because of a lot of the changes that has happened in the last years in the monetary system. And recently, you've seen banks giving right now 5% back to people, which is a lot. 5% back.
Banks are a big scam. It's a big scam, keeping your money in the bank.
Under the treasury account, I think that's an interesting one. Nabal, I DM'd you since you know some of this stuff. But that video that I sent you, you probably seen it. But it's an interesting one. I think it has to be back tested.
Yeah, treasury accounts can be. I was just going to say treasury accounts can have a pretty high yield, but it also depends. I mean, you also need to look at if you're really talking about not losing money on the system. Like right now is an interesting time trying to figure out moving some stuff around, because if you're not making at least minimum of 7 to 10% on your money that's sitting in a bank right now, you're actually losing money.
Yeah,
that's what a lot of people don't realize or factor in. If you're talking about inflation, if the cost of everything's going up 7 to 10% each year, and you've got money in a bank account that's making 2% each year, you're actually decreasing your amount of wealth every single year that you're not keeping up with inflation on your interest rates.
Yeah, thank you, Bank of America. They're making bank and you and giving you 0.1%. Oh, the Bank of America, they say you, hey, we'll give you 0.1%, and then we'll charge you $7 every month for having the account open, right? So they're giving you and taking it. It's kind of
Yeah,
crazy.
right now is a good time to consider if you've ever thought about getting into or investing in something that's going to start producing a return for you. Right now is not a bad time to do that, because if you've got money set aside that you're like, oh, maybe one day I want to start this little side business and throw a little bit of capital into purchasing the things I need to do this side gig, right now would be a good time to do that, because that money's just sitting there decreasing in value, where you
You seem
could
to
put
be
it to
really
work for you.
knowledgeable on this topic. How do you
Hágalo
feel
como
about
quede.
Roth IRAs?
Llega perfecto, hágalo como quede.
No me, bueno, así me queda, ¿ves?
Jim C,
Oh, my bad.
what do I think about Roth IRAs?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a decent way to shield your money from some taxation for a period of time. I don't know if it's a necessarily a way to grow like wealthy or anything like that. I don't know. Standard investments
Well, I
are.
mean, over time, yeah. I mean, because I've had my financial advisor before tell me, hey, just let's do this, set this aside, and by the time you're 60, you'll be a millionaire as long as you don't touch it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like it's kind of hard, because you basically are freezing some of your money, and you're not allowed to spend it for 30 fucking years, and eventually it will accrue, but it's such a long, slow process. And then if you get in a jam and you actually need to withdraw that money, they tax you so fucking hard on it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good long term. I mean, it's a decent long term investment plan to ensure that you have some sort of nest egg once you go to retire. How much or how large that's going to be is all dependent on how much you put into it, right? So even if you're, if your financial advisor is saying, hey, you could be a millionaire by the time you retire, what does that actually mean, right? What does the millionaire by the time you retire actually mean? So if I was looking, if I was facing retirement in the next 20 years, and somebody told me right now, like, hey, you could have $1 million by the time you retire, I'd be like, that's not going to be enough to live on, right? Because what is $1 million home now compared to what it was 20 years ago?
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm
More than
saying?
triple. Yeah.
So it's like, I mean, it's not bad. It's not horrible. It's just, is your ability to contribute into it enough to get you to where you think you need to be by the time you retire? You know what I'm saying? And is that money being tied up something that you're able to shoulder, right? Meaning you don't need it for emergency. You've got other things around, all that kind of stuff. You got a steady flow of income. But I don't know. I'm not a financial advisor, and I'm not giving.
Well, I just always thought it was an odd thing too, because it's all about how much you're putting in. So to me, I always thought, well, I don't need you to do this. I can just save this money on my own, and I'll be a million. You know what I mean? It's because the returns are so small.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Right now, there $1 million. What is 5% of $1 million APY? I'm gonna have to Google that. That's 5%, $1 million right now. A bunch of like PayPal and some others are giving like 4+%, and that's kind of like a decent amount to get like every month, or however they do it. 5% out of $1 million. If you put it in the bank, that's not bad, actually.
You know what they say, don't you? Money makes the world go round.
Let me check. What's the
I mean,
APY of
are you
$1
trying to
million?
figure out just what 5% of $1 million would be? And if you're talking about that annually, that's $50,000 a year. But by the time this guy's talking about retiring in 20 years, are you going to be able to live off of $50,000 a year?
Yeah, exactly.
But that's the thing. If you already made $1 million, that's probably not the only money you got. If you just have that money in the bank and it's giving you a 5+%, which is 50,000, and in one of those accounts it might be tax free. That's a good way of having that side money. $50,000 is a considerable amount.
Well,
And then you're doing
was talking
something
about
else that might be taxable, but I think there's there is something there. Yeah.
he
My
was
bad.
talking
Go
about
ahead.
is that he was talking about investing into a Roth IRA, right, where it pretty much kind of ties that money up without you being able to touch it without a huge tax penalty, right? And he was saying by the time
Yeah.
he retires, the financial advisor was saying he'd have $1 million or whatever. And I was just trying to lay out, what does $1 million mean? I know, if you're around the same age as me, right, in my 40s, when I was a kid, $1 million was a lot of money. Nowadays, it's like there's homes in my neighborhood that are close to $1 million, and I just live in a normal like middle class neighborhood, right? So, what is $1 million going to mean to you for retirement? What yield are you going to have on that money? Will that be enough to survive? Yeah,
And how safe is it really?
It depends, right? Honestly, right now my outlook on all of this stuff, like future long term, is so indifferent. Like, I don't know. There's so many questions right now, questions that my parents never had about their investments, right? Because I foresee a very large shakeup of the whole entire financial system in the very near future. So there's a lot of uncertainty. I have a feeling that when digital currencies come in, they're going to change the landscape worldwide of how we deal with our finances. So there's that uncertainty there. That
Now that you mentioned crypto, there is some, for what I've seen, some legit companies that do the IRAs, and you in their platform you actually but can bring your existing IRA or start a new one, roll over the 401k, right? And you can put it into, let's say, for example, one crypto. And if let's say that goes up, let's say like it's XRP or whatever else, or XLM, you put it into that, and then it goes up, it's tax free, which is it's a good point in what like you're saying. Like, so if let's say that the value of that asset goes up a lot, you're still not gonna pay taxes on it, which is it's a good, that is a decent way of doing that.
Hey, Napalm, put your futuristic hat on for us for a second. Have you seen the 3 movies, Hunger Games?
Hungry people?
I don't know if I've seen all 3 of them. I know for sure I've seen the first one, maybe the second one.
Okay, I just kind of wonder because I think somebody in Hollywood said we're going to prep people for a life, for a society or culture like this. And so, so we're going to do this Pan Am thing, and we're going to have, a central place where the good people got some bucks, and the other people, around the districts are just kind of like surviving. And so I just kind of wonder, they did the Hunger Games. They did 1, 2, 3. They just did them back to back to back. They didn't wait, months or years between each one. So, obviously they kind of thought they would be successful at the box office, but they didn't know. But they did all 3 all at one time. That's why the actors don't look any older between the movies. And so I just kind of wonder, if you put your future hat on, do you envision that the people that run this world want to set up Hunger Game type cities or society?
Do I think that they want to run society? So yeah, I mean, I think they've kind of their transition from the old system to the new system. I think they've kind of broadcast that over the past 100 years to us throughout media. I think it's going to be kind of a conglomeration of. I don't know if you've read Brave New World, Animal Farm, 1984. So it's kind of a mix between those, and certainly, yes, kind of similar to what the Hunger Games would lay out, where you have the uber wealthy or the uber rich that are kind of living outside of the working class. Like there's two very distinct lines drawn there, and I look at that as kind of similar to a Brave New World, where in a Brave New World you have this very guided structure to society. You know, each person is classified by their role within the society. You know, everybody sticks to their specific class, and it's a very top-down, algorithm-driven society. And then they have, you know, they can take vacations to go watch the savages that they call them, which were the people that decided not to be a part of that system. But they look at them as like primitive people living on the outskirts of society. So yeah, I could see something where they really try to get people financially so ruined that they're looking for a solution from these people, and the solution is to drive people more towards specific areas within the countries. And in order to do that, you have to pay the price, or you have to give in to what they say, right? Whether that be what could possibly be described as taking the mark, or just some sort of precursor to that, right? It's like you have to agree, right? You can't be forced to do it. It's going to be your decision. You're going to feel like it's going to be forced, but you're going to have to make a decision to be a part of this system or not. And I think that may or may not happen within our lifetime. I think it's fairly close to when they're going to transition that.
I found this interesting. I read this yesterday. It's from. I'm not saying these things that we see online are going to come true. I'm not saying that, but it was from the People's Voice TV. It was posted on July 30th, just a couple of days ago, and it says the United Nations has ordered banks worldwide to begin issuing mandatory digital IDs to all customers and refuse service to anyone deemed non-compliant or blacklisted by the globalist organization. And I absolutely, I think we all know. I think we all know who's participated in the last 40 months and who hasn't participated in the last 40 months without getting too specific. And they may know who's the crazy flat earthers, stationary planers out there. They may know that just by listening in to whatever they see online. So I look at when you talk about digital ID and the UBI and the credit and the social credit score like they have in China, I personally don't think we're that far away from it. That's just my personal opinion. And when the United States is $31.5 trillion in debt, and the world itself, it might be $300 trillion in debt, governments, maybe more than that. I just find it interesting that it's really important to become as self-reliant as possible to get out of this system and just know the system's falling down, and to be prepared for it and have your children prepared for it.
Yeah, that's a good point, Jim. And when we're talking about the banks, keeping everything you have in a bank, most banks, they have these giant, vaults. Those things are empty. Most banks only carry enough cash to do their daily transactions. If you actually have a lot of money in the bank, let's say you want to take out $100,000 cash. A lot of banks don't even keep that much. You have to call them at a time.
No,
and they
your average bank might keep $50,000. Might.
Yeah. Yeah. So could you imagine if there was a run on, if everybody went to the bank to take out their money? It'd be a serious problem.
People don't have money. What are you talking about?
It makes you wonder, the people that experienced 1929, which I definitely think was a setup, so the rich could buy things on pennies on the dollar. I don't think there
for
was
sure.
I don't think it was what we were told. I think it was just the rich people going, "Hey, I want to buy up more and more and more stuff so I can buy it pennies on the dollar." I think that's what happened. But anyway, we don't, and we saw, the movie, the Christmas movie, It's a Wonderful Life, where they had a run in the bank and things like that. We can't imagine in 2023 what a run in the bank looks like today. From almost 100 years ago. I don't know if there'd be mass panic or what would happen. I have no idea.
Are you kidding me? Look what happened a couple of years ago, and what happened in the stores with the tissue paper and shit.
Oh yeah,
Can you imagine?
Wasn't that
I mean,
amazing?
People are insane. think about that's your priority in that situation. Toilet paper, really? You can't. I'm sorry, but that's not my priority. That's a luxury, and I love
Yeah, a
it.
lot of people are full of shit.
Yeah, but yeah, if I had to take something from the stores, if stock up on something, that's low on my priority list.
Yeah, very low, because you know what you can do is you can wash yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's and see the psychology. It's just nuts, man. People don't know what to do. So yeah, th- people are
People
just
know what to do. People do what they're told. That's what people do.
yeah, right.
People were told that toilet paper was not going to be around, so they did what
That's
they were
that crazy.
told.
Yeah, you know what? And then it became true, and it wasn't around because
Yeah, it's a perfect example of
oh, bro.
how they can play out like the Hegelian dialectic, right? The problem, reaction, solution. Like just take toilet paper as like a microcosm of that. But imagine them having the ability to control one's mind exactly like that, but on a much larger scale. It's been happening for hundreds of years. We just don't realize it because we were
I
born
wonder.
into the system and brought up in it. Yeah.
I wonder if there's still someone out there using the toilet paper that they bought from that episode.
I don't want to sound too greedy, but yeah, I did stock up, back then because I was a believer in what was happening. So
Yeah,
I'm
I'm not
guilty.
mad at you.
And I went to Amazon to buy stuff too. So forgive me. Amazon didn't really run out of much.
No, bro, you're here now, so that's all that matters to me.
Oh, it was. I tell you what. Take that toilet paper and make it food. Think about that. Take that toilet paper situation and make it food, and see how people react.
Yeah, it would be, man. It wouldn't take long, and it'd be fucking chaos.
I had my one of my two older sisters. She lived when her husband was still alive. When it first started, they were down in Missouri, and all their stores, Walmart, they had very few stores where they lived, and all their stores ran out Walmart, and they ended up using socks for toilet paper, and they would just clean them, and they would dry them behind their toilet stool, and when they needed to go, they just use socks, and she sent me a picture of the socks they used. So I said, I'll send you some toilet paper because I got plenty of it. And she said, don't worry about it. But they end up using socks, white socks.
Yeah, soap and water goes a long way. Oh, man, yeah, it's crazy.
And just think, I don't know when it was. It started, March 2020. I don't know when it was when the shelves, got filled back up again. I don't remember, when it was, June, July, August. I don't remember. But it was just like, he went to the grocery store and there's the toilet paper. Life is good again, right?
Yeah. You know what? They did the same thing with ammo too. For a while, you couldn't buy ammo anywhere because people were so afraid that they were going to start restricting ammo and taking ammo away. People were buying it like crazy, and you could never buy ammo.
What happened after 9/11? I remember, working and allowed to go home like at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on 9/11, 2001. And I remember driving home, and the gas stations were backed up into the
yeah.
streets. Were backed up into the streets because everybody thought the gas was going away.
That's so silly. Man, people just fucking panic, bro. And they don't even. Oh man. Yeah, I mean, I've seen the neighborhood where I used to live, in the city itself, was changing, and not for the better. And I went to my parents and I told them, I think you guys should move. I don't think you guys should stay here in the city anymore. You should get out now. And they actually agreed and said, you know what? Yeah. So they started looking for houses, man, and they bought a piece of property about an hour out of the city. But now they're thinking, they're wondering, shit, did we get far enough away? But yeah, I would advise anyone, try your best, man, to get out of the cities.
Again, I won't tell people to believe what we read online, and I've gone back to try to find it. But in 2020, I read about what they were planning for us with by 2050. UN 2020 was what UN 21 is a 30-year plan, supposed to start in 2020, and it did right at the beginning, right? And
Isn't that funny how that works?
So I know what the UN has been doing since 1945, right? And so, when I read that 30-year plan, and they have plans for 2030, 2035, and 2050, and I found this website. I have no idea who sponsored it. I can't find it now. I really feel bad that I didn't copy and paste it or whatever. But that they said what the world is supposed to look like by 2050. I have no idea who wrote it, but it's just like Hunger Games. It was almost exactly like Hunger Games with smart cities around the United States. And
oh yeah, Jim, did you see that cartoon? Somebody actually made a cartoon about that, about the smart cities, and explaining what life will be like. And I've been looking for that, and I cannot find it.
Yeah, and I can't find the article that I read, so I feel really bad that I can't. And because I tell people about it, and they go, "Well, where's it?" And I go, "Well, I can't find it now. Maybe somebody removed it. I have no idea." But it wasn't that hard for me to find 3 years ago. So I don't remember. Maybe somebody removed it. I don't know. But they said this is what life's going to be like around the world, United States in 2050, and they talked about smart cities, and it's just like, okay, and then okay, and it reminded me of Hunger Games.
Yeah, definitely. I was thinking about the other day when all that business was going on with what they called demonstrations and things being burnt down. Sometimes you look at that and think, is this a strategic plan? Were these areas targeted so that somebody could come in and possibly do something else with this area or this property? You know what I mean? Because it does seem very orchestrated, some of these things that, all of a sudden a pallet of bricks just shows up in the middle of, on the corner of a street somewhere. I mean, who's funding that? Where's that coming from? So it's
I'm curious now if I can ask you, our American cousins, if New York, say for example, were to say that they're going to put a 10-mile radius around from the center of New York around, and you can't drive your car in New York unless you pay $15 a day. How do you think people in New York would react to that?
I think they'd go along.
Yeah,
The ones that wouldn't, the ones that have the means to get out will get out, and there's always going to be those I think that are just going to go along, man.
Yeah. I don't know
I'm
why that's
sorry,
all
I
there.
can't. Yeah, I'm not going to say like I have that much faith in my neighbors, because I mean, look what happened a few years ago, man. It was nuts. People lost their damn minds.
Yeah. There's an apocalypse coming, and the most precious commodity was fucking toilet paper.
Yeah. Crazy.
They're doing that in London now. You know, they're charging people £12 a day to drive in a certain zone or whatever, and people are just, as you say, going along with it, just being indoctrinated that much.
Yeah, what are they called? The
ULEX or you fucking something zone.
For the frogs in the boiling water. How's that go? You know,
Yeah.
It's a slow. We're being boiled to death slowly, so we don't really realize it until it's too late.
That's the way it works, isn't it?
They're always tightening that noose, man. A little bit here and there. It is going to be interesting though. Just it's because it's going to be so bad. It's going to get so bad.
Yeah, because I suppose you were talking about, I don't know, the cities of the future and all that there, and it just made me think of dystopian futures and cities, and nobody's going to be driving any. Well, I don't know, maybe electric vehicles, or only those with electric vehicles with a lot of money are going to be driving those around these future cities, but everybody else is going to be using public transport or walking.
Well, and I'm sure there's going to be some that are going to try to, resist, but it's going to be ugly. It's going to be ugly.
People conform as much as possible. If you make fees and taxes and higher costs, like in New York, people are more likely to commute to get a cheap part of town than commute there with their car over to New York to work, for example. I live in LA, and the costs are going up, like say for housing. So, and those people are buying houses in Palmdale and Lancaster and taking an hour or 2 hours to commute to work every day to LA, where it's more expensive.
That's something that gets me too. I don't understand how somebody was sitting in traffic for 2 hours just to get to work and 2 hours back every night. So you leave at 6 o'clock and you leave work at 5. You're not home to 7, but you're sitting on a jam. I don't know.
The rat race.
So instead of a 9-hour workday or 8-hour workday, it's like a 10 to 11-hour workday with the commuting time. But you get to have a house in Lancaster or Palmdale, if you know where that is.
So it's worth it.
But that's going to be difficult too, because you're not really in that situation, or you're really,
but
in a position of where you're going to have savings, because you're spending more now commuting.
It's like a double. It's a double wear and tear in your car, so your car is gonna need to be replaced all that much faster.
Well, then the amount of gas money gas isn't cheap.
Yeah, electric cars are becoming a thing, but also the batteries have to also be replaced.
Well, and that's not exactly all it's cracked up to be, because my father bought one of those for the business, and when you go to renew the tags for that vehicle every year, it's actually costs more. There's an extra tax on there called a gasoline tax. Since we don't use fucking gas, they charge us extra to offset that lost revenue from not purchasing gas. It's a fucking scam.
Like you don't have to pay tax because you're driving an electric car. Woohoo! I saved $20, whatever it is. But when you have to replace your battery, it's 5-6 grand.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Yeah, if
the
you're
battery.
lucky.
Yeah, I think a lot of those cars, the battery costs more than as much as the fucking. It's basically what you're buying is the battery with a shell around it. And where does all the energy come from that you plug into?
Yeah, you're right.
And like
It's a
before,
joke.
too, like fucking China is building like fucking I don't know what it is now, 12 coal plant fucking things a day or whatever, while the rest of the world
So they say, yeah.
has to legally conform to this green energy thing. It's all fucking China. They're flooding the Western world with illegal drugs that are killing people. They made a Jabba Dabba Doo thing, and now they're building coal-fired fucking whatever. But everybody else isn't allowed to. I don't know if it's the Arabs that has the money. It's probably the fucking Chinese now. The next overlord. Slowly, slowly. Frog in a pot.
But, don't worry about it, because one day we'll be able to go to space.
Woohoo!
If you just keep believing in the globe, one day we'll all get to go in rocket ships and traverse the stars. Wow, yay.
I'm just sitting here thinking how ridiculous that fucking is.
I was just thinking how they've tricked people into thinking they're, a detriment to the earth, and that they're fucking disease and harmful and are destroying this beautiful earth when it's just,
Yeah.
and we need to leave to save. It's so funny. Oh
Yeah.
man.
Hate
It's
yourself.
not that funny, but
Hate
yeah.
yourself more.
Yeah,
Go to a place where everything is just everything around you just wants to kill you. We'll survive on that. Grow spinach and green beans and space. Oh fuck.
Why would you want to leave a place that provides you with everything you could ever possibly need? It's all right here. And it doesn't take much effort to really, if we applied ourselves to, put it in use to make it all work for us. But we're going to leave that? Okay. It's so funny, too, when people talk about overpopulation, right? And, the Earth is overpopulated. There's too many people. But if you get in an airplane and fly from the East Coast to the West Coast in the States, there is just, it seems like endless spanses of land that are just uninhabited. So it's just so much. And I can imagine everywhere else, it's the same, but we're overpopulated. The fuck? Where did that come from?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what they do is they push people towards the cities because
make it seem like yeah, yeah, man.
That's the money spinner. Overpopulated. Yeah, I've seen that too from airplanes many times.
Yeah, it just seems like there's so much fucking land. Oh, and trees too. I remember the first time I got an airplane, and they used to push this thing about trees and how, all the trees are dying, and one day we're gonna run out of trees. And you get an airplane and you look down, there's so many fucking trees. Man, yeah.
Yeah, we've just been fed bullshit constantly. It's a constant fucking conveyor belt of bullshit. I just don't believe anything anymore. It's hard to know what the fuck I'm believing, except that which you can prove. But yeah, it's just a fucking conveyor belt of bullshit.
We have to start taking responsibility for it, don't we? Because a lot of it is our own doing, because we put up with it.
Well, there we go again. The old saying, "Evil triumphs when good men do nothing."
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, there's probably going to be a few revolutions before the dystopian society. Probably a little bit of hurt here and there, growing pains, until they get eventually what it is, whatever the fuck they want. I don't know.
I personally wouldn't.
It's going to be messy.
I personally wouldn't believe any of it. When I go into one place to eat, they have what they call a news mix on a 55 or 50-inch TV, and it's CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, BBC, AccuWeather, and Weather Channel. And on the bottom part of it, they had the AccuWeather, and they had the Weather Channel, AccuWeather, and they basically were talking. They had a picture of the ball, because they were showing us the weather forecast, and it was on. It was obviously on a ball.
Obviously.
And then the BBC to the left of the two ball ones were telling me about global warming and how we were heating up because of humans, on global warming. Obviously, you can't have global warming if you don't have a globe, right? So I'm sitting there going, okay, this is cool, man. No wonder we're so messed up because we're given this constant crap from age 5, if not sooner, that we live on a ball. And so everything's about the ball, man. Or it's about, what we've been going through the last 40 months. And so it's just like, it's the most insane thing in the world. And so I just kind of go, no, don't care. It's there for me to watch while I'm eating. That's cool. But I just, when you say, I don't know what to believe anymore, I don't believe any of it. I'm sorry. I mean, if I have to parallel park, I was told the truth how to parallel park. That was cool. But that's about it.
So, Jim, be honest. Now that you're not engaging anymore with those news outlets, are you happier?
Oh, I'm more free. I don't know if I'm actually happier. I know when I'm at the beach, I'm very happy. When I have my P1000, looking at the moon, or looking at the sunset, or when I can see Chicago from a long distance, I'm very, very happy, and I love sharing it with people, even if they don't agree with me. So there's a difference between being free and happy. Am I always happy? Probably not, but I feel free. But when I engage with people, like I engage with you
I
good
guess maybe
folks
that was a
here,
bad way to
yeah.
put it.
Well, when
Because I had the same experience. I used to get absorbed in
Yeah.
Fox News, and
yeah,
and it it would make my blood boil, and I'd be pissed off all the time because of the shit that was going on. But now that I've been away from it so long, and I don't watch any of it, I'm not bothered anymore, and I'm not. I see other people that are constantly obsessed with what they're talking about in the news, and they're miserable. That's what I mean. And I don't have that anymore. I'm not carrying that around anymore.
I'm serious. If you're a government employee, getting whether it's local, state, or federal, paid by that way, there are still people complying with what they were told to comply with the last 36 months. There's still people complying, and I'm going. I haven't said anything to them, because it's their right. But they're walking on they're taking a walk, and it's like, okay, I'm not going to say anything. And or a couple are taking a walk on a nice summer evening, and they're out there, they're walking. It's like, okay, okay, whatever.
With diapers on that, but not on their butt.
I didn't say it. You did. Anyway, so it was like, okay, guys. I mean, if you really knew the truth, you probably hit me. But anyway, no. Anyway, it's okay.
No, but along them lines too, I like nature programs, as a lot of us do, and David Attenborough and new nature programs come out, and I just think to myself, okay, how long is it going to take before this narrator mentions fucking global warming? And usually it's in the first fucking episode, and you're like, Jesus Christ! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bless him, but you're like, oh, for fuck's sake.
I used to love nature programs too until I realized most of them are all staged and fake, and they're on like, preserves where they're penned in, and there's zoos and shit. That really turned me off on those nature shows. Anyway, that's so far off topic.
Yep, sorry, yeah. But there was a funny I had to say, and I forgot it, bastard.
It's funny too that so many people were going crazy so many months ago, but yet, they don't have any problem with sticking a hamburger in their mouth from McDonald's, or smoking a cigarette, or putting any other fucking poison that's out there in their body. They're perfectly fine with that. But they're scared of this.
I want to buy a hamburger. Most people don't get that. That's Steve Martin from Pink Panther. I want to buy a hamburger. Hamburger. Okay, never mind. You mentioned CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, and you're like, oh, geez. AccuWeather. Oh, the Weather Channel. That'll be all right. But how long does it take the Weather Channel to mention global warming? Probably not long.
Well, even I know one of the local news stations where I live, the weatherman, that green screen thingy that he stands in front of when he's showing, like, the map, it's actually shown as a sphere.
Oh yeah,
And
the same thing they
it
use in
never used to be
ASS.
like that. Which is funny because they're just showing a very local area. They're not showing the whole United States.
But it has to be
But yet
bendy.
they have it with a spherical shape.
Felix Baumgartner. Jesus. Mexico is bendy. It was a New Mexico.
But I go outside and I look for that. I look for that curve and I don't see it, man. Can't find it anywhere. Jim, I saw your video too that you made with your camera on the football field. That was great, man.
Yeah, thank you. That was a practice football field at Chesterton, Indiana. And they have a really, really, really nice one just to the right of that where I walked it. And of course, it's obviously 100 yards plus 10 yards for each end zone. So as soon as they get that open, it might be open now because here, games probably the same in California and every place. Games start on the last week of August, so they're probably practicing now. So when they get that open, it's a really nice field. It's got some of that new grass on it that doesn't need to be mowed. And so I'm gonna take my camera and take a 2x4 and set it on my camera right in the middle and walk 120 yards or 110 yards, whatever, and see what it does on a really low grass field. And then if my left hip will allow me, I'll put another 2x4 on top of that one and then walk it again for higher height and see where the angular resolution cuts me off at. But I tell you what, it explains looking across land. It explains looking across water at cities, and it explains the sunset. And of course,
yeah, absolutely.
And the globe community
and it
won't give that
destroys
to
their
you.
argument that
Yeah.
ships are going over over the curve. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, and you didn't. And the biggest thing is when conditions are right above the ground, you can see too far. It's just that simple. You can see way too far. And so if you have a geometric or physical horizon of 3 miles at 6 feet observation height, and you can see 8-10 times further than that, they have to invoke refraction or the party's over.
It's such a good thing that you did that too, because it's something so simple that anybody can do for themselves. It's little things like that are important because so many people, I feel, they don't know how to make these observations. They don't know how to prove it to themselves. So little simple things like that, man, are great tools, I think.
Yeah, whether it changes a mind or not, I think on our side it solidifies a mind, and it might cause somebody who's a family member to go, hey, maybe that person who ran off into la la land, i.e., flat Earth, stationary plane, maybe isn't so crazy after all.
Yeah, we can only hope and pray for them.
But what what is solidified? What has really solidified everything for me? It is that I don't know why, but I've had this interest in the moon, and the moon not February of 2022 was the first time I realized that the lit part of the moon is not facing directly at the sun. And line of sight is a real big thing because when I'm talking to you, I'm looking at you. I'm not looking at the person to your right or left. I'm talking to you when I'm in person. So that's line of sight. And so I've just decided, to look at the moon as it goes around in its lunar calendar, which used to be 28 days, 13 hours. And before the Gregorian calendar came about, and how did they tell time back, before we had watches and stuff like that? They looked to the sky. They looked to the sky to tell, the days, the years, and all those things. And the moon is the perfect calendar. The sun is the perfect clock. And so, I've got a real big interest in that. So, I just posted. I don't know why we were talking about this. The perfect calendar, and I think I have 5 or 6 days here that I put together, and it just proves that the sun is not being lit by the moon is not being lit by the sun. And I've had all these people globe community say, well, it's the bending, warping of space-time, it's space-time curvature, it's refraction, it's perspective, it's the moon working, the sun working this way, but the Earth is blocking it the other way. And I've never had one answer now that's been the same, because they can't get past the fact of this. Perhaps Genesis verse 31 verses chapter 1 is correct. They can't get past the fact that Genesis 1:14 to 19, which describes the sky above us, is correct. They can't not get past that. And so when I talked with Dogs a couple of nights ago, Bob, not the science guy, he goes by Bob the science guy, but he's Bob, not the science guy, and he wrote in, Dogs and I could see when people were writing comments to us alone. And Bob, not the science guy, said, a religious zealot versus science. He was talking about me versus Dogs versus science. That globe, that outer space, is so scientifically impossible, it's not even funny. But they call it science. That is not, this whole globe, outer space thing in science, that didn't even come close. That's just nuts. Right off the top, they violate Newton's third law of motion, second law of thermodynamics, and inverse square law of light, the physics of water, physics of light. There's no rotation of the Earth. There's no motion of the Earth around the sun. No science has ever shown it. But they call it science, that they believe in a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. It's the most insane thing possible. This is why it's so hard to talk with these people online, because they actually have an insane belief system. It actually is. It's an insane belief system.
It really is. And it's hard to talk to people that don't really have any sort of experience with scriptures and Bible, because they weren't raised, in a sort of religious environment, and they confuse religion with the Bible, and the Bible isn't religion. And they look at the Catholicism, and they think, oh, how awful it is, and the molesting priests and blah 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 blah, and so they think it's bad, and so everything in the Bible is bad. They're not one and the same. They're completely separate things, and it's hard to talk to people about that and try to explain that to them. They just can't get it.
There's a reason they don't want you to read the Bible. There's a reason that Vital versus Engel Supreme Court decision 1962 said, kids, you can't pray together in school. Now, you can pray individually if you want to, but you can't have a group prayer in school. They took that out, and they replaced it with Haight-Ashbury, Haight Ashbury, in a corner in San Francisco where sex, drugs, and rock and roll started. Cool. And then, in 1969, they got rid of the last episode of Star Trek, Captain Kirk, Spock, June 3rd, I guess it was, 1969. And then in the later part of July, they took us to the moon. Cool story, bro. And then they had Woodstock in July of July 1969. Free love, right? Free love, free sex, free drugs. And so it happened a long time before that. But I kind of look at the 60s going, my goodness gracious, man. You talk about freedom. I tell you, sex, drugs, and rock and roll is a strong drug. Those are 3 strong drugs. Outer space is escapism. Outer space is a big drug too. And so, we have so many people that want to escape, whether it's sex, drugs, rock and roll, outer space, whatever it is. It's just amazing.
And they don't even know what they're trying to escape from. That's the funny thing too, is they all want to escape. Well, what's giving you that feeling? Why do you want to escape? Where is it coming from? Who's putting that in these people's minds? What's causing that? It's the same people that gave us this globe. That's who's causing it. I was miserable when I was a glober. I was so unhappy because I didn't know what to believe. I didn't know. I stopped believing in God because of the Catholic Church that I was brought up in, and You know, I wanted to believe in space, but I knew the moon landing was fake, but I still believed in space. And I still had that fantasy of space, but I knew that I'd never go there in my lifetime. So, you know, that's depressing. And then you start researching ancient aliens and all that shit. And you're like, man, you don't know what to believe. It's confusing. And if you don't know where you are, how can you know who you are and where you're going? You're just lost.
That's true.
You know, people say, well, why does it matter? Who cares if it's a globe or if it's who cares? Well, there's a good reason right there. If you don't know where you are, how can you know who you are even, or where where are you going? What's your purpose? You don't even know where you are.
Yeah,
If you don't know where you are, who you are, think of what else you can be. You know, think of how you can be manipulated now and steered. Whatever. I'm preaching to the choir. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, if where you are is a total lie, you're never ever going to work out why, what, who, where, ever, because you're surrounded by lies. It's a complete and utter lie. So it's very hard to back engineer that into that kind of thing.
Well, and you don't need the reason, you know, in order to see the lie and to know, you know, it's not really necessary. You don't need to have the reason, you know.
Yeah, my mind's doing cartwheels now. I'm trying to trying to put it in a neat little bundle. I can explain it in one sentence. Impossible.
You know, even when we first were taught the globe, we knew when we first heard it that it was ridiculous. The whole idea of it, and people in Australia are upside down. Like when you first heard that, you chuckle and were like, "Oh, that's ridiculous." So we weren't, you know, we knew better.
Well, not me
But that
anyway.
was
No, I accepted that for what I accepted the reality which was presented me, without question. I just took it for granted. I didn't ask questions.
well,
Like
they're
I
so
knew there
good
was,
at getting
I,
you
I
to not, you know, question.
I knew there was something wrong for probably 40 years of my life, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Like the moon to me is fascinating. I love the moon. The moon to me is probably the answer to most things.
The moon is beautiful. I love looking at the moon. I was looking at the moon last night. It was so bright I could barely even look at it. It was like looking at the sun. It was gorgeous.
You know, and you're driving along, and the sun's up in the sky there, and the moon's over there, and the moon's got this curve that is opposite to the Earth, and you're like, well, okay, so if that's doing that, and that's line of sight, and that's why is that something ain't right here? But those questions, kind of in your subconscious, You know they're there until you. So somebody
Well,
says
yeah, it's all,
maybe.
it's all right there in our faces, and we don't even see it. It's just like the how many years were they spraying those skies, and we were seeing those trails, but we never really put it together. We never really, you know, didn't really notice it until somebody said, "Hey, what's that? That's not a cloud. What's going on here? What is this?"
People, Jesus, where are we now? Back in 2020, no, sorry, 2000, 2001, 2, people were talking about chemtrails, and somebody said on the forum, well, the government would never do that. That's not possible. And I thought, okay, let me just check this out, and did a wee bit of research, and then posted a retort to that saying, look, apparently in 1976 or something, the British government sent ships around the coast, and they actually did spray certain stuff. Bill Clinton came on public TV and apologized for the American government using drugs on the American people without their knowledge. Now, you would think that most of those people who did that would be strung up by the nearest lamppost. But everybody just kind of went, oh, you did that? Oh, you apologized? Oh, that's fine. Everything's cool. But,
Well, I can't be bothered with that, PMAC. I gotta watch the football game. You kidding me?
Yeah. Do you know what I mean? It's like, just let it go past. Time will pass and everybody will forget about it. It'll be grand.
Hey, that reminds me, I want to share something that I found. I don't know if this is real, but I found this website. It's a company called Weather Modification Incorporated. And apparently, you can hire this company to do like cloud seeding and dude, I don't know what else, but it's just people say that there's no such thing as weather manipulation or
Yeah,
or
bullshit.
modification in any way. Well, okay, then what the fuck is this company? And they actually show pictures. They have airplanes they have a thing you can go. It says aircraft. And you can look at all their planes that they use to cloud seed and. But I mean, I haven't tried to contact them, so this could be fake for all I know. But I'll share it anyways.
Sorry to interrupt you guys. Just providing a public service announcement. There is a notorious anti-flat earther in Nathan Oakley's server. So if anybody has, anyone wants a bit of a fight, there's your place to go. Thank you.
Wunderbar. I bet you he doesn't get fucking 2 seconds to say anything with Nathan. You stutter for me, bitch. Yeah, Nathan's a bit hardcore. I couldn't really listen to him for too long. I admire what he does. He's funny at times, but he's very obtuse.
Well, Nathan's show is over now. It's the Ever After show. And I've had to step out. I can't be arsed with these ballers. I can't be arsed listening to being near them. I'd rather be listening to silence than over there listening to it.
Sound of silence. Silence like a cancer grows. People talking without listening. The words of the prophets are written on the subway walls.
Can you imagine being an anti-flat earther? You actually go online and you actually defend and promote something that does not exist. So it's not only
free.
it's not only anti-flat earther, it's anti-truth, and it's it doesn't exist. Oh my God.
Yeah,
Well,
for
there should only
free.
be one
I
reason
can
somebody would
understand.
do that.
I can understand McToon doing it because he gets paid. I can understand Neil deGrasse Tyson doing it. He gets. I bet his house is lovely, right? So I can understand that, but I can't understand your neighbor getting on Discord, arguing with flat earthers for years. Pathetic.
Oh my goodness. I mean, come on, guys.
They don't
I
know the
mean,
ball model.
the stupid thing doesn't exist. I mean, it just doesn't. It exists because of ego, pride, reputation, indoctrination, Stockholm syndrome, cognitive dissonance, confirmation bias, money, and fear. That's the only reason it exists. You could break it down to indoctrination and cognitive dissonance, but it exists because of those things. It doesn't exist in reality. It's just the craziest thing ever.
You know, it's like a Republican arguing with a Democrat. Really, I mean, you're not gonna get anywhere.
Now, ballers are fun. Now, anti-flat earthers are just infuriating. Ballers don't know the contradictions, so they walk right into it. And most people have especially when you speak to them in person, have a certain level of intellectual honesty. Over a keyboard, it's a bit different. The anti-flat earthers, they know the contradictions, so it just becomes a mess.
What I find interesting with people when I've seen them 2 or 3 times out in the real world, face to face, line of sight, it's interesting. The first time you tell them about the moon landing not being real, they walk away from it. It's like, no, you can't take that away from me. Bye bye. And then the next time you see them, it's like, oh, they hang around a little bit more, and it's just like, okay, all right, I thought about it. Moon landing, stupid. What else you got for me?
You know, I think a lot of people are just afraid to have that conversation because they don't know anything about what they think they know. You know, they're told, and they realize, what's this guy talking about? Why would he believe the Earth is flat? Everybody knows it's a globe. And they don't want to get engaged in a conversation because they realize I don't know anything about the globe.
And subconsciously, the creation story to the globe is also there, which is also painful to go through.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of things you got to confront when you. Yeah.
Hey guys! When I went to see Maverick, the second one last summer, it was discount Tuesday, so it only cost me $6. And so when I went in there and sat down, the beginning of it, it's Universal is owned by Comcast, I guess, and they had their really nice looking globe that was going around, and they had Universal Studios coming across the front of it just before Maverick started. And I've seen that my whole life because I guess they started doing it in 1915, right? And so, Universal wouldn't lie to me. And then when I go to Universal Studios down in Orlando, they got the exact same thing outside of Universal Studios. People go, and my family did it too. I took the shot of my wife and 2 daughters and standing in front of the Universal Studio globe with Universal going across. It's like, cool, man. And so It's, I tell you what, this spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space is the biggest escapism ever.
You got to be able to laugh at it. You know, it's we we go nuts if we can because it's silly, man. It's
Oh my
silly. We
God.
all we're there, fell for that
Yeah,
shit.
yeah. The more you think about it, the more sillier it becomes. But there's people that will die on that hill. They'll die on that hill to defend it.
I firmly believe that these anti-flat earthers, whether they see it on a memo or an email or talk among themselves or get paid, I don't know, I don't care. I actually think they are told not to defend their spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, but to go after the flat Earth quote. You guys don't even have a model, or and stuff like that, or what holds it up, and stuff like that. And I think they're told specifically not to talk about their spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space because it's so stupid. So they're told to come after us and our belief system. Well, I don't have to. I see too far. Period. End of story. My wife cheats on me. My other people see my wife cheat on me. She cheats on me all the time. She doesn't, but she cheats on me. I'll call it my spouse. My spouse cheats on me. Other people see them cheat on me. Everybody sees my spouse cheat on me. I don't have to wait until I get a new spouse to leave my cheating spouse, and my cheating spouse is the globe. So it's cool, man. I'm good. The cheating spouse has had $8 to $10 trillion since 1958, adjusted for inflation, for their cheating. The globe has had $8 to $10 trillion since 1958 to cheat on me. So I'm done. I've had no money from NGOs, foundations, taxpayer money, printed money, borrowed money to promote my stationary plane. So goodbye. So they automatically are told to come after us. We have to prove nothing except we see too far. And now we have the moon. Look, the moon. The moon is self-illuminating because the sun, direct line of sight, is now illuminating the moon. And they have to come up with so much mental gymnastics to get over that one. It ain't funny.
That's very well put.
Show me a flat Earth map. Show me your model. If you guys don't even have a model. You guys don't even have a map. I mean, come on, guys. How can we talk if you don't have a model? You don't have a map. You can't even go up and show it to me from space. Oh, you flat Earth flirts are so stupid. Look, we have science behind us.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Fucking NASA.
When their side brings
It's crazy too because only we're the only ones who hear things like that. Them saying that it's photoshopped. Don Pettit, all the bullshit he says. These globers aren't hearing those things because they're not looking into this stuff. We are. It's just like with 9/11. Nobody knew about Building 7 until you told them about it, and they were blown away. They couldn't believe it. They didn't know how they didn't know about this. Right. And I feel like a lot of this stuff we talk about is the exact same thing. People don't look into it because they just believe whatever story they're given and they never go look into anything themselves. Because that happened to me. I didn't know anything about Building 7 until I went and looked into the information myself, saw the footage of that building falling, and thought, wait a minute. So what's going on here?
Hey, Glober, if I want to know what you think, what you're thinking, I'll just Google it. I don't have to talk to you, man. I'll just Google it. I'll use Wikipedia. I'll use Chat GPT. I'll go to NASA if I want to know what you're thinking. So, if you want to come on here so we can record you, acting the fool, cool. But otherwise, out in the real world, I'll just, I don't want to talk to you face to face. I just Google what you think.
Yeah, another appeal to authority.
I mean, when you look up Google, I'm serious. These people will. The reason I don't debate people without a camera is I want to see, first of all, if they're lying to me, to my face. I also want to see if they are using the computer, because when you're talking to them and it lights up, that they're looking at their computer. Their face lights up, they're looking at their computer, right? And so I want to know what, and Ruhif does that a lot. I say, hey, Ruhif, what are you looking up now? He goes, well, I'm looking up something on Google or Wikipedia. And I say, I told Ruhif, what are you looking up now, Ruhif? And I say, are you looking up Google or Wikipedia? No, he goes, NASA. I'm going, thanks for playing, Ruhif. I mean, my God. He actually did that. I asked him, I said, you looking up Google or Wikipedia? He goes, no, I'm looking up NASA. It's like, oh my goodness. Why am I even here? Oh my goodness, man. My goodness. Give me a break, folks. Oh, I tell you what. Google tells you we're going around the sun in an elliptical orbit because in the math, a circular orbit doesn't work, so they had to make it elliptical so it worked in the math, right? And Google tells us 30 kilometers per second, 66,600 miles per hour, 666, ding, ding, ding. Nobody cares. But every interferometer experiment ever done by a global believer scientist shows 3, 5, 6, or 8 kilometers per second around the sun. But nobody cares. But Google says 30 kilometers per second, 666, ding, ding, ding. Nobody cares. And so it's like, you can't fight these people, man. It's just. To agree with a flat earther online in person is sacrilege. It is blasphemy. It is against their religion. And if you say, you know what, flat earther, you just might be right, no Christmas party for them. So from our side, I don't have to defend anything. I just got to say I see too far, which I do. And I got to say, look at the moon, line of sight. That's all I got to do. That's it. I got to know a triangle is 180 degrees. And I gotta know, you can't have a bendy line to get a triangle because it doesn't equal 180 degrees. And so I got no problem there. I got no problem with seeing too far. I got no problem pointing to the moon, saying line of sight from the sun isn't illuminating the moon. What you got, Glober? You got nothing. You got a fairy tale. Read me a fairy tale. I want milk. I want my blankie. I want somebody to tuck me in. And I want my fan, and then I want you to tell me your fairy tale.
It's interesting that a lot of the astronauts and just NASA in general, they want to use this platform as, this is the religion, the science and all this. This is the new religion. Yet the astronauts are always carrying Bibles and always quoting from the Bible. And it's like, what's going on here? And nobody says anything. Nobody's like, hey, I thought that it was the Big Bang. And so why are these brilliant men that are astronauts, why are they carrying around that stupid Bible and reading from that Bible?
What was that Apollo 8 that circled the moon?
Yeah, I believe so.
And
Yeah,
one of
they
the astronauts read from the Bible. Can you
Yep.
believe how wrong that was? Because first of all, they weren't at the moon. They were on the ground somewhere. And they purported to be reading from the Bible from the moon and putting the Bible into a situation where it agreed with what they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I can't, people would rather believe a big lie than a little lie. If you tell a big lie often enough, sooner or later people will come to believe it. That's not even a big lie. That's not a huge lie. That's not a humongous lie. That is a satanic lie hatched, birthed in the pits of hell, and given to human beings to use through indoctrination and lots of money. That isn't a, I mean, when you actually invoke the Bible from some place that doesn't exist and you say it exists because the Bible, and then you give glory to God for being there, that is so messed up. It's satanic. I can't come up with any other word. Somebody's got a better word for me. Please give it to me. DM me. Tell me. I can't come up with any better word than satanic. I can't. I can't. I can't figure out any different word.
Yeah, you know, a lot of them actually bring the Bible to the ISS with them too. So, you know, they'll, and it's, you know, it's publicized. They talk about it. Oh yeah, I'm bringing my Bible to the ISS.
Yeah.
And there you go, lying again about where you are
Yeah.
and using that book.
Oh my goodness.
That book is so explicit, except when the Jesuits got hold of it. You know, even the Latin Vulgate, which the Catholic Church allowed a few people to read, was very corrupt. And the Jesuits took the Latin Vulgate and made it even more corrupt by adding in sphere in 1610 for Isaiah 40:22. But you know, the fascinating thing is in Isaiah 40:21, the verse before it talks about foundations. And so when have you ever seen a foundation be a curve? So the Jesuits went from foundations in Isaiah 40:21 in their Douay Rheims, 40:21 to the sphere in 40:22. And they're the only one major one has done that. And the King James comes out a year later and has the circle of the earth. And so it's just, I'm telling you what. And I talk to people, go, the Bible says, and this is what Mattoon says on his website. The Bible says, the earth's a sphere. Cool, man. And there's no other discussion. And then they run over to Job 26:7 and they say, hey, it says the earth hangs on nothing. No, in your fairy tale, it hangs on gravity. I tell you what. Unless I told Lou McToon this, and I told Craig Weirdo FTFE only on Modern Day Debate YouTube. Wild Debate You only, and they don't want to go there because they can't monetize when they're on there, and so only. And it's just like, guys, because I'm not gonna, if Jaron wants to go on there, if Troubling wants to go on there, if Caleb wants to go on there, cool. Loon asked me to go on there December 27th last year, and then a few, I think once or twice since then on Tuesday. It's like, no, we got one offer on the table. That's it. I don't care what. A Demon Strike gets hold of me a couple of days ago, and he goes, "You want to debate Craig?" On MMM, on his YouTube. It's like, no, I told Craig what we're going to do if we do it, and it's just like, I'm not going to play around. We're going to get as big an audience as we possibly can, and I'm going to tell these people that they're satanic. I'm just going to tell them to their face, with people to see that they're satanic, and this is why they are. I'm not going to hold back. I'm just going to let them have it, and so. I'm not going to let McToon have it on his show where he can mute me. No. It's going to be on Modern Day Debate YouTube, and I'm just going to tell them what they are. I'm just going to tell them. That's simple.
These people too will be so against the conversation of Jesus, right? And anything as far as evidence that anything in the Bible actually happened, but yet they will, invoke Eratosthenes, and there's not a whole lot of evidence that he ever existed either. But they don't question him, and they don't question that story.
Oh, I'm telling you, Paul. I'm telling you, when the Earth was straight up and down, North Pole up, South Pole down, big asteroid, small planet called Theia, Theia, comes by 4.5 billion years ago with a B, and hits it just right that it converts it to, it tilted to 23.4 degrees, so we can vacation in Florida. And then what's left of it becomes the moon. And they actually believe that, and then they believe a massless photon can travel 13.7 billion years with a B, which is 80 sextillion 600 quintillion miles with 18 zeros behind it to reach your eye wherever you live at on Earth. Cool story, bro. And then we are, our universe is somewhere between 28 billion and 200 billion light years long. We don't know, but we know that it's expanding at the limits of 4 times the speed of light, which is 186,200 miles per second. But that has to be based on some form of length of the universe, 28, 50, 100, 150 or 200 billion, because the bigger the universe, the more it's going to be expanding at the outreaches. So what is the 4 times the speed of light based on? Nobody can, of course, tell you. But they also tell you that the Andromeda Galaxy is blue shifting coming toward the Milky Way, and in 2 billion years with a B, it will hit the Milky Way galaxy. But don't worry about it, because there's so much space that nothing's going to collide with one another. And people actually believe this. They preach this in school. They teach this in school. I'm going, guys. I'm going. No. There's got to be a time when you just go, no. Pound Repka, 1960. Harvard Jefferson Tower, 22.5 meters, 73 feet, 9 inches. They shoot photons up, photons down, 22.5 meters, 73 feet, 9 inches. To see blue shift, red shift, what the difference is. And the difference they told us was 0.000000736 meters per second. Now, who measured that? Who measured that somebody living at 15,000 feet ages faster than somebody lives at sea level? Who measured that? Who measured that the polar difference, if you live at the poles versus the equator, the difference in what one person will age versus what another person will age is 0.30 seconds per 100 years. Who measured that? I'm telling you guys, it is so pathetic that anybody believes this stuff. It's unbelievable. But they have to come up with time dilation somehow. They got to come up with length contraction, 1892. They got to come up with mass increase because their fairy tale falls apart. And so when the fairy tale falls apart, they got to lie more. You got to cover a lie with a lie. And you got to keep lying. You got to lie, 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 lie.
Yeah, it's the old saying. Once you tell one lie, quickly can turn into 100 lies, right? Keep covering up one lie after another.
Austin
and it's
said
so
this.
obvious.
Austin said this on his podcast last year or sometime. He says, if you cover a lie, you have to lie. You have no choice but to lie, because truth will always win. Truth will always come to the light. When you cover a lie, you put yourself in this tough situation where you have to begin to lie and use fallacious arguments and be dishonest and mislead and twist things around. Okay, that explains the globe.
Yeah. Truth is the way. Truth is the
Even if you
truth,
don't,
man.
even if you don't know the truth, just say I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
I don't know. I'm serious. I don't know, because Feynman is the only person who's ever done it. I've asked people this. Feynman is the only person in 1957 that published something that said that you have 100 volts per meter as you go up in electric charge, positive to negative. He's the only one that said that. Only one. And I have no clue if it's right or not. I haven't looked into his other belief systems and what he believes. I haven't looked into it. And then I talked to MacGyver on here a couple months ago. Wish he'd come back. MacGyver, if you're listening, will you please join the server sometime again so I can talk with you? So so we have one guy, Feynman, who says 100 volts per meter, electric charge going up, right? And so it's like, okay, I can deal with relative density and buoyancy alone. You take the G out of buoyancy and replace it with A, which is a simple kinematic equation to get there. I can take all that stuff. I can do it. I want to know one thing: how did the clouds stay in the sky? Because the clouds are heavier than the air around them, and some people say millions and billions of pounds. So I want to know, how did this? If somebody can tell me why the clouds stay in the sky, other than God put them there, which is good enough for me. But if somebody using science can tell me why clouds stay in the sky, I'm all ears.
They're bullshit, man. And it's so funny. None of it makes sense, and it's all observable. It's just like, fuck. It's so simple, man.
Yeah, I know what the moon is
They
now.
have clouds.
I know the moon's a perfect calendar. I know it. I know it. I look, I see. I'm not going to believe in a fairy tale of line of sight. I'm not going to believe in that, because when I'm talking to you in person, I'm not talking to the person to the right of you or left of you. It's line of sight. I'm talking to you. So the moon is either being illuminated by the sun, or it's self-illuminating itself. It's self-illuminating what the Bible says. God placed two great lights in the sky and the stars. Cool. Genesis, we're done. You're right. Science is wrong. Man's science is wrong. God's science is right. Cool. Now, how the clouds stay in the sky. Mm-hmm.
I like it. I like it. Now, the moon is fascinating too because it does have an effect on our lives in some way. To say, the moon, it brings out the lunatics, the loons. And my fiance, she's actually a CNA and works in a healthcare facility with a lot of patients that have dementia. And she noticed that on nights with a full moon, they're a lot more disruptive and have a lot more outbursts for some reason. It has some effect every time with those patients. I always found that interesting. Whatever that all means and what it's all about, I have no idea. I haven't heard CB here in a long time. Have I just been missing him, or has he not been around? Does anybody know? Anyone? Anyone? Hey, Jim, you still there?
Yeah, I was just getting ready. I'm gonna head out and see who I can brainwash today. Yeah, I'm gonna be leaving here just a little bit. What you got, Paul?
I just wanted to ask you if, because I was just thinking about the football field down the street from my house for the high school.
Yeah.
They have the track that they run on goes around that football field. I'm wondering, are those pretty flat too? Could you do the same thing with and they're the length of the football field. I'm wondering if you could do the same thing with the camera and walking on the track.
When I was growing up, we had the same thing. We had we had an not asphalt. I forget what it was. Going around the football field, and then for the 220-yard dash, they actually made it 220 yards straight, not in a curve like you see today. And so yeah, if you got a football field that has a track, some of those tracks have a 100-yard dash, and they might move the 100 yards, starting, a little bit back, beyond the roundness of the bend, when you come around the bend. So yeah, you can use that too, because those should be flat, because obviously you don't want to have somebody running downhill or uphill, right? So it'd be kind of hard to break a state record, or if you're running uphill, downhill, right? Because when you today, when you break a record, world record for a race, they always put the wind in. They always tell you, oh, the wind was doing this, right? And so yeah, if you got 100 yards, that's great. I'm telling you what, if I had 220 yards today, I'd be doing 220 yards, because first of all, when you get down there, if you got your camera like 6 inches or 8 inches off the ground, you're down there 220 yards. You're pretty much gone from view, and you're pretty much you pretty much have been starting to disappear bottom up. So it's like you're gone, and so 220 yards would be great, but 100's good. 100, and obviously you got your football field, you got your end zones, which is 10 yards on top of that, so you can do 110 yards pretty easily. And all I would do is, somebody asked me to do this, and I haven't done it yet. If you do it from one way, go take your camera down to the other end and do it the other way, and see if it comes out the same way. That way, you can prove that it's a flat surface and not something that's curved. But if you got time to do it, then obviously if you can splice it together on a video editor or something like that, you can put it all together in one video and show it.
Well, thanks, buddy.
Yeah. Everybody have a nice day. Paul, you have a nice day. Everybody have a nice day, and we'll talk soon. And enjoy your stationary plane, flat Earth day, whatever you want to call it. Take care.
You as well. God bless.
It's funny how all these ideas and things going on to demonstrate a flat Earth, but not seen any globe demonstrations yet.
Well, we don't need globe demonstrations. We have pictures and stuff, bro. What's wrong with you? You can get a rocket and just shoot a rocket up in the air.
Oh yeah, forgot about
that. Yeah, duh. I mean, you don't believe the astronauts? I mean, shit, trying to tell you that God doesn't exist, but then they're doing reading from the Bible as they're lying about being in the vacuum of space. I mean, why would you not trust those guys?
Some of them say God created the Big Bang.
You're coming in low. What'd you say? I didn't hear you, bro.
Some of them say God created the Big Bang.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much what they taught me in my Catholic school in what was 5th or 6th grade. Teacher asked, hey, how was the Earth made? And me, being the fool I was, raised my hand and she called on me and I said, God made it. And of course she laughed hysterically, and the rest of the class laughed at what a stupid answer that was. And then she started, teaching the Big Bang. Isn't that great? I didn't raise my hand to get in that class either. But that's what they do to us. They teach you to not ask questions. There's nothing left to explore. There's nowhere to go except outer space. Forget about anything else. Forget about the Earth. It's all done. We figured it all out, man. No more questions. We've got all the answers. All that's left to do is, I don't know, work, consume, die. I don't know. It's really interesting how they sell us the globe too, right? How they constantly reinforce it. For example, the iPhone and the blue marble, that they knew that phone was going to sell, outsell every other phone before it. They knew that ahead of time. They knew how huge it was going to be. So what'd they do? They used that to sell the globe and put the blue marble as the default, image, screensaver, whatever you call it, on that phone. I mean, that's brilliant marketing. It's genius. And nobody even thinks about that. A normie, They just see the globe that they live on. They don't see what's actually being done, what's really going on. It's an advertisement for something that doesn't exist. It's so brilliant. And they do it all the time. It's everywhere.
Shall we have a quick round of applause?
For what?
Well, when a magician has performed his trick, usually everybody claps.
Yeah, I suppose they do, don't they? Yeah. You know, it's amazing too how many companies use the globe, as part of their logo. And you gotta wonder, did they chose that on their own, or was that suggested, or it's like, fuck is going on here?
Yeah, like global floor layers.
You said global floor layers. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I tried to think of one off the top of my head.
I'm not familiar with that term, so it went over my head.
I've heard a lot of talk in this movement about a slow release. But personally, I don't see that likely. I'm happy to be wrong, but
A slow
I just
release of the globe live.
flat Earth. Oh, flat
Yeah,
Earth.
sure. You don't think
Well,
that's
the
a
reason I don't
possibility?
see that as likely is because
Yeah.
why would you relinquish your trick on people? Do you know what I mean? If something works, don't just leave it.
Well, I would think that it's possible that eventually, you know, they do it to maybe gain an even stronger hold, so that it would kill the movement, and it would keep them right where they are, and everybody would just go right back to sleep and not think about the ramifications of what just happened, and they'll just accept whatever reason they present for the lie.
Hey guys, what's up?
Maybe I thought another one off the top of my head. Maybe a alien attack, but then they attack us so ferociously that they turn the globe into a flat Earth. That they flatten out the globe with all these bullets and lasers that they're projecting holographically. Yes, I'll get writing this down.
Yeah, there's so many scenarios you
I'll
could
send
come
this
up
to
with.
Steve King.
I mean, it's all speculation, but who the fuck knows? It's You know, it's interesting though how they spun this, extraterrestrial business going back to what was that, Roswell? Was that in the 50s or 40s or whatever? And they put the info out there and then tried to do this like fake sort of cover up, like, oh no, that didn't happen, to intrigue people and make this mystery around it, like they're hiding something. And it fucking worked, man. It worked. People believed in that hoax, and they're still running it today.
Yeah, that's a good point, Paul. I was just thinking too, like not even just in the recent news and stuff, but like I don't know if you have kids, but like a lot of the stuff that's being pushed even on them right now is like the little alien best friend. It's like ET sort of revamped.
Yeah. Unfortunately, she's only 6 months, so she's not exposed to any of that, and hopefully I'll be a good father, and I'm gonna try to keep a lot of that shit away from her. But fuck, man, yeah, people, like, how do you not realize that they don't just leak things? Like, it's not an accident. That shit is done on purpose. There's no leaks that they aren't putting out themselves. They control all information.
I mean, that's honestly, it's been kind of in the back of my head, like, how like kind of flat Earth got so big, and then within a year later, it's like gigantically censored. I'm just kind of going off the first one that I know is like Eric Dubay, and I was following him back as far as 2014, and honestly saw the video drop and was like, wow, right? And when you typed in flat Earth, it was like, long distance observations, people at the beach, and all this stuff. That it makes me wonder, was that kind of just a trick? Did they kind of push it out? Did they even use Eric? You know what I mean? Like, these are the kind of questions that I'm like, I don't really bother myself with, but I'm still kind of skeptical. Like, what's this about? I think AI says it best. Is it this synthesis that they're actually trying to get us to? I don't know.
It's very possible. It is very, because if you look even in the community, like, it does seem like the conversation is gaining ground. But then when you go to certain platforms like TikTok, for instance, the majority of people you see giving out information is bad information. Just shit that no real flat earther would say. And, using those silly maps as somehow evidence and proof of anything is ridiculous. But a lot of people are pushing that crap.
Oh, big time.
And I
Because
think that hurts.
they got to keep the audience. It's really hard on
TikTok's
TikTok.
about getting views, isn't it? Getting views, isn't it?
Yeah,
I actually
it's not what
posted
you know,
something the
it's
other
what you
day.
can
Oh,
prove.
sorry.
No, it's all right. I was just saying, it's not what you know, it's what you can prove.
Exactly.
And that's all we should be talking about. What were you going to say?
I posted, that little clip of Bob Ross, and he's like, water must always be level, right? Because I've noticed on TikTok, a 10-second clip actually does a lot better than, something that's 3 minutes, right? Unfortunately. But just to, touch on the subject, I'm not trying to put proof or anything, just here's Bob Ross talking about level water, and the comments that I get are like, I'm even a flat earther and this just makes us look bad. And it's like, dude, you're not a real flat earther. Like, first of all, nobody says they believe in flat earth if you're a real flat earther, But it's wild. It's the people on there for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the shape of the earth is. However, the land that which we live upon, the surface that we're on, measures flat. So as far as the entire shape, no one knows.
Absolutely. I go, can you know the shape of a lake? What shape is a lake? Is it lake shaped?
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Like, who knows? I've never been there,
Yeah, and we're not even allowed to investigate it, you know. But people,
One thing to
think that's
remember
a
here,
lie too.
if you're making still water, it's always flat, always level. So every little line that you put in it must be basically flat. You can go anywhere you want to go with it, but you have to keep them straight. In still water, it's always flat, always level.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll get people so disconnected. There are these globies that are like, dude, he's talking about a painting. And I was like, yeah, but what is he painting? Can you put that together? That he's trying to mimic reality? And that, of course, that's a property of water?
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with the statement that water, because that's true. It always finds level.
And it also times in with that. Remember that plane video? That girl who reckons they saw an alien on the plane or some shit.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not
Very
aware of that.
conveniently timed.
I'll tell you what, CGI is pretty awesome these days. I mean, I use it for architecture. I don't go like full-fledged Hollywood or anything, but I can make a building look like it's there when it's not.
Yeah, that's true.
Because I would say there's a lot of that on TikTok too. You know, they put the scary music on and they show these sculptures out in the middle of, you know, wherever, and they're like, "Isn't this spooky Freemason stuff?" And you actually look into it, and it's some just guy who was sculpting something. You know.
You want to see a great video? Am I still on mic?
Yeah.
Okay, this is brilliant. It took me a couple of years. I just gotta find what server I'm in. Where are we? Is this 24/7 Flat Earth? Yeah. And put in live stream voice text. This is awesome.
You know, it's plain to see that they are they're planning something, that's for sure. Stupid UFO hearing, and they even worked on a Sunday. I mean, Christ, they had a hearing on a Sunday. Can you imagine? It just goes to show you, you know, how important this topic is. And for anybody to fall for that nonsense.
Yeah. Well, you know our societies are based on lies, are built on lies. That's why I find it funny, right? All these people are like fleeing third world countries to come to Western countries. I'm like, what the fuck are you
Well,
We're coming to collapsing, bankrupt nations full of corruption and crime.
Well, a lot of that though is the people that are coming here. They don't have anything. You know, their government doesn't pay them to do nothing, like United
Yeah.
States will.
I don't think I'm not. Well, who knows what's going to happen? I was going to say we don't know what's going to happen in 2-3 years' time.
But there's obviously a reason behind it, right? Why would they want us to believe this? You know, either it's just to solidify their lie about the vacuum of space and these other worlds in the globe, to solidify that lie, or maybe to do something else.
Well, if you're referring to a lot of this stuff comes out of the United States, yeah, there's so much stuff going on, like the Hunter Biden stuff and the Epstein stuff, and these investigations that they can't hide anymore, or the stuff that Joe Biden does. So they don't want people talking about that. They want you to talk about nonsensical stuff, like
Well,
balloons and
to be honest with
aliens
you,
and
from my perspective, I don't even believe any of that stuff. That Hunter Biden stuff and the stuff they say about Trump, I think that's all nonsense. I think that's to get people that are involved in politics just fighting even more and more divided so that they can control people even more. I don't believe any of that crap.
they're still stealing the
Gatekeeping.
tax dollars every day.
They found cocaine in the White House. I'm sorry, I've been around a lot of cocaine and a lot of people that use cocaine. And one thing somebody that uses cocaine would never do is leave their coke behind.
Well, if it was Joe Biden, yeah, he would probably lose his crack or his coke, whatever. You can tell Joe Biden's off his head all the time. Like people say he's like an old man and all this. I said, nah, that guy is a drug addict, wandering around lost and skinny and doesn't look healthy.
He's an old man with dementia. He's
a drug addict. That's what he is. Old crackhead.
And that's not an accident either. I mean, the fact that they show you him in those states is done on purpose, because if they wanted to, they could shield that from us and we would never see that. But they want us to see it, and they want us to see it for a reason, because it's creating more division, because Republicans are getting fucking furious at the Democrats for supporting this bozo. And that's all it does, is creates more division.
Yeah.
Hey
They do it
guys,
in every country.
just joining. My quick opinion on it is, again, it's all optics, right? So they're doing it so people who have family members locked up for years over a couple grams of crack can scream and yell, why can Biden weigh 20.2 grams of crack in front of the world and walk free? And
Yeah, good point.
then drugs are now legal now. Since we're not going to lock up Biden, grams of crack in your pocket, smoke it on the corner and not go to jail. And a quick PSA, I just want to thank NASA for Velcro, nonstick frying pans, and Tang, fueling tomorrow's astronauts today. Thank you, everybody.
I think you're forgetting some. Then we get the super soaker from them too. Thought that came from NASA.
This is probably correct.
Oh, in the space pen.
They stole Velcro.
I swear, we could all vote for any one of us in this server, and we'd do 1,000 times better than Biden's doing.
I don't think that's possible.
Did you see the
don't have any
footage?
power as president.
Did you see the footage like 2 days ago? Biden went to the beach with his wife. He's got like 30 security guards sitting around him. And I'm like, why would you go to the fucking beach with all these security guards
He
holding
can't tie
machine
his
guns
own
and
fucking...
It wouldn't even be fun.
He can't even tie his own... Sorry, go. No, there's a delay. Go ahead.
The whole idea of going to the beach is like to relax and be alone or be with your friends or whatever. It's not that
Bring the entourage. We're going to the beach. He can't tie his own fucking shoes. Why is people calling him the leader of America?
I would bet he doesn't even wipe his own ass.
I bet you he utilizes that onto his shoes.
I don't think we can look for that system to save us. There's no one man that we can elect president to get to steer this ship. It doesn't work that way. I'm sorry. That's what they want us to believe, though.
Yeah. Maybe these people just don't care. And we've just realized now that these people have never cared. Just starting wars and dropping bombs on people, and putting drugs on the streets and blaming the people for it. And
Well, they care about what they care about. It's
what do
just
they
not
care?
what. Well, they live in a different world than us, man. They live outside the bounds of the constraints that we have, so they care about continuing that agenda to stay where they're at.
That's right. You're the slave.
Yeah, they don't live in the same world we do.
Are you fucking kidding me, man?
I guess that's not a bad deal, though. You play a role, say as a president, you get up there and you act and you say what they want you to say, and you know, and and you get pretty much immunity from the the control arms of the world that we live in. You're not you don't have to follow the same rules as we do.
Obama's house is pretty nice. I did notice.
Yeah, they live pretty nice, man.
I think part of the problem is those who know don't care, and those who care don't know.
Lying pays very well. Look at your big anchors that work for Fox and CNN. Those people make a ton of fucking money. And what do? They just sit in front of a camera and read from a script. But is that valuable? That they get paid millions of dollars to do that? I mean, anybody can fucking do that. Why is
But
that
they
so
make my
valuable?
nan and granddad. They make my nan and granddad feel warm and fuzzy on the inside, so they're worth every penny.
Yeah, he's you believe him, you trust him. He wouldn't lie to you.
Can either believe it or they cannot believe it. I don't give two fucks, but I am telling you right now, that motherfucker back there is not real. And you can.
What is that from?
Did you see the painting now clearly?
Oh, I haven't even looked at it.
Okay, yeah. Look, okay, I'll in the back
I'm
of
on
the
my phone.
painting.
That chick on the
there's-
plane, you saw shit.
In the back of the
And
painting,
she's,
there's a
I'm getting
Bigfoot.
off this. Let me off this plane. I don't care. You guys can stay if you want, but that guy is not human. Blah blah blah.
Yeah. Oh, Alex Jones is on.
I wonder how many buggers McTurner's eaten today.
Okay, I see. I just watched it. But this was, I saw an interesting TikTok the other day. Let me see if I can share it.
Can you imagine if your daughter brought Simon Dano as her boyfriend?
I would take it as an opportunity to set that guy straight.
Did you ever hear his conversation with a BBC journalist, Chris Linnett, or something like that?
No, I don't think I did.
What is shit?
He asked the astrophysicist how we can have a quote unquote atmosphere next to a vacuum. And the astrophysicist then changed the question from how can you have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum to how do I feel about flat earthers asking how can you have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum? And he said that he felt he was elated at the fact that flat earthers were quote unquote looking into things.
Sorry, what was that last part? Quote unquote? Looking into things?
Yeah, he was pleased to hear that flat earthers have questions.
I haven't listened too much to Simon Dan. Honestly, I try not to pay attention to a lot of them. But yeah, it's always nice kind of hearing about them as well. I just wonder what these people are. You know, like I think we were all kind of there when, or maybe not, but when sort of Professor Dave popped up, when you typed flat earth and you were like, who the heck is this guy? And right away you're like, oh my gosh, somebody's got some resources and this guy's the contrarian, you know. Or why, you know, one of the first videos was always Mark Sargent, you know, which is why I think maybe some people are skeptical of him. You know, it's kind of, you look at those first 10 videos when you type flat Earth, and it's been the same for quite some time now.
I think it's safe to just, be cautious and question. I mean, why can't we question people? I mean, we hold each other, you know, in here accountable for the shit we say and things we do here. I don't see why we can't apply that everywhere else and to be cautious and you know
It's
what
a
I mean?
plus.
Well,
Yeah.
why is it so bad?
Like governments and stuff, they should be held higher. Of course, that's the way it's supposed to work, but
Yeah, and I mean, there's no reason why I don't care about these big names on YouTube in the flat Earth community. I don't follow them. I don't watch their shit because I don't need to. They're not going to show me anything new. So, and I'm not going to steer anybody to them either because we should be. I don't know. I don't like holding people up on a pedestal and say, "Hey, this is the guy. This is the flat earther." And yeah, I don't like that shit at all. I think that's a
Of
bad look.
course. Yeah, but I think it's more like a pulse on things too. Oh, sorry, Mike.
no, go ahead. I was about to say something. I was about to put someone on the pedestal.
No, I was just saying, like, you know, even
Me too.
myself. Yeah.
Kiwi and Witsit, they do a great job.
Oh
Breaking
yeah.
down both sides. You know, we have our side in flat Earth that has to be corrected. You know, the nublets, and then you got the chills and everything. Okay, you go ahead. You go ahead. Forget.
I think there's a pretty big delay.
What, my internet?
Yeah, like I said that maybe 7 seconds ago. Just gotta wait for those satellites to just start aligning or something.
No, it's
That's much better. Yeah.
it's
I was just saying something to see how quick the response.
I don't know. Maybe my dad was doing something. Because we're on a 4G.
It-
We're on a 4G internet out here in the woods, and it does pretty good when it does pretty good. Like I can play, shooter games online and not have ping issues. But there are times I have ping issues. That's usually because of the bandwidth. Not really ping issues, just because they're not giving me enough bandwidth to even play the damn game. That's usually around like 8, like 7, 6, and 6 to. So which is coming on 6 to 8, 6 to 10, because people start coming home from work and stuff, and getting on the internet out here.
But yeah, I mean, like the previous point of like self accountability, I think that's really where it starts, you know, and keeping these governments accountable. You know, I think it's much more than just casting your vote. I think it starts with actually reaching out to your community, you know, whether you agree with them or not. Being on that school board means a lot if you're a flat earther and maybe the only one there. You don't necessarily have to say flat earth, but you can be that voice of reason. It's hard to step up for sure, but it definitely gets easier and easier, especially with a community like you guys in the background. But I got to split. Just wanted to say, catch you guys later.
Have a good one. Yeah, it's hard work, right? Because you have to start in your house and get that in order. Then you go outside, get your yard in order, and then you go from there. And you have to be the change that you want to see in the world. It's up to you. And it's hard, man, because we get comfortable, we get lazy, we want to just sit on the couch and watch TV and relax. Part of
Yep.
that is because of the horrible work week that we have to do in order to have things like houses and cars and certain amenities that we've come to not be able to live without, which is fine. But it's fuck, man, it's tough. Boris, quit looking at me. Let me see. Here. Let me see. You've got a thorn in your ball. What you do? Shut up. Why, sorry. Sorry. You're welcome. Is that what you're telling me? Huh?
What? No, I'm just over here thinking to myself, saying yep and whatever.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, I was talking to my dog. I'm sorry. My bad.
Thoughts in my head. Strange. Mm. Just looking at the freaking balloon on a satellite just gives you little animation, gives you so many freaking ideas. So many bad ideas too. That someone can just take such a device, attach it to some balloons, have a release timer on it or a release switch, have a chemical bomb on it, and there you go. Have the thing go up, just drop it somewhere. Genocide. That easy. Hopefully no one does that though.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's really weird when you really get to thinking about all that, all the possibilities. And surprisingly, why don't you see more of it? Well, you kind of do.
Well,
You
I
kind of
mean,
hear. I mean, it's so
it
easy to
happens
do.
on a small scale. You know, they do
Yeah,
things like that on a small scale. I
yeah.
can't see them. I mean, right now,
I'm talking about a
what
random.
benefit would it?
I'm talking about just
You're talking about what?
a random terrorist, just a random Joe Blow down the road decides to do something
Oh,
stupid,
I
some
guess you'd have to
stupid
believe that there's
genocidal,
actually such a thing. It's, yeah.
do something genocidal like that. And that's how easy it would be, though. It's just attach some chemicals to some balloons.
That wouldn't be that easy, though. It-
Well, not that easy. The way I'm saying it makes it sound easy, yeah, but you know, you got to put the shit together, of course.
Terrorists. That's such a funny thing.
Oh yeah.
I used to, they'd show these things on TV and call it terrorist this, terrorist that, and then you
You were being
you
ruled by
dig
terrorists.
into it. I'm roboting.
No, I said we're being ruled by terrorists.
Well,
Yeah.
it's just you look into it and you come to find out that a lot of these guys, the whole time they were doing this stuff, they were right next to the FBI. Like, there's always
Yeah.
some sort of FBI agent sort of right next to them, steering or guiding, or
Specifically CIA.
it's everywhere.
Oh.
I mean, a real good one to look into is Oklahoma City because it's so ridiculous. And all you have to look at is the pictures of the blast radius and then the damage to the building and the damage across the street. Yeah. I'm sorry, but the damage done to that building did not come from a truck parked on the street. And it's clearly visible when you look at those photos.
Dang, guess how fast that was going last night in DCS? It was going at least a Mach and a half. In my the F-16. I mean, I was freaking 50,000 feet up, starting altitude in the editor, and I dropped it down. Nose down, and the thing was going fast, man. Pulled up and ripped the rings wide off. If you overcheat a jet, you rip the rings right off some jets. They're just not strong enough to take that. Pretty cool game, though. You sit there and fly these jets, right, in DCS that you can't get the new ones because they're classified. The F-22 and stuff, all the cockpit, but all the old shit, like, F-16s, man, dude, by the time you're done playing this, you can confidently say to yourself, I can go to an air base and fly an F-16. That's how accurate this game is. Every button is pushable.
I mean, when you're getting a pilot's license, you do a lot of sim training, so.
Yeah.
But you also need actual real hands-on time
Well,
in the
yeah,
sky.
I mean, the G-forces. You can't simulate the G-forces in a game. That's about it. From this game to reality, that's all the difference is. That's how accurate it is.
Well, and you have to, the mindset, you're playing a game. You know it's a simulation. You know it's not real. So when you're
Well,
up
yeah.
in the air and you're actually doing it for real, that's a whole different thing,
Well, yeah, you're
There's
feeling it.
actually, you have skin in the
You're
game
stressed.
now. Well, and your life is at risk. I don't know. I don't like flying.
Oh, I
My
love it.
father, there's his pilot license, flying Cessnas and whatnot. And I went up with him once. And I mean, I probably shouldn't have went when I did because I was hungover. But yeah, I just hated being in that little fucking thing, man.
Yeah, I don't like single engines. I don't like the F-16. I don't like single jet. You got to have a dual engine because if one goes out, you have a second one. That's what's
I
good about
hated
some
it.
aircraft.
Yeah. I couldn't even enjoy it. I mean, maybe if I wasn't as hungover as I was, I would have enjoyed it some more. But I don't know. Just the whole feeling of being in that like tin can with that prop in front of you and the I don't know, I did not enjoy it.
Oh, now you see why I play the game instead of go do the real thing.
Yeah, but
I would
it's
love to do the real
you're not
thing,
really
but
getting the experience, really. You're not like
I don't know, man. You got to play
it's not that
DCS.
immersive. It's I don't know.
If you get Track R, which is what I plan on getting, I'm getting Track IR. I'm getting a new joystick, $80 joystick. I'm a completely upgrade here next
I
couple
mean,
of
I'd
months.
rather like
Track
I don't know.
R
I'd rather go
allows you
outside
to
and like
to
shoot
look at.
some guns or something.
Oh yeah, I do that too. I haven't shot any of my guns in a long time after that
Like
shit happened to
people are
me.
always like are so big into Call of Duty and shit. And I'm like, man, I'd rather like go in my backyard and just play with what I got for real.
Yeah, it's expensive though, but I mean, games are expensive too, but it's overall cheaper. You'll be shooting. Well, hold on, let me look at that. Most games are $60, brand new, good quality games. And DCS is free, by the way, but you have to pay for each jet, each module. They're called modules because the jets are made by sub companies. They have to go through the process, the legal process. It's real stuff. It's real jet engines and the actual modeling and stuff, like the cockpit, the buttons, all that shit has to be unclassified for the public. This shit is like 99.9% accurate. And then some stuff they won't really because it's classified.
Yeah, but how would we even know that for sure? You know what I mean?
You
How
compare
would
against reality, an actual pilot, and what it's like, and
but
he'll
you
tell you.
can't
And there's actual pilots that tell
yeah.
you that this game is spot on with the F-16 and F-18 and flight dynamics and everything. The way the
Yeah, I
flight
guess that's
feels.
one way. Like he
Yeah.
he knows, but I wouldn't know because I've never been in one and I've never flown one for real. That's all I was trying to say.
Now, it's only pertains to those modules, those official modules that they make, because there's other modules like mods that community people make, and they're shitty usually. They try. They use a more simpler flight system, which is kind of more rigid. That's how simulators are. You could simulators usually they're like a game, but then you can have other people come in and interject their own stuff. Mod it because the game itself is a simulator. Pretty much turn the engine into what you want to code it into, if the engine can take it. That is. That's what's cool about simulators. A lot of freedom in them, but it just takes a lot of work for a community
Isn't
person.
doesn't it kind of just get old though? Because I mean, what are you really doing? You're just kind of
Nothing. Yeah,
there's
I
nothing to
understand.
do but actually just fly the plane and
Oh no, you can just you learn how to navigate. You drop bombs on targets, all that. You're over there flying on the real. By the way, the maps are literally 1-to-1. So you're literally flying over there in Georgia, Caucasus. Of course, you can see Ukraine. That's the main map and all that. You can see that whole area. It's huge, dude, and everything is 1-to-1. Each mountain, elevation, buildings. The only thing that's not 1-to-1 about the buildings is that there's different colors. They're copy and paste. Some of them they do a good job that make them look
Mhm.
like different buildings, but it's not like reality. Reality, you walk down the street, there's a different cafe, a different color to it. You're not going to get all that in a game.
Yeah.
That's too much. I mean, you wouldn't want to because you're not going to be on the ground in that game. You're going to be flying. Of course, there are ground aspects of the game too, but that's not really what the game's about flying. There's helicopters and stuff. There's tanks you drive and stuff, but it's not really a ground game.
Yeah, I'm sad to say that as much as I used to love gaming, the older I get, the harder I have like really just immersing myself and getting into it. I try once in a while and I bought what's that game? Fuck. It was made by the same people that made Demon Souls.
Yeah, I don't normally
You know what I'm
play
talking
shit.
about?
I don't play stuff. I play
You
stuff
don't
that's
play anything on the console?
no. I'm on PC. I'm on PC. I play
Yeah.
stuff that's very near to reality.
Okay. You stick with the reality shit.
Yeah, I only play war games. No, I don't. I play war. I don't like war, but that's just the way it is. We're in reality, and sometimes you have to. It's kind of fun in the games. It's not fun like that. It's fun because it's the method. It's my method and my thinking, my method of the maneuver. You can't simulate that nowhere else. I mean, it's kind of like playing football and this and that, but you can't even simulate video games simulate better than any. I don't know. I can't explain it.
You can't really simulate though. If you've ever fired like an AK-47, it's
Mm,
it is not at all like it is in a video game. It's like
sure. I mean, yeah.
that
There's
that
you
to
see
me
it how it works. You
it's
see how it works. Now it depends on how the game is, the recoil system.
yeah, but
Now,
you're
that's a
not
big factor.
you're not
Oh yeah.
feeling it, hit your shoulder. You're not the
I mean,
sound isn't even right. I mean, because
I
I've
don't.
actually
Have you played
fired.
squad? Have you played squad?
No, but
Oh, well, you know,
I
they'll
almost
make it better
I was trying to
visually.
kill a raccoon that was in my backyard, and I was in a enclosed area in my porch, so I had two walls on the side of me, and I was standing in the corner of the walls, and the echo from the
See,
shot of that AK-47, I mean, it knocked me to my knees. It made me physically ill because it it was so loud, and
w-
you don't
indoors.
get that.
You shot an AK
No,
indoors.
I
Or
was no, it's not a it's not an actual like screened in porch. It's just like a deck. You know what I'm saying? It was just a deck
oh,
on the side of the house, and it was
what's the
so
roof? What was the deck material on the roof? Was it tin? What
the deck above it. So there's a porch, another porch above it. So that was wood,
wood?
and
Mm.
then the house. Er, but
Yeah, that's still pretty loud.
now,
Yeah, shooting in that. Yeah, you're gonna feel it.
yeah,
It's gonna crush in your ears. Yeah, that's the way it is. Yep.
and it I always think it's funny when I see in movies, these guys shooting people in cars. Like if you were to actually do that, it's so fucking loud. It really it hurts your ears so bad, and they act like it's nothing.
You just stick a little tissue in your ears, just a little bit of it, and it's good enough. Now, if you shot long enough like me, and you already have the tendonitis, it ain't an issue. I can sit there and shoot guns all day without it, and let my ears ring all night and next week, and then it heals. So it's not a problem for me.
In the I don't know. It's been a while since I played a shooter, so maybe they've gotten better with
Yes.
sort of the in-game
Let me ask
recoil
you.
and trying to stay on target.
Yes, the game, not no Call of Duty shit. I don't like Call of Duty no more. It's always laser beam
And
guns in that game. There's no recoil. It's just a vibration. That's all it is on the screen. But
yeah, and there's
in squad, you have to pull your mouse down. The gun jumps up. You have to manage your fire rate. You can't just mag dump, because if you mag dump this
is
thing, you
there
will lose control of it.
is there like a dot on the screen to indicate where your bullet's
No,
gonna go? Because
no, hell
okay,
no, no. We don't do that. The way we play. There's no crosshair in real life, so yeah, we don't do that.
yeah.
I can hit fire no problem without a crosshair. So called the center of the screen. Don't need a crosshair. But usually, yeah, aimed fire is the best way, especially in a game like that. I mean, you literally have to. And then there's suppression. Like they'll be shooting back at you, and your character's stressed out from the
Oh,
shot.
really?
Yeah, there's all that, and there's Tarkov too. It's a Russian game. That's really freaking realistic. I mean, it's not realistic, but it's realistic in their own way. Like you have to eat, survive, and get through the mission that has bots and people trying to loot and shoot you and take your gear, and you're trying to find gear and all that, and grow your base. It's it's really realistic with this medical system. Like you got to go in there and fix your bones when I fix it, but get it to where you're operational. But that game's a bit too much. Tarkov, it's great, but it's too much of a grind. That's way too much life involved in that game to actually grind it. I used to do that grind stuff, and I was like, nah, I can't play games like this no more. I just want to hop in, get into a server, command a squad of 9 people, get in there and mess them up. Hopefully they follow my orders. That gets fun. Screaming and shit. And the humor and stuff. And the numpty. Get the people in there again. They don't take it serious enough, they kind of ruin the fun for
People talking
everybody.
shit back and forth.
There's always that. Well, no, not in squad, because squad, no one's there to win nothing. You're not really there. You're not gaining nothing. You're just playing the game solely for the multiplayer experience and the squad experience. You got 50 versus 50 PvP combat going on across these maps with tanks, stuff, and a squad. It's not like Call of Duty where you get to pick your gun. You get to pick a class, so it's very strict. Get your little AK, that's it. Maybe with a sight or iron sights, and that's it. Grenades, medic, all about communication and squad, and then the rest of the squads in your team. And you can build stuff, build sandbags, build your little points up. they've definitely changed things past shooters in the last decade, coming from the cheesy Call of Duty and Battlefield recoil system, made everything so easy. Squad now, oof. You got to manage that mouse, man. You got to pull down like real life. You got to pull your body down and tense up, get ready for that full auto effect. Even that though, a mag dump, pretty hard to maintain on a 50-meter target, 100 to 50-meter target, but it's doable. I mean, you'll be missing quite a bit of them, but you're suppressing target maybe like 15 or 10 or landing on paper or hitting them or nicking them. Call of Duty though, you can just freaking laser beam them at 100 meters
Yeah.
with a 100-round magazine. Just hold your mouse there, it stays there. It's ridiculous. There's Arma. I play Arma also, Arma 3. That's an old game. That's the same thing with Squad. It's kind of a simulator too, but it's just an old game. Uh, it's got 50 versus 50 PvP. King of the Hill gameplay too. That's fun because you go in there, you can, hop in behind. And I'm rich too. I got like 100. I've played that a lot. I got like freaking 10,000 hours on Arma. I used to be a server owner and scripter, coder, and everything.
Jesus.
Of course, that crazy shit happened. Messed me all up. Messed all that up too. I shut all that down. Whatever. My server was unique too. Special. Had all the goodies that made the game awesome. Heavily modded game too. You can mod it or not mod it. But yeah, you just go in there and just 50, hop in a hind with some rando. He's your gunner, I'm a damn good flyer too with helis too. I'm a little too good, but sometimes I have too much fun, so I get killed more than often when I'm flying because I'm having too much fun flying. That's my problem with flying. I'm too cocky too, so I'll go in there. I'll go straight into the enemy base, into their safe zone. Just light them all up, man. Just lit them up. Come back out, and all of a sudden there's like 3 jets on my tail. Oh well, I'm not gonna make it from this one. Whole damn team is hunting you down. And then you got a target on you for the rest of your life. It's like you get on there, they won't even let you play because you're so good now. You're so good now. It's like, oh, they got to target you every time. There's Mike. You get people ghosting too, which is kind of like cheating. You got someone on the other team, and they're telling, they're on our team, but they're telling locations of the other team. That's cheating. You can't do that.
How is that even fun?
Well, that's the way people are. They're scummy. I don't know why they're gonna be scummy over a game. I don't know why they even get toxic in a game. It's freaking hilarious when you hear people get toxic in there and they start shit talking each other. It becomes real. Sometimes it starts out as a joke, but then it turns real. It's like, oh my goodness, really? Fucking game. Then when they start skill talking shit, that's funny. Talking shit about skill, and you don't know what the hell happened. He probably messed up. Someone interrupted him. Probably had a distraction. You never know. I always give people the benefit of the doubt. It's just kind of funny when you see someone talking crap in a video game. Skill this. Oh, it's a skill issue. Dude. And they'll be doing that the whole game, sitting there texting. Like, you just come here just to text this whole time and bitch at us? Are you going to come here and play the game like the rest of them? It's like, what the heck, man? Who are these characters? Keyboard warriors, man. They come into a video game world. Talk shit. Ruin the game for all of us. I know a game you would like probably though. BMG. You like cars?
BMG.
Yeah, BMG Drive. It's a simulator. It's pretty much my only driving game because it's a real soft body crash physics game. You can actually crash cars and it looks, sort of semi-realistic. Better than anything we got. You tune cars. I mean, they're not real cars. They're cars that look like the real ones, but they're not the real brands. Legal reasons. It takes more money to implement all that into a game, but you can get mods that show real cars. It's another heavily moddable game, and it's got a multiplayer too. Multiplayer mod. That would be a blast, play with somebody. That's another flat earther on there. That game's fun. Drive around. I mean, you're gonna need a wheel. If you don't have a wheel, you would have to plug in a controller. I need a wheel. I'm still using my controller. I mean, the way the suspension feels and way you can brake your car, the alignment, everything, it's all there. The suspension is pretty spot on. Not like those arcade racers, boxy car. It looks like it looks pretty. Like the game will look best you've ever seen in 4K and whatever, but it's arcade. I can't put up with that no more. I'd rather have mild graphics or high graphics and then have the more simulator type game. But BMG, check that out. That's a fun driving game for any old man or young man. It don't matter. That's by the way, it's old people that make videos. Let you know on that. It's usually about 40.
I don't even
50,
own a
60.
computer anymore.
Oh, well, that's sad.
I plan on getting one here in the future sometime, but I don't really have a need for one right now. So why bother? I mean, my fiance has one that she uses she used for school and work and whatnot when she was going to school, but
Oh yeah, when you get into that though, gaming's a bit different. You got to make sure you got to check your specs. You gotta.
yeah. Well, I used to have I had a gaming laptop back in the day.
Gaming laptop. You got to watch out for those. They'll really rip you on that.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know anything about it, but the people that I talked to said, for what it was and what I was paying, it was decent, and for what I wanted to do with it at the time, it was okay, and I didn't have any problems with it. I think it was an Asus. Asus.
Oh, that ain't bad. That's a good company actually.
Yeah,
That's a
and
really good company.
can't remember anything else about it, but it worked fine for me. It had a nice big screen.
Yeah, use Asus. They're really freaking good. Everything about their parts, highly reliable, high-end Japanese freaking platinum capacitors, dude. Or not Japanese. There's Japanese, and then there's the other country. What was it? Thailand? Not Thailand. Where all the chips come from? The good ones, that is. Not the cheap.
Yeah,
Not the cheap
I
shit
don't.
from China. Taiwan? I don't
Yeah,
know.
I'm not.
Singapore? I don't know.
I'm not. I never got into computers, man. So I'm not. I have to rely on other people around me.
What do you do when you're not thinking or not in here? Well, I would say not thinking is not the proper term. I'm always thinking. But anyways, I don't know. When you have free time, what you just do this?
I spend a lot of time like training with my dog. I come in here. I've been trying to read more, but I can't. It's super hard. I do game once in a while. Like I'll pick up. I have a PS. What is it, 5 or whatever the fuck it is, and I'll try to play a game. But I swear I get like 15 minutes in, and I'm just like, ugh, and and I shut it off. I can't. I don't know, dude. What it is? I just can't
I think it's the
immerse
game.
myself like I used to be able to.
You're a man now,
I'm just
dude.
not. I don't know.
Trust. I
And
went
I
through
feel like
this
a piece
stage.
of shit playing it. Like I should be doing, I don't know, anything else. But
That might be your own self conviction. You're probably just
yeah, it
overly
could be.
thinking it. But still, yeah, you're a man now, and you've probably transferred from that gaming console idea. You probably need a PC, dude, because that's what it felt like to me. I needed more. The little kitty games on the consoles weren't good enough. I need to man up, get some more manlier games.
Well,
And that's
You
what
only
I
use
saw.
an
you want
iPod.
you want to put some real hair on your chest, but you're
I
on the
don't.
move. You got to be a mobile gamer like myself.
Oh my
Mobile
goodness,
games
no,
are where it's at these
no,
days.
no,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
See,
no.
I don't
yeah.
understand how you younger guys can do that because I
I am
have to
not
have a big
mobile
screen,
gaming.
man. Everything
Look,
for
see,
me growing up
look,
was
look,
big
look.
screen,
The
big
the mobile
screen.
games. Look, see, I play Call of Duty. Right. First of all, it's
Dude,
a personal experience. Second of all, there's a gyro function. But your
Call of
PC doesn't have
Duty.
a gyro function, does it?
Yeah, it does.
Point and shoot.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, it
For
does.
how?
My
Tell
controller,
me
my
how, because
control,
I will dump this shit and I will do that right now. Because I've been
my D,
saying if the
my DS4
controller,
controller, my
for
DS4
real,
controller's got it. Yeah, the PlayStation controller
yo,
has a
bro, send me
gyro
a
in it.
link.
But
Send
I
me a
don't know how to
link. Send me a
I
link.
don't know.
I need to see this.
Are you gonna do programming into Call of Duty?
I mean, can't you just? I mean, wouldn't it work with Call of Duty?
Are you trying to aim with the gyro?
That's what you do with the phone.
That is so weird, dude.
No, it's
What?
not.
It's just so
It's
freaking
very
weird.
easy.
I can't
It's
help you with
very
that. I'm
easy.
sorry.
It's so amazing.
I believe it was the gyro on my DS4. I've seen in the software. I see how accurate it is. It's kind of creepy, honestly, to know that I
Because
have this controller.
you just use it for, added help. You know what I mean? Like that little, because the gyro is going to be connected to your eyes, and everybody knows that, your eyes with the gyro in them, once you get super focused on the middle screen, you do some middle screen training, like your reaction time is going to pick up by who knows how much.
Yeah, but there's a delay with that tech, though. There's a lot of latency with that. I've noticed with
Well, yeah,
some of that
probably
stuff.
on the, probably
Mouse and
not with the
keyboard.
phone, but
Mouse and
yeah.
keyboard is the raw input that you want, 1-to-1, and you can tweak the mouse to get it to where it's 1-to-1. How you do that is you go to the Windows settings, you slide the middle slider up to the middle, and then notch it up one more, and that's 1-to-1. Then you have to go into your software of your mouse, whatever company you got, tweak the DPI around 2000, and then drop your in-game sensitivity around 0.20 to 30. That's how you get 1-to-1. Most people don't know this. They use the old method where you have a low DPI, like 800 DPI, and a high in-game sensitivity, but that creates problems with pixel jittery. Zoom in real
Yep.
close on the pixels, and it'll
Yep.
jump around when you're trying to aim slow. So yeah,
Yeah, for
it's
sure.
all this little
If
details.
you're gonna game, you got to upgrade to PC or phone. Console, I mean, yeah, that's a
It's
child's thing now.
Yeah, it's
That's a
not
child's
manly
thing.
enough. Like I was going to get into that. Like when I saw it, it's just the console wasn't doing it for me when my younger 16, 17 self because the games weren't manly enough no more. Like I was looking for simulators. I was looking for like crash games. There was always arcade racers and stuff. Wasn't good enough. PC is the only thing that covered it because they were talking
Yeah,
about
see,
They were talking about games that weren't even built yet that were coming out. I was watching videos like BMG years in advance. I was already watching people develop that game. So I'm sitting there waiting on it decades and decades. Well, not decades and decades, but a long time. And it finally came out and I got it. It was awesome. But yeah,
yeah,
BMG, check that out. That's a fun
I was brought
driving
up
game.
on consoles and
Yeah,
being
me
able
too.
to use my television. So when when people were trying to tell me to switch to PC, I'm like, bro, I can't switch to that tiny screen. I couldn't do it.
You don't know what are you talking about? No. Dude, you don't have to do it that way. I have a
Well, yeah, I know you
48.
don't have to anymore because now you can.
uh,
I mean, I used to actually plug my laptop into my TV,
Dude, I want a
and use
48-inch screen.
yeah. But in the beginning, that's why I never got into PCs, though, is what I'm saying. Because in the early days, that wasn't available. You couldn't do that. Um,
Ima-
and so I just
Imagine
always
the way my graphics look in Squad in the games I play. It's literally I just got me a 4070 RTX like a couple months ago. Dude, I'm running 4K and it's like 90 to 120 frames, so I'm getting my high refresh rate and I'm getting 4K, so raw 4K. It's spectacular. I don't even need a scope. I don't even need a scope, dude. I can take iron sights and
Yeah.
tap you 400 or 500 meters out.
Just take an extra $1 from $1.50. Yeah. You know what I find with the I don't know, with the bigger screens, it just seems like I'm not as good.
What do you want?
No, just this. You know, does it take some? I don't know, man. I don't like the big screen. Maybe it's just me.
It's not you. It's a getting used to thing. It's like anything. When you change, you gotta get used to it. When I went from console to my mouse and keyboard, there was a lot of training involved and changes. It's totally different playing a shooter game with my controller than it is the same game with mouse and keyboard. The mouse and keyboard felt raw, and the input
Right.
felt raw, but it needed to be tweaked and dialed in for me. While the controller felt like there was some kind of delay, but everything was taken care of or smoothed out. But if you try to do that with a controller and plug it into a PC, you don't have that same emulation that a console does.
That wasn't me. Sorry.
Because you have to go in on
Backward.
PC and tweak the controller too. So it's a lot of tweaking. But it don't take long, especially if you have someone that already knows this stuff like me. Really just get you past all that, and you're there, you're dialed in. All it takes is a little couple of hours of experience, and then you're dialed in and trained. Now you're an amateur. Then the next month you're probably going to be a veteran, hanging out with me. That is. In the virtual environment. Damn good squad leader too.
I was so used to controllers too. I could never get the keyboard and mouse thing down. I hated that.
Trust me, it's better when it comes to FPS when you're shooting. But now when it comes to driving, no, of course controller's better, or steering wheel, actual wheel. Steering with the keyboard's weird. It's just freaking weird. I mean, they have things for that too in some games. They have this thing where if you're on just a keyboard, like BMG has it, it can make it where you can easily drive still with a keyboard, which is great for those people until they get their controller sorted out. But yeah, check out BMG for any of you older men here. That's got to be manly enough. It's fun. It's funny. It's hilarious.
I can't do it. I mean, it's probably awesome, but I want to drive a real
Watch
car.
video. Well, you can't crash a
You
real
know?
car, can you?
Well, I
hurt
don't want to
yourself.
crash a car. I just, I
Yeah, you
want to
do.
hear that. No, I
Sure you
don't.
did. Yeah. Without
I
getting
want to hear
hurt,
the
you don't.
roar of, a Hemi and feel that vibrate.
Yeah, I know. I want that too. I know. I know what you mean. I want that too.
I mean, I'd rather go rent,
I have a go-kart. I have
a
to.
Hellcat,
I've
a
already broke
Hellcat
the
or
wheels.
something.
Hear this. I have a go-kart, right? I've already broke the front wheels. Drifting and driving it so hard. That's how crazy I am. Like I'll full gun it into a turn. I don't brake.
Well, yeah, who breaks on a go kart?
I mean, it's got brakes, but you know. Anyways, they're cheap
Yeah, I don't think
Chinese.
I've ever.
They're Chinese rims. Anyway, they literally have 3 lugs, dude. They have 3 lugs. What idiot puts 3 lugs on their wheels? Everybody laughs at that when they see that too. They see a go kart or any vehicle. If you see any vehicle with 3 lugs, dude, oof. That actually should not be a thing. You're only going to see that on that go kart, by the way, because that's how dangerous. It's literally in a triangle formation. So when it's sitting there spinning, that one spot is getting all that torque, and eventually it's just the rim. If the rim's weak, that is, because the rims were weak. It was literally 2 thin pieces of metal of rims placed together, and it's Chinese too. Uh-oh, did he drop out? He dropped out. Who dropped out? No, he's still here. But anyways,
I think Elijah dropped out.
yeah. Yeah, where am I? Yeah, I broke the rims on it. It's all bit, and the wheel came off, and it didn't break the spindles or nothing. It just the rims were weak. They're literally weak. We got some new ones. I got the new one in. Now we gotta get another new one because the other one's breaking and ripping. So we had to put some spacers on it, all that stuff to help it last a little longer.
Yeah, I don't know. I like paddle boarding. I got a 4-wheeler.
I don't know, man. I don't. That sort of stuff gets a little weird for me. I like bikes too, two wheels, but it just gets a little scary. Actually, scary when you don't have a cage around you. I mean, it's nice being on the bike and you can feel the wind and all that, or a go kart. At least a go kart has, the cage around it. Or a full on vehicle has the roof on it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not gonna, I'm aware of the danger when I'm on the four wheeler, so I don't,
Yeah, yeah,
I,
yeah.
you have
You're
to
not like
respect
me.
it.
Yeah, you're not like
Yeah,
me.
no,
I'll respect it, but I'm about taking turns. I'm not even about straightaways. I mean, I like dragging too and all that, and comes to racing, but I'm all about the turn. I'm a drifter. I like to freaking hit the turn while you're sitting there gripping the turn, hitting your brakes. I'll be coming around you on the turn, drifting and nothing but smoke at 90 mile an hour around a tight turn.
see, I save that for when I'm on a jet ski.
Yeah, we're safe. I know. See,
Yeah,
I
I
would
mean,
love to do that all in reality, right? Not just video games, but I would do that on a safe track where it has space to make mistakes.
yeah,
Because if you don't have that, what good is all that power and getting your car tuned right if you can't even open it up? You're trying to drive it within safe, controllable limits. I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to push the limits of the car. And I know how to tune stuff too. And this transfers over to reality, getting wheels right, and a lot of people don't do it right. Tune vehicles. I can tell you that. I tell you what, man, you could take those cars instead of making them so low to the ground, put a rally suspension on them, set the rally suspension up for race, and you'll still have the ride height and the suspension cushiness of a normal car that can take bumps and stuff, and
mhm.
take the turns and jump curbs. It's like the ultimate Fast and Furious car, like that. I know how to make a car like that.
So you got a little bit of fucking daredevil in you. That's what your problem
Yeah,
is. Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
a
I
little
don't.
bit, but I've never actually got to use it. Well, I have in reality, but not at those speed limits. Mhm. I want to.
Yeah, I
Expensive
don't.
though. It's
I'm too
expensive.
old for that. I'm not interested. I don't need to go off
Never.
no jumps or
Okay,
go
I don't know
off
about
curb.
jumps now. Okay, you're pushing it with jumps. I don't want to mess my back up.
That shit was fun though when you were a kid trying to build like ramps and shit for your bike.
No, yeah, I had a lot of bad experiences. I did it once or twice and I quit. Hurt my nuts. Yeah. Make sure you put something in between the ramp and the block. Don't just put a block and a ramp
Yeah.
because the little plywood will bend and break on a 90-pound boy and 20-pound bike. Should have thought that through. I did. Then my wheel just bent the freaking board, right? It just, I don't know, gripped up. It tried to go over the ramp. It didn't. It just kind of gripped up. Just threw me over. Well, it didn't throw me over. It slid me forward, and my nuts hit the pole, the frame.
Yeah. So now you're sterile.
Don't worry, I got a handicapped sister. She'll hit you in the nuts very frequently. Don't stand by
Does
her.
she
Yes.
purposely? Like
Yes.
she's
Yes.
she
Yes.
purposely punches people in the nuts?
She hasn't been doing it a long time, but she's done it. Yeah, very frequently. Not, she hasn't done it in a long time. Then again, no one's been standing by her that close, teasing her. So, or she
Hmm.
would be teasing her, or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, she'll do that. Don't stand next to her. Even if you're a stranger, you could be a new guy coming in. She'll get all happy and treat you like you're not a stranger. She's a lot of fun to be around. In other words,
I was gonna say, where'd she get that from? The Jackass movies? And those guys were always punching each other in the nuts.
I think so, dude. I don't know. Her behavior's interesting. And it evolves. She used to be like, I don't know, I don't like talking about too much. She's right there. I don't know if she understands me. Probably does, more than likely. But yeah, behavior's gotten kind of worse in my opinion. Like she was a little more mature, in her teenager self.
Mhm.
She's getting older. She's kind of exploiting us a little bit more, doing the mama thing, and I don't know. I mean, she's handicapped. I'm not gonna blame all that on her and all that. It just seems like her behavior's getting a little worse over time, past years. Or I don't know what to call it. Is it behavior exploiting? Or when you're having bad behavior and then you're trying to, I don't know, all that stuff, the way people act.
So are you saying like this is happening consciously?
Oh, it's
Because since she's handicapped, people aren't sort of correcting the behavior; they're just letting it go. So she
uh,
is getting away with it. So she's you know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Is that what you were saying,
you
or is
kind of,
it not
kind of.
even like that?
It's her. We try to do what we can do. Our parents. There's only so much you can do.
Mm.
But people are people. Even with their handicap or not, they will try to get what they want and exploit you. It's just kind of the way it
Yeah,
is. Even when they're bad
fuck,
or
even children do it. Children,
yeah, yeah,
children do it all the
that,
time.
that whole layer of things. So she'll really play. She'll fake it too. She'll fake cry you. She's that good. Some of it's real. Sometimes it's like, okay, you're not fool. You're maybe fooling my parents, but you're not fooling me. I could see right, and then she'll laugh. It's great. I know she's smart though. She's very smart. Just can't, verbalize. I mean, she'll verbalize, but she can't speak English like we can.
Hmm.
Can't speak. She can't walk. And do that. We have to do all that stuff for her. We have to take her outside. But yeah, very interesting how that all turned out. Came handicapped.
Yeah, it's
Having
you
TB.
know,
That's how we get our money through the government because of her. Other things. Also, she's our job, where we take care of her, and I'm the DR and all that.
yeah,
So there's like, that whole thing. So I'm stuck with that. So I can't just that responsibility. I wouldn't want to, anyways. It's a good life. I mean, sad I screwed it up, but I'm still here. I believe. But yeah, my mission outside of the home, there's not much I can do. I mean, in terms of a job, I don't have no. My job is here.
that's why you game a lot.
Yeah, it sounds like a big excuse. I know. I know. I've thought it all through. Don't get
Well,
on.
no, like, yeah, you gotta fucking occupy your mind somehow. Sometimes, I mean, and that's a big responsibility. All the shit you're dealing with. You, yeah, man, you got to have some form, some outlet.
Yeah.
And if you can't get out of the
Same
house a
time,
lot because
I have to tell you, my life is very kind of easy. Same time, I have to tell you that because it's not like y'all's life. Y'all are out there grinding. You got your place to take care of. I got parents that do all that for me. They do all that part for me. I just
yeah,
assist. So you can imagine how easy life can be. That when the whole family's actually working together, like
sure,
it's
yeah,
supposed to.
everybody's shouldering the burden, so it's not so much of a heavy weight on one person. Yeah,
Not
that's how
only
it should be,
that,
man.
we have another handicapped person we take care of, by the way,
Oh, really?
that we get paid for, and it's my uncle Kenny, which is my mother's brother, and he's handicapped, and we try to help him with his health because he used to live down there with my mom's parents. They were not healthy people. They were country folks, but they didn't eat right. They ate the worst food from the '50s, dude. Like freaking grease and lard. They didn't strain the meat of the grease. They had roaches. What? Oh yeah, we know that. We know the modern day probably killed them. Still, that shit wasn't helping. Eating that stuff. Then again, it probably was helping keep them from the poison killing them. All that greasy oil might have freaking helped them. But yeah, so they were eating wrong. He was never raised right. You know, he's handicapped, or he was told he was handicapped. So his brain is they got him brainwashed that he's handicapped. Oh, so he
Really?
is. So he really is failing. Well, now he is, but I'm talking about before all this damage.
Yeah, yeah.
Diabetic. I'm talking about that
Mm.
too. Learning disabilities, yeah. Yeah, okay, so he was handicapped. Never mind. I don't know all that past about him. But it still doesn't help when people are sitting there telling you, "Oh, you're handicapped. You're handicapped. You're handicapped." You know, I've seen him. He's smart. He's out here working in the field, like he goes out there and feeds the critters. We have him staying healthy because of it. And he's been better ever since. We moved him from my mom's parents' house. Of course, they died, grandpa and grandma and all that. Moved him from there. We took on the responsibility and all that. Put him in a nice little one of those viable cabin thingies, houses already put together. How big is it, Dad?
Yeah, prefab.
14 by 32. 14 by 32. Yeah. He's got kidney failure, but severe kidney failure right now. I don't think he has long to live, by the way. He's on his last legs with his kidney. It's like stage 4, I think. That's how bad. What we do, we take care of people around here. I'll take care of y'all too if y'all come by.
I mean, you say you got an easy life, but that doesn't sound easy, man. It sounds like
It is,
there's a
trust me.
lot.
It's
Like,
easy when everyone's working together. It's easy. You have a lot of free time. All you have to do is go outside, feed the animals, get a little sweat in. Of course, you want to do that because you start sitting in here too long, it starts to wear on you. All this technology. You get the best of both. So I'm getting the best of both. I get the country life. I get the digital life. I get the freedom of not working. Of course, I am working. It's just not working like y'all are working. Out in the
yeah,
world. Where
but
I have to live grind and stress about the taxes and my house being paid, this and that, my bills. Well, I do have some bills. I pay the internet bill. It's in my name, but there's their money.
uh-huh.
Well, all our money. Dad. And I get to inherit all this. So, this is the way it works. 8 acres of land.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, man.
Yeah.
It's what we're
Good.
supposed to do for each other. Provide, for your family members and work as a team. Not all
Yeah.
this bullshit about moving out and getting away from your family and
Yeah. You to put your work into all of humanity and
I
all that
mean, I don't
crap.
want to live under the same roof as my parents, right? That's awkward when you become old and you're married and have kids. Like that's a bit
Yeah.
much because you know what I mean. But I would love to live next door to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, ideally, I'd want like a compound, and I want my whole family living on a plot of
Yeah.
land
Me
somewhere.
too. Me
And
too. Me too. Freaking
I think that's how it should be,
mansion.
man.
A mansion with an underground mansion, also a bunker system, the whole 9 yards, man. Exit paths out to the woods. Big ass country house.
Oh yeah, I've been actually thinking about buying a. I'm gonna buy a container.
Nice,
A
nice
like
maroon
a
wood, red Roosevelt
storage
wood, or
container, like like that they put on those ships, And I wanna
shipping
bury one in the
containers.
ground, man, in the woods,
Yeah.
and turn it into like a little hideaway. But it would be so difficult where I live because the land here it's like all rock, man. Once you
Oh,
dig
here
like a
too.
foot,
You want to hear the
it's
train
like
here?
just
We got oil rigs all around us, dude. You can go out in the woods in here. There's tiny little pumps. It's going. Beep, 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 beep.
yeah. And these ain't just rocks, man.
We got
These are
iron
fucking
everywhere. There's these
boulders. You know what I mean?
boulders. Yeah, there's boulders here too. There's iron. We have that limestone Texas stuff, but we have also the iron mixture mixed with it. So you'll hit these spots where it's just solid freaking iron rock. It's just, well, not solid, but, it's a bunch of pebbles and bigger rocks, but still, you ain't getting through it anytime soon that day.
Yeah,
Iron
and I
is
don't have,
red.
I don't have the know-how to. I would have to hire somebody to do it for me, and then there's, probably permits and shit. It's like, what's the point of building like a private, like kind of thing for, for like a shelter for safety if there's a public record of it? What good is that?
It depends on how you go about it, dude. If you get your own land, you don't have to tell them nothing. What the hell are you talking about? Or depending on what state you live in, though. Given, of course.
Yeah, I guess if I'm just burying, you
Do whatever
probably
you want.
don't.
Yeah, you don't need to ask permission. What the hell you build out here, dude?
Well, I mean that's not necessarily true. I mean, if I wanted to build, say, a mother-in-law suite, I can't just build it because if I get caught, they that actually happened to my uncle. He did that at his parents' house. He built
Well, if you're trying to
like
make
a
a
door.
business, like trailer park business, where you're trying to, like start up one of those trailer things with people, RV things, yeah, yeah, that's the business. We've done that.
Wait,
We've rented to people one time. So we've done that to other people too. We've had families come in and we've supported them. We put them over there on the plot of land with their RV and bam, helped them out. Charge them $200 a month to get them on their feet. All we ask for. Of course, behave. Don't bring no trouble over.
well, there's just certain things that I would like to be able to, I don't know, not.
That is cool though,
Uh,
having land, because you can help people like that. You can have them move in temporarily, 6 months or 3 months, help them out, and they move out and get their own stuff. Pretty cool that you
yeah,
can do that.
that's awesome. That would be actually really difficult on the land I have out here. It's over 40 acres, but it's primarily all dense woods, and it's very. It's on like a.
40 acres. What the hell what now? Tell me the detail. You own 40 acres of your land.
It's a little over 40. Yeah.
Your land. It's
Yeah.
yours.
Yes. Except there's a funny caveat to it. So
Oh.
when this land was sort of the area where I live in, this land that I live on now used to be owned by one person, and then they were got approval to start selling bits and pieces of it,
Yeah.
and so there's some code where I'm not allowed to build another dwelling on the land because this land in total is only allowed so many like dwellings. And
I'm confused. So you
yeah,
don't own it.
well, see, that's the thing. Yeah, like yeah, I own
You
it.
have permission to you have permission basically because we have permission on another 11 acres over here across the street to play around in. Due to the guy that owns it, that's where we got this place from. So houses over there too. So it's kind of
I
an
don't know how to
allowance thing.
pass it.
They just kind of allow you to play on it, I guess, but not build on it. Type
Yeah,
thing.
I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know what the zoning is and how it works, but yeah,
This is
it's
out
my
in the
property.
woods, right? This ain't surrounded by a city. This ain't 40 acres.
No,
40
I live
acres
out in
surrounded by a small town.
no, I live in a rural, and I actually don't even live in town. I live in between two small towns
Same
off
here.
a county road, a mile off of the county road.
Sounds similar. Yeah.
My
Several
closest
miles.
neighbor is about almost a mile away.
Oh damn, you're out in the woods like I am.
In each direction.
Okay, a mile? Okay, that's a bit more than I have because you can look down the street and see their mailbox, but you can't see them. All the woods around us.
I mean, I can look across. So the front area, so to speak, is there's a big field for they grow corn or wheat, whatever they choose to, and so I can look across that field if I wanted to. I'd have to go around the trees and such, and I could see the house down there that's right off the road. But
You're living on this land, right? Right now?
yeah,
Wow, dude. Well, there you go, man. You got lots of videos you can watch and play in them woods about with your cell phone and stuff.
Well, yeah, that's why I don't. I like to spend a lot of time outside. And I built when I first got here, I built a trail in the woods to go around the property. Got a chicken coop, got some chickens.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. Well, you're doing something, man. You got some chickens, eggs coming in. Good eggs, right? Nice big brown ones.
Yeah,
Good. You're eating
yeah,
good then. You're eating good. You're eating good freaking protein there every morning.
yeah. I'm sick of them though. I give a lot of them away. I'll
Well,
go in.
it's one of them
I'll
things.
go through phases where I can't eat them anymore.
Don't give them away though. They gotta pay something. You can pay
But I give
some.
them to my friends and families and employees and
That's
whatnot.
all right. It's all right.
Because I don't need. I don't need to sell them.
Yeah, you don't need to. We kind of do. I mean, we gotta pay for everything. Food to feed. 'Cause we got a lot of chickens. We got like what? How many chickens there? Like 60.
Holy shit! Yeah, I only got 6.
Yeah, we got 60. So 60. One bull. He's fun. He's fun to be around. Me and him. Uh, it's 2 female. You know, his buddies, work buddies, and then the babies they had recently. We have that going on. These ain't the big cows, but these are the little cows. These are like zebus.
Uh huh. Yeah, I would love to
Cows.
get a
Still a
cow.
lot of meat. We got
I don't have a
that.
good place
Couple
for a
goats.
cow. I'd love that. Yeah,
Couple
that's
goats.
another thing I want. I'd love to have some goats, man.
Um,
I've
uh,
actually I
ducks.
actually had some goats out here. I hired a guy to come out here and drop his goats off so they could clean up some of the weeds and shit and clean up some of the area. He
Oh,
just
there
came
you.
in, put a fence around part of the property, and had the goats here for like a week. I've done that like twice. It's awesome. I want to get a horse too, but like I said, the property is just it's not. It's very hilly and mostly
Sounds
dense
beautiful.
woods. So yeah, yeah. I mean, it's awesome, man. It's awesome.
Hilly and dense. That sounds
It's a lot of
strategic.
fucking work though. It's so much work because any time we get high
Well, yeah, like
winds or storms, dude, there's so many trees
oh yeah.
falling. There's constantly trees falling over my trail, and I gotta fucking it's a lot of work, dude.
You got tools, right? You're not like hand hatcheting this shit.
No, yeah, I got chainsaws and tractor and
Okay. Phew. Dang. But you
oh,
ain't got nobody, right? You ain't got nobody out there helping you, or no loved one, or a wifey.
well, I mean, I can have my dad will come out here and do shit with me. He loves splitting wood and shit like that. I mean, I'm not gonna have my fiance fucking go up in the woods and
Why not?
chop up
Why
the tree.
not? No, I think she get to chop it up unless she wants to. But come on, see what kind of woman she is. You know her better.
Hey, Paul and Power Swan, Mike, do you guys mind if I ask what part of the world you live in, that you've got chickens and cows and all that kind of stuff?
I live
Here in
in
Texas,
South Central Wisconsin.
East Texas, Anderson County, Texas. That's all you get.
Right, I'm here in Los Angeles, and all our cows and chicken come from the market.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I lived in the city my whole life, and I couldn't. Once I reached a certain age, I always thought when I was young, like I want to live in the city forever, and it's because that's where everything's at. But then I got older, and I was like, I gotta
I'm
get
a
the
weird
fuck
one.
out of here.
Yeah, I'm a weird one. I like both.
I've lived in the city all my life. I'm 65, and I can't wait to get the hell out of here and get into some place that actually has trees and
Yeah.
uncovered natural earth.
I can't stand living there. I wouldn't be able to stand living there, but going there and having a good time, well, yeah. Of course, I'd go to a city, country. I'd go to here out here in a small town. It's everywhere. It's like no different to me. It's just living there. Oof. I don't know, man. Y'all need to paint the place up. I can't deal with all that gray concrete. Get, you need to get them drones out there working.
Well, we've
Start
got a
painting all the buildings.
lot of black asphalt with yellow and white lines painted on it. It's not all
I can't
gray.
deal with the people. You know,
Yeah,
I love being able to walk out my door. I mean, I can walk out my door
that's a
naked
you
and walk
thing, though.
around. You know what I mean? I can do whatever I want. I can blow shit up. I can shoot guns all day. You know, and nothing's gonna. I'm not gonna bother nobody.
Yeah. Beauty.
I can shoot tannerite all day out here, and nobody's gonna complain.
Tell me
Nobody's gonna
about
call the
it.
sheriff.
We got some of that too. Oh,
I actually, when I first came out here, and I would bring friends out here, I used to do that to them. I used to take them shooting, and I'd hide a thing of tannerite like in a pumpkin.
I knew this was gonna go there.
Yeah,
That's
see
great.
the reaction. Shit is hilarious.
That's good.
Yeah,
That's
man, I was so into that when I first came out here. I was shooting every day, but now
expensive
now
though.
I don't do it anymore just because it's I don't know. Now it's a chore because I gotta the reloading the magazines, and then I like to keep my
Or
guns clean, so I gotta clean them after. It's like fuck.
yeah, you gotta watch that mentality. Yeah, gotta find the fun in it. Start
Well, I like doing
robbing
it
your
with people that don't have a lot of experience, don't because I've just done it so much to where
yeah.
you know.
You've done it more than me. I can tell you that. If you're cleaning your guns, you've done it more than me because I don't clean them. We just
Oh yeah,
wash them down. The guns we get are highly reliable, clean or not clean. Only
yeah.
ones
That's
that
one thing that
wouldn't be would be
I've
our
always
ARs.
liked that. Like I've always enjoyed, and for some reason I've always been good at like just looking at a gun and being able to take it apart and reassemble it. I don't know why, but I was just always good at that.
Well, you're man. It's kind of in us already. The breakdown, mechanical engineering, all that stuff. Already in us, dude. We desire that stuff. Not about it ain't really about the end goal of it. The projectile coming out and killing somebody. It's not
Yeah,
about that. It's about what is it? It's like it's the method. It's like as I always say it. You getting your aim right and your wrist right and the trigger pull. Of course, the gun's got to be right. It can't be some cheap ass gun that's got a 7
yeah,
pound trigger on it. But I've had one of those pistols, Gen 1 Taurus, and this thing, man, you were squeezing it everything you got with that finger, and it would not go off until it would go off, and you'd miss the target because the trigger's so stiff.
yeah, yeah. I used to have this 45. It was a little pocket 45, and that trigger was so tight and it kicked so hard, your finger would be sore. You shoot that thing 2 or 3 times, you couldn't
Yeah,
shoot it anymore because it kicked back so hard it would
and,
bruise the fuck out of your finger.
45 on a
But
tiny
it's
frame.
really it was that gun was made specifically just for really shooting once in close counters to save your life. It's not something that you're really
Yeah,
supposed to
point
target
blank.
shoot with. Yeah, it was
But
very
that ain't how
small.
it works in reality. Yeah, you'd have to be up on the opponent to make the shot
Well,
count. Because that trigger's that tight, you're not going to make an accurate shot and not hit a bystander.
yeah, it's for like somebody on top of you. You're
Yeah.
yeah. And it's funny too how I've changed because when I first came out here, I was all about ARs and AKs and all this shit, and now my go-to gun is always just my 22 with the scope on. I love shooting the 22, dude.
Oh, yeah.
It's the
Yeah.
funnest thing.
We got a pistol one, too. We got the 22 freaking Ruger, and then we have a little pistol. It looks
Yeah, I
like a
got one of those.
tactical pistol.
I got the Ruger one. I got a Beretta one too, which is interesting because it looks like the 92 FS Beretta, but it's a 22.
It's just that fun aspect of hitting that round on some tiny target and you're competing with your friends. That's what makes it fun and cool.
Yeah,
Just
and
trying to hit
I like
that.
Yeah, like just showing people. I like showing people that don't have a lot of experience, like friends that have never fired like an AK. It's fun to let them have that experience, and people that are afraid of guns. Like my fiance was scared to shoot a gun, and now she's completely comfortable and knows how to hit the target.
Wow, that's great. Breaking them out of their brain one bit at a time, breaking down the walls. Oh yeah, deer. By the way, I'd be out here driving my go kart recently in the week. They don't even care, dude. We have deer right out here where we're throwing our feed, some of our excess feed, that a bad bag of it. Well, it wasn't bad,
Mhm.
bad. It was just a little dry, a little old for our cows, so we threw it out there for the deer. Still good. It didn't have nothing growing on it or nothing. And they're all out there. I come in after being loud outside and having a moment. I'm not gonna go into details about that. Outside, just talking, talking to the big man upstairs. I'm just walking out there, and I go back inside. Making all the noise I was making, walking by the fence where the pipeline was, go back in, wash my hands after touching a couple of chickens, petting Fluffy. And look up out the window, there's the freaking deer just standing there, eating the feed, right? I look up, I say, deer, deer. And it looks up at me with its ears all big and everything. It was cute.
Was it a doe?
Yeah, it was a doe. She
Yeah,
had some
was it during
babies.
rut?
Oh, dude. I don't know that stuff. We just feed them,
like
feed them and love them.
when deer during rut when they're breeding, female deers will stop and stare at you,
Oh.
checking you out, see if you're a buck.
I'm pretty sure she had a buck back in the woods. She has some young babies with her.
Yeah, there's a lot of deer out here.
Anyway, yeah, they're just standing out there. And this ain't far away, by the way. And this is only 8 acres, and this is only half the property that we can see out the back window. The other half is out there in the back in the thicket of the woods, past the pipeline, and there's a big pond, and there's actually several ponds. There's one big pond, and there's 2 spring water fed ponds that are fed from spring water, literally. Beautiful, clear blue water. You just poke the ground right there, and it'll start flushing out more. It's great.
Yeah, it's changed a little bit because there used to be some like deer just right outside my door when I first got out here, and I'd see a lot of foxes and a lot of coyotes. But then when I got my shepherd, they don't come too close to the house anymore. He keeps that pretty much at bay.
Yeah. Well, you throw a little feed out there, they'll be back. Some sweet feed, and they'll smell
Yeah, well,
that.
that's the other problem that one of the guys that lives close to me, I just found out they've been feeding the deer out there, and so that's
Oh,
they've
that's
been
why. Yeah, they're
they've
getting
been
the
up there.
attention.
Yeah, matter of fact, I didn't
If
see
they-
a deer all season. Right, this season I didn't get a deer this season, but they got 3 bucks over there.
Yeah, there
Then
you
I
go.
found out why because they're
Feed
fucking.
it, but
Which you're not supposed to do that shit.
Yo, you're not?
No, it's illegal to bait deer. But the way how they get away with it is they planted a small garden at the edge of the
Oh.
woods, which they don't harvest, and so the deer
What do you
come.
mean bait? You mean like they're baiting it and they're actually taking the deer, shooting it, and all that, harvesting it?
Well, yeah, because the deer are coming around and feeding on that shit that they planted, and so
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, what do you mean? You got some poachers or what? These people.
Well, no, it's their land, but it's illegal where I live to bait deer. You're not supposed to put any bait out for deer. It is
Oh.
illegal to do.
Interesting.
But they get around it by planting certain things that deer like to eat and calling it their garden when they have no intention of actually, harvesting anything from this garden. They're just planting it purely to attract deer.
Yeah. I don't see anything wrong with it. It's their property. That deer ain't Texas deer when it comes on my property. How you like that? My deer now. But you're lucky I'm not a poacher, so I don't freaking shoot deer just for the heck of it. I got food, so why would I need to shoot a deer for more food if I got food? I want the little critter to live and make more deer for everybody. So that we if when shit does go bad, we have lots of deer to eat. In the worst case possible, right? Hopefully. Now these
I'm
guys,
sorry, I
these
didn't hear what you
poachers,
said. I was washing my hands. What'd you say?
I was just talking about the poachers, the deer. If it comes into my land, yeah, it's no longer state of Texas deer. They like to say it
Oh, yeah,
is.
yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, like
They'll tell you
I
it
don't
is.
really
No,
care that
it's
they're
still.
doing it.
If it comes on mine, it's not longer the state. It's mine. I'm not gonna shoot
Yeah, I
it.
actually had a problem with when I first got out here too. With
If I'm
I put up some
hungry, I
trail
will.
cams on that trail that I made. I put some trail cams out there, and like, I don't know. I was only here a few months, and I caught a guy actually out there walking around on my property. Like, what the fuck? And he had a bag, like a paper bag, and then I realized he was out there looking for morels on my fucking property. So I took the pictures of the sheriff's office, and I posted them online, and I said, hey, if anybody knows who this is, tell them the sheriff's looking for him. And I've never had a problem since.
Well, make sure you put your wherever your boundary is of your property is. Make sure you put your stuff up. Put your purple paint up. Put your trespassing signs. Do all that. Put a little line of something. You don't have to be too fancy
Oh
with
yeah, I
barbed
mean,
wire. Just
not
or she
everybody
gotta.
follows that.
Yeah, no, it takes some work. You're gonna have to walk around your property.
Some
You're
people,
gonna have to
people
look
just
at
get.
Google. You're gonna have to look at Google and look at where your property is and all that land stuff. Run your wire all the way around and run your paint all the way around. Purple paint all the way to the trees. All that stuff. You really want to make
Yeah, I
sure you
did
get that.
that. Like when I first got here, I
Oh,
had the map, the property map, and where all the like stakes are and everything. And I've posted, no trespassing, but doesn't always stop people.
yeah, yeah, true. Well, that's what we did. What we did. We stuck those little square fences up. You know, the square ones that's got little squares. You're not gonna,
Oh,
you know,
you talking about?
get
Yeah.
under. And not only that, it's got two freaking bob wires that are electrified on top. 10,000 volts. You're not getting to this part. You're gonna have to smash a car through the fence. And even that might damage your car severely because the poles we use are those steel ones pounded in. Car will still go through that though. 3-ton, 2-ton car will go clean through that, blow over it. Of course, I wouldn't do that if you're trying to invade this property. That would not be a good idea. We have cameras, and if we didn't have the cameras, the moment you do that, well, open fire. That's just a mistake. I meant someone trying to actually attack us. It wouldn't work out for them. Not to mention the whole front of our house is kind of bulletproof. We've armored it, so it's there's that aspect too. Not proof, but resistant, I should say. Lots of wood, lots of concrete blocks.
That is one thing that's nice about the house that I have is how it's located on the property. There's really only one area of approach that you can come from with a vehicle, with a car.
Yeah, it's good you know that.
And you could come, you could come down the field, I guess. So there's that way, or you come down the driveway, which I have. It's gated. But you could probably
Normally, people are
go
going.
right through that
Normally,
gate.
people, even in a stressful environment or a survival situation, they're going to take the road. So if you control that
Mhm.
road, that's yeah, you got a lot of power there over your property and that road.
Yeah, and you
Block
can't
it off.
drive around the gate either because of how the property is. It's hilly, so there's no way to just drive around the gate. You could drive through it if you wanted to, mess your car up, but
Yeah, you wouldn't do that. No one would do that. No, they don't know what's over there. They don't know if there's someone over there with resources to steal or get involved in or become part of you. They want to become part of your little family or something in a SHTF.
Only thing that I don't
Yeah.
have that I want to get is I want a camera down there at the gate so I can see who's
Yeah.
there. Because right now it's just
You need that.
a system where they press a number and then the phone rings, and that's how I open the gate. So I talk
Yeah,
to them
you
that way, but I
need a
can't
camera.
see who it is. Yeah.
That's important. Yeah, you need to see because that helps out. If they're armed, whatever, it's an officer. It helps you get your thinker right, what you're about to deal with. You make out what's going to happen. That's what's great about modern technology, those cameras and stuff. That is what's good about it. See what's coming ahead of time, and you can evaluate your thinking. What you're going to do. That's being on top of you instantaneously. Especially if you're resting or something, you got to hop up and you hear this buzzer, right? And you don't know who it is, what it is, or camera would help you out. You get to see
Yeah,
that.
definitely. And whether or not I actually want to answer the,
Yeah.
before I talk to anybody, I can see who it is.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, actually, when I first got here, the gate it wasn't an automatic gate. It was just I had to get out of the car and open it myself, and so I had somebody come out and install arms on it so that I can just use like a garage door opener. But it's not very you could probably blow right through that with a truck or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's funny too because they tell you they're supposed to, and they're probably pissed about this, but the meter guy, they assumed that I was going to give them the code to just come in the gate. And I was like, yeah, no, you're not getting. And the fire department too. Like I'm supposed to give it to them, and I was like, what? No, I'm not giving you. So nobody's getting the code to my to my fucking gate. Are you kidding me?
Hmm. Interesting. I can understand why they're asking.
Yeah,
Because they're
I get
asking
it.
if a fire would happen, how the hell are they going to go over there and save your ass? Damn.
Well,
You're,
and realistically, where I'm at, if my house is on fire, they're not saving much.
yeah.
By the
Okay.
time they
You've
got
already got
here,
it.
yeah, I mean, so I'm not that concerned about it. And the
Yeah.
meter guy, like, fuck you. I'm like, I don't know you. I'm not giving you my fucking code. You can, I'll buzz you in like everybody else.
Yeah. There you go. I like it. I like the way you're doing it. That's the way you
Tell
should do
me,
it.
tell me when you're gonna be here, and I'll be here. Tell me what day you're
Trying to
coming, and I'll be here.
get you to give up your authority, and that's how it starts, man. Compromise, little stuff like that, and that's not little though, but
Yeah, I mean, it's
it looks little.
I have a gate for a fucking reason. You know what I mean?
I know he's trying to thank fire department. He's trying to take care of you. He's trying to think the best and all that. A little bit beyond that. It's principle. Authority. Your authority over theirs, and theirs over yours. Thanks for caring about me, though.
Yeah, right.
Hopefully, I hope that's why you came. Nothing else, is it?
And I got the one neighbor too. Like he's cool, but he works at a fucking DNR. So like, you know what I mean? It's like fucking DNR. But he's a nice guy and everything. But he's DNR.
Hey, you gotta watch out, dude. Even in the countryside, you find these elitists. They're out here too, rich and
Yeah.
everything.
Like I found one day I found on my driveway a dead fucking red-tailed hawk. Just beautiful red-tailed hawk in pristine condition. Like I don't know how he got there, what he died from, but he was gorgeous. So I picked him up and I put him in my freezer. And then I went down and I talked to the neighbor who works at DNR. I said, "Hey, I got this beautiful bird. Like can I give it to somebody so that they can maybe do some taxidermy on it and use it for present because they're beautiful animals." And he said, no. And you should get that out of your freezer immediately and put it back where you found it because it's illegal to pick them up. It's even illegal to possess a feather from these fucking birds.
Dang.
Do you believe that shit?
That seems weird, man. Right
Yeah.
on your driveway, that bird. It's not something to set you up, man.
Yeah, I didn't
Weird.
kill the fucking thing. I mean, it probably died of natural causes or some shit. Who knows?
Right there in
And
your
it's a
road,
beautiful.
just laying there,
Yeah, it was right there in the fucking driveway. Yeah.
pristine condition.
Hmm.
You couldn't find no wound.
No, I didn't see nothing, man. No wound at
Weird.
all.
Weird. Then you talk to the
Yeah,
guy,
it's a
he's trying
shame.
to talk to you about legal stuff. Yeah, that's weird, man. You
Yeah,
gotta watch
it's
out,
like
man.
no.
Neighbors can be
Yeah,
weird.
it's just.
Might set you up on legal shit.
I mean, if anything, I wanted to like donate it to a school or something. They can use it in a classroom to,
Yeah,
show
what's wrong
people.
with that? I mean, the bird's
Yeah,
dead. What's wrong with
yeah, I
taxing it?
don't know,
You
man.
make yourself $200. Someone pays you $100, you get $100 from it, and he taxis it,
Yeah,
taxi
and
drives it,
I
and there you go.
actually wanted him, because he does taxidermy as a hobby. So I asked him. He's like, "Yeah, no, no way, no way."
Oof. Okay, so you're talking to the guy that does the shit. Gum, that's weird.
Yeah, the guy that my neighbor, he does that as a hobby. He also works with a DNR.
It's everything.
Yeah, but he wanted nothing to do with it.
That's that legalism for you. Ism. Weird like that. Corny.
Well, that's the thing too. Like what's wrong with you? Okay, it's illegal, but only you and I
It
know.
happened.
Like,
Yeah,
who
it
cares?
already
Like, who
happened.
gives a
Who
fuck,
cares?
dude?
Well, we'll tell everybody. We'll confess. Whole government will know. Now what? Let's deal with the problem. No.
Yeah, yeah.
You
He's
make
like,
it
no,
into
no, 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 no. It's against the law. And same thing with like some of my four wheeler,
It's
right? I don't register my fucking four wheeler,
hell no.
but he
Why?
actually
registers his, and I asked him, I'm like, what do you register your for? Oh, hold on, I gotta go.
You're not driving it on the road, are you? Driving on the road, you don't need to. Why are you driving on the road with a four wheeler anyway? Well, not the main road, of course. I meant country road. Country road's all right, but it's still a public road, though. Yeah, I don't like four wheelers unless it has a cage over. You hit a wheel wrong and you dip it, flip over, that thing will fall on you. Heard that happen.
them snowmobiles,
Yeah.
snowmobiles too. Yeah, those are dangerous.
It'd be nice if they put a cage over them and freaking make a cage over them, and there you go. That'd solve a lot of deaths there, a lot of injuries. Dude.
Yeah, thing is, people get on those things. They think they can drive them drunk, and that's the biggest issue.
Well, yeah, we know that. People are the issue generally.
Well, it's just I think they can, because they can get away with it. They're not in a car, but it's yeah,
Yeah.
they're going
Trying
through
to have
mud,
fun.
they're going through snow, and
Like we say, work hard, play harder.
that's right. Right.
You playing hard, you know what happens. You get a little pain.
Ain't no game.
Let me go second cup of coffee.
Sorry about that. But what I was saying is, so my neighbor, he doesn't drive his four wheeler on the road either, but he still fucking registers it. It's just like, why would you fucking do that?
Paul, what you're saying about the falcons and stuff, it's actually any bird of prey. You can't own anything from them. Owls,
Yeah,
hawks, eagles, wild.
Well, I was under the impression that it goes for the same with not just birds of prey, but blue jays, cardinals. Even if you find a feather, you you're not
It's only
allowed to collect them.
raptors. It's only
It's only the
raptors,
raptor.
as far as I'm aware. Yeah.
It's funny too because this spring actually, I saw a dead eagle, frozen in the field. And man, I wanted to go get it so bad. I was like, fuck. I just left it there to fucking rot.
America has frozen to death.
Bald-headed eagle. I mean, that's a shame, man.
I'm back.
And I like shit like that. Like I would love to have some taxidermied prey birds. I have a head of a baby cub bear, black bear. I got a coyote. I got a raccoon. Having a
Yeah, my
I
neighbors
got a
are taxidermists. I'd love to get some birds of prey done too.
yeah. They're beautiful, man. I
They
don't
are.
understand why we're not allowed to appreciate them.
Well, maybe people think
Legalism.
of it same as the buffaloes and buffaloes bring going.
Well, there's a good reason for that. We about killed them off, dude. Damn.
Yeah, just for sport and despite the natives, but no, in America, everybody be like, I want to go hunt an eagle, get a trophy, and then the eagles.
Yeah, but I mean, if I could do taxidermy myself, I could easily do that myself. I could shoot a fucking eagle out of here. Nobody know. You know, I mean, it doesn't stop anybody from killing these animals. It's
Oh yeah. I wouldn't do that though.
so
That feels kind of criminal,
no,
honestly.
yeah, I wouldn't
Against
do it either. But it's
yeah,
just if I find a pristine fucking eagle or
yeah,
hawk or owl, I
died
should
of
be able to
natural
fucking
causes.
keep
Yeah,
it. And it's
yeah,
on my property, so
yeah,
I'm thinking it's fucking mine.
yeah. I agree. I agree. You should be able to make $50 to $100 off that bird. Take it to somebody. They taxi it. They pay you a little fee. Pay you a little bit for it. No biggie. Win-win for
And it'd be
everybody.
easy for anybody to examine it and see that I didn't shoot the fucking thing.
Yeah, I know, right? You didn't shoot it. You check it for poison. You check it for whatever. I mean, come on. Why the hell would I take the issue to y'all if I did a crime or something? Of course, that's how you cover up
Yeah,
a crime anyway. Play like you. But
yeah. They just want me to leave it lay there and rot. It's ridiculous.
mm, maybe you should apply that same logic to people. See how they react. Maybe I should just leave you there for you to rot. See how you feel about it. Tell
I
me
guess I
how
was
you.
wrong. It is. Sorry. Yeah, it's any native North American birds that are protected under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. Because
Yeah.
it's in response to the use of them for the wholesale slaughter use of skins and feathers in hat making.
Whatever. It's so stupid.
That
I'm not making hats. I just found this fucking feather in my yard. Like,
old, 200 years ago. Kind of reminds me a little bit of the temple. Like the Native
oh,
Americans.
whatever.
You're
I mean, I
coming
don't
in
give a
kind of
fuck.
rough.
I still keep them.
You're
I
coming in
still
rough
keep
for
the
me.
feathers I find, anyways.
Incree kind of coming in a little
Yeah.
low,
I'll
bassy.
probably just dip out.
Oh, okay.
I'm at work. It's probably the
Oh,
building
okay.
I'm in right now. So
That's
yeah,
what it feels like too.
yeah. I'll just listen.
That's all right. I gotta turn myself up more. I gotta turn my headphones up. Which if I turn it up too much, y'all can actually pick up y'all coming through my headphones into the mic. I gotta be careful.
Yeah, man, it's crazy shit that goes on. It's fucking. I swear the government just thinks they own everything. They think they own all the land, all the water, all the animals.
It's disgusting. I know. They're not there to say they own it. They're there to help preserve it, and that's about it. Help us preserve it.
Yep. Even with fishing, like I get the reason for limits, right? And size limits. Like I can understand that. But what the fuck? I gotta buy a fishing license? Fuck you. And if I don't, you're gonna come and take all my shit. You're gonna take my boat, take my fishing poles, you know what I mean? It's
And you
insane that
already
they could do.
pay taxes. You already pay luxury tax on the boat too. 'Cause that's what they
Yeah,
do. It's-
yeah, on the boat, the
oh
fucking
my,
trailer.
I
Oh,
know,
man,
right? I should pay for the license. I should pay more. No,
it's ridiculous, man.
silly, freaking silly for a boat too. It's not like you have lanes to stay in. Not like car driving. And yeah, it's dangerous, but it's not like vehicle driving where it's. I don't know. Or maybe that's just me. I look at it different. On the boat, it seems
Well, no,
safer. It
because
does
it's
seem
not
safer
like yeah,
till you
because you can
sink.
stay away from other boats. Like it's easier to avoid, collisions
Yeah.
and shit.
Yeah.
Whereas on the road, you're right next to everybody.
And people walking across
This,
streets, and you don't know if someone's going to jump
yeah,
out. You don't know if someone's going to get pushed out. All those freaking possibilities. A critter comes out, hits the wheel just right on your little bitty little tiny car, and actually sends it flipping. That would be an interesting scenario. I don't see that happening, but wow. If you're in a light enough car, maybe. And certain speed, maybe. Little tiny Tesla or some one-seat Tesla. I don't think I would be wanting to drive that on the road while there's giant trucks driving by, I can't
yeah,
stand
them
being.
little tiny.
I think I'll take a big gas guzzling truck. Thank you very much. But you know what they're doing though. They finally get the tech down, right? And they come out with all these new trucks, right? They finally get it down to where they're reliable, modern, and with technology in them. Well, now it's kind of too late. Everything's kind of like shit, falling apart. Too late for
You
the
know
good
what's
stuff.
funny is I just bought a
$50,000,
20,
$70,000 those trucks.
2022 2022 Lincoln Nautilus, right?
Ooh.
And I took it in to have it serviced for oil, the first oil change. And they already knew everything about the mileage. They already had it in their system
Oh
because
yeah.
my car just automatically sends it to Lincoln. So it knows it knows everything. They know everything that I'm doing with my car in my car. That's crazy to me. So, well, how long is it going to be till they start passing that information on to the insurance company? And then my insurance company is going to say, "Hey, we've been noticing that I kind of got a lead foot. You've been speeding a lot. We're going to up your going to up your insurance because we think you're high liability because
That's
of all the
bullshit.
speeding you do."
Nah, bullshit. That's got to be bullshit. They can't do that until you actually have an accident. That's the way it should be. So you actually get into an accident.
I just heard this company, I think it's HP with their printers. They're trying to say if your card is expired, if your credit card that they have on file is expired, they'll shut it all off because it's the ones that are connected all to Wi-Fi.
Mm-hmm.
They'll shut it off until you get a card on file that works.
Yeah, it sucks. That's what
Wow.
sucks with the modern shit.
I've
They
heard
finally
two
fix all
people.
the. They finally intentionally fix all the engine problems, right? Make the thing reliable, but then they stick all this smart tech that can shut you off.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird, huh? Make the '90s shit and the shit from 2004 or 5, make them all unreliable, and we're still trying to run and keep them going. And then you come out with these new trucks that finally have a lot of problems fixed. They're reliable, but then you add all this creepy technology to it. Oh man.
Well, it's funny too how the technology really changes you and kind of makes you lazy because the last 3 cars I've had all have
Oh yeah.
had, rear view like the backup cameras. And I get into a older model car that doesn't have one and it's like I forgot how to back up, without it. It's
Oof,
crazy.
yeah. Good old raw engine with no electronics in it. That sounds great. Merrill Z28. Something from like John Cena, that movie, 12 rounds. A car like that. Oof. I'd love to have something like
Yeah.
that.
The only problem with them things is they don't have AC and they don't have power window.
Oh, I guess you're not
Running
going
the whole
fast
fucking truck, man.
you go fast enough. There's ways around that, that, right? Come on now. Fill a bag full of alcohol and some water and freeze it, and there you go. Put that around you.
Yeah, man, I just thought that was weird because the last car I bought before the Lincoln was a Chevy Colorado. What is it? The ZR, the like off road one, which is a nice truck and I enjoy it. But we just had a baby, so I was like, okay, this truck isn't really with the dog and the baby. Like I can't fit them all in my truck, so I bought this Lincoln, and I was just so shocked that
Lincoln, why'd you
they
go so new? Why so brand new?
um
Did you really want the
Honestly, it
eye
was
candy?
just
Eye candy? Did you really got the eye
no. It
candy?
was
Did it?
honestly it was the I don't even like the look of it so much as the inside. When I sat in it, it just I don't know. It was so comfortable and everything was where I wanted it. Um, yeah, that's how I based my decision. It was
You must got
it
some
was
money on you,
so
dude. If you buy
totally on
almost,
it.
if
Well,
you buy,
and it wasn't. It was actually had like they couldn't sell it to me new because the manager was driving it, so he drove it for a couple of months. So it had like 2,000,
oh
3,000
yeah,
miles on it. So
oh
I
yeah,
saved a ton of money doing that, but it's still a new fucking car.
yeah. Rent? You renting it or you bought it straight up,
No,
paid
I
for?
bought.
Oh my goodness. What 40K with this thing? 30K
Like 35.
for a 22 Lincoln? Dang,
Mm-hmm.
that's actually not
You gotta
bad.
know how to negotiate. That's the other thing that pisses me off too about man, when I was younger, buying cars was so much different because you had so much power as a buyer in negotiating how much you're going to pay for that vehicle. But fuck, that's all gone, man. It's so hard to negotiate with these guys now.
Oh yeah,
They're
with
not.
new shit, you can't blame them for the new stuff, dude. There's a lot of technology that goes into that stuff, that
Yeah, but the
manufacturing.
markup on those cars is fucking ridiculous. Um, yeah, and people are so lazy; they don't know how to negotiate. They hate negotiating because they're scared, they're intimidated by it. And they don't know how to do it. Some people don't even realize that you don't have to pay sticker price and you can negotiate the price of the car. And all the salesmen now know that, so they're not even gonna deal with you because they know they're still gonna move that car. Some idiot's gonna come in and pay sticker price. It's one of the few places where you can still actually negotiate the price of something. I mean, you can't go to Walmart and negotiate the price of a TV.
No, you can't. You do that on the internet,
It's kind of
like eBay or something.
sad.
But I never risked my
Yeah,
buying on that. Could never trust somebody to buy some TV, get it and it don't work, because he lied. It's eBay. You're gambling. I can't do that. I usually buy straight up brand new from a trusted freaking site, a reliable site that's technology, vehicles, anything. Now vehicles are a bit different. I don't mind buying it freaking old, something reliable, something you can just if it does break, you can
yeah,
just drop a new cheap
yeah,
piece in, bam, it's going again. That's what I like about the old vehicles like that.
yeah. I wouldn't buy
It
no
seems
used
like
electronics.
it seems like they're making that hard too now. I've been watching videos with my dad. He'll watch videos on old cars. That one guy, he goes around taking those old shitty cars and trying to get them running again and everything. He was having a hard time finding these parts that used to be easy to find now. That was interesting. That's developing in these past few years. It's like they're taking all these
Boy, yeah.
parts and hiding them now that we have plenty of these old cars.
Well, yeah. When I was a teenager, man, I didn't take my car anywhere. Oil changes, brakes. I did all that myself. But on these newer cars,
You can't do it.
I
Yeah, I
open
know.
the hood of my car. I can't even see the engine. It's got this like cover over it that you got to, it's got all these. Same thing with underneath. You can't find the oil. It's all
It's
buried under
intentional.
all these covers and shit. You're like, what the fuck? You gotta have special wrenches to get the covers off. It's such a pain in the ass.
Yep. He definitely should have bought something a little older. Probably would saved you a lot of money too. Could have bought some other
Well,
stuff.
I wanted something that I wasn't gonna have to worry about, and it's gonna last a long time. I don't plan on buying another car
It's just crash
for
safety though.
long
You did
for a
buy it for the
long
crash
time.
safety, right?
Well, yeah, and I did some research on the model, and it just got really good reviews and no complaints. So I was like, fuck it,
Oh, okay, that's
I have
good
good
then.
luck
No
with it.
complaints? Then it's a good buy then. If there's no complaints, that's a good buy. It's a reliable buy then. You did good. Just the cons to it, we know. Modern technology in it. Stuff. Just shuts you off whenever they want. That's weird, yeah. Very wrong
Yeah,
too.
it's fucking irritating. And you know what else too is they got they all have that OnStar communication system in it, and I never signed up for that. So but it's still active. Like I can still hit the button and get like 911. So it's still operational. They could still probably at any time they want turn that mic on and listen to any conversation I'm having.
Oh yeah.
Just like they can do with your phone.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, that's weird. You know, we don't have privacy anymore. There's no if you think
Yeah,
they
no
don't
privacy.
know.
So why don't all the Darksiders come out and confess? That would have been an interesting sight. See a bunch of Satanists freaking confessing their sins.
I
I
just
don't think they'll ever do that.
don't think, I don't think they need a microphone anymore.
I don't think so either.
Darren, I was thinking
I think
about
they can pick you
vacuuming
up.
one day,
They can pick you up
and
airwaves.
yeah, I was thinking about vacuuming, and I got an ad for a vacuum, bro. Yeah, it's like thought forms or some shit. Yeah, I didn't say the word vacuum. I was thinking about it, and then about an hour later, I got an ad for a vacuum. I'm like, what?
Mm-hmm.
You know, yeah. You know
I'm
what?
aware
I've
of it.
had that happen to me where I was having a conversation with somebody about something, and then I turned my phone on to then Google it, and I put in like one letter, and boom. You know what I mean? What I was gonna type just automatically appears. How the fuck does that happen? One letter, like vacuum. You know, we're talking about vacuums, or I want to look up a vacuum, and I just put the V, and boom, it autofills. Come on, I know that's happened to you guys before.
Yeah, it looks like they know the most recent convo. That's wild. Like that was your most recent thing you discussed. So I think that's what you're looking up. I like that. I've had that
Well, you know,
happen.
I think
I
it's
thought
funny
it tripped
that
me
there's
out
a lot
though
of
with the
people in
vacuum
our
thing. I was
yeah. It's crazy, but the fact that I've met a lot of people in our community that are paranoid. You know, they're like, "Oh, I don't want to do this or that because I'm scared of downloading this or doing that because I don't want to put any targets on me." Like it doesn't. They already know. Like you you can't hide. Really, I don't think you can hide from them. Honestly, like
Not
it's
really. You
no,
can keep
dude.
them out of your stuff though. Like you can keep them out of
Well, yeah,
them
like
screwing up your computer. 'Cause they'll try to do that. They'll literally try to fry your computer so you can buy another one. But stuff like Norton, like the antivirus, I've always had that virus ever since we got it on PC. When we first got it, we had a shit ton of Trojans and viruses. It cleaned it up, and guess what? We've never had a single virus since all these years and decades with
but if you have a
Norton we've been paying for.
smartphone, come on, it's a tracking device. It's a recording
Oh
tracking
yeah,
device. They know all your movements.
well that's a given. Yeah, yeah. We got Norton on our cell phones too. It helps with that too. Helps with all that stuff. But you ain't gonna stop them from not listening though. Only way you're gonna stop that is maybe interference. Have something make a lot of noise next to it. There's other methods. There's all the methods. Just put in a lead box. Yeah.
I was actually thinking about setting up one of those. What do they call them? Faraday cages. And it's so
I
hard
think
to
there's
do
some kind
because
of way we could jam it. You can make enough noise. Sorry for the interruption. But you could somehow have a device make a noise that ain't audible to us, but it's audible to the digital world. That makes enough noise to where it picks up on the microphone, and it's just what I'm talking about.
right.
I'm sure that
Yeah,
that's out there.
yeah,
That's
because you could
possible.
you can do shit with that with like security cameras with LEDs and shit. You can hide yourself with LEDs, like a hat with a bunch of LEDs
I
around it
know that
would.
platter. I know it. Norton
Yeah.
knows. I'm glad they know. I'm glad because that's what I pay for. I pay for them to take care of it all, and they do. They do a good job of it.
I always thought that those antivirus softwares were actually the viruses themselves.
No, yeah, there's some that are weird and No, I don't know. They're just not. Yeah.
Like somebody told me a long time ago that actually opens your computer up to,
Nah, it's bullshit.
you know.
It depends. If
Okay.
you're going to some free version, maybe. I don't know. But this is Norton. This is a lot of money you got to dump into this per
How do you
year
know
and
which,
whatnot.
like, there was the only two I know are Norton and McAfee. Like, how do you decide what, like, how do you know, for me especially, because I don't know shit about computers, so how do I know what fucking software to buy, antivirus software to buy? And I have to listen to the fucking salesman, this kid who is just working. He doesn't know. He's just pushing whatever they tell him to push.
Yeah, exactly. Well, if you got to pay a lot, put it this way: if you usually got to pay a lot, and it's got a lot of features, and it's got a lot of functionality, it's got a lot. It tells you every detail, tells you everything. You got all the options inside your network. It opens up like the port. Norton does it all, man. It allows you to go in there and do stuff. It allows you to see who's tracking who, where the location is, and everything, dude. I mean, it's awesome. Ain't hiding from me. But I don't even care to look at that, so whatever. But I have that ability. That's how good Norton is. Norton.
Yeah, I mean everything
It does.
is so.
It does eat CPU though. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that everything, the microwaves, all the appliances now are smart appliances, and they're all working together, syncing with your phone, syncing with each other.
Yeah.
Even though I've been told even those new light bulbs are somehow intertwined and all that shit. Like I don't know how that would work, but I've noticed when I've walked into rooms that have those light bulbs, and if I have some sort of electronic device on me, the light sort of flickers.
Oh,
Like,
you
I don't know.
too?
Yep.
It definitely does it with me, bro. That's because that shit
Yeah, have you
happens to me.
noticed
I
that?
got, I got, I got smart stuff in me that really affects it. So that this shit's
Yeah,
connected
like
to me, and
I'm
it'll
glad
go
you.
off on me. It'll go off on me for like a split second. It's more than just a flicker.
Yeah, I've noticed shit like that, and it's like, why is that light
Mhm.
bulb flickering every time I walk in here with? But
Your field.
if I go in there
Remember you?
without, it's like it's
You have a
reading.
field.
I don't know how they're
Oh yeah,
communicating.
you better believe it. Your body puts off signatures. Your field and stuff. If they
Oh, you
develop a
think it's from my
technology,
my body, not my phone. Like it's not talking to my phone in some weird.
I don't have a cell
Because
phone
that's
on
what I
me,
was
dude.
thinking.
I don't carry a cell phone on
Oh,
me.
okay,
This is
wow.
just
So it
me.
happens.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yep. Don't even own one either. It's just my mom
Wow.
phone and then my dad's phone, which is my phone also for emergency. But I don't actually use it like my phone like y'all do. You have a phone. It's always on you pretty much or near you. Has to be, sort of.
Yeah,
It's your contacts
it's
and all that.
I used to be that way too, dude. I didn't have a fucking phone for the longest time until I met my fiance, and then I was like, oh, I guess I gotta get a phone and stay in contact with her. And when we first
Yeah.
met and stuff, I was like, fuck.
It's cool. It's a cool technology. You can't lie. It's cool to be able to be in contact with everybody instantaneously. That is the cool aspect about it.
But I feel like it's enslaving me in a way too, like because I'm constantly
But
looking at it, like
hey,
you know.
hey, you know that though. You know
Yeah,
that. So there you
and I'm
go.
scared now
You're
with my daughter. She's 6 months. I don't like she's already noticing me on it when I'm around her. I'm like, fuck, she's gonna want this thing in her hand, and I don't want that for her. You know what I mean? I I don't want to
well,
hand
when you
her and
like I said,
distract her
like I said,
with a fucking
you
cell
know that.
phone. I don't want her to be one of them kids.
Yeah.
But I have to lead by example, so I gotta. That's why I was thinking
Put it
of
down.
building one of those Faraday cages and putting it like at the front door. And whenever anybody comes to my fucking house, all your cell phones are going in this fucking thing and they're staying there until you leave. I was thinking about trying to just set some sort of boundaries and structure to, you know, I don't want her to
I
be a
don't know, man. That's
zombie.
pushing it. That's kind of
You think
pushing
that's
it.
doing too
I mean, I know
much?
it's your own house. If a stranger comes over, you can't have them give up their cell phone, dude. That's kind of weird. 'Cause
Yeah,
they're
I
gonna.
guess.
What if you're? Yeah, it's kind of weird because in that situation they
But I
might be
figure
thinking
it's the
you're a
only
friggin'
way I
killer.
can. I feel like it's the only way I can keep myself from constantly picking it up. You know what I mean? Out of
Oh,
sight, out of
yourself?
mind, so to speak.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. What are you really picking
You
it
know, it's
up
funny too
for?
because everybody's.
What are you looking at?
I don't.
What?
I don't know. Just any anything. I'm constantly like googling information. You know, it's usually I'm just
Oh,
curious and like if
well,
I'm
that's
reading
why you
something or
need a
seeing
computer.
something.
Like I
Yeah.
said, you need a computer. You're the one that said it didn't have a computer, right? A
Yeah.
PC. Yeah, you need a PC, bro.
hmm
That's how you get yourself out of that. You need a PC, a home computer. You can put your cell phone out where you can hear it ring, of course. Don't put it in Faraday cage. We can't freaking have it work. But you can have it away from you and still hear it. Far enough. It'd be far enough away from you where it's not on your body, at least. That stuff is creepy, though,
Yeah.
thinking about it. Even if it's far away from you, you got to think about it. Kind of creepy that this stuff can work. I've seen this stuff work in, like, under our house, and we got tin in the house. The roof is tin. It looks cool. It looks rustic. They're kind of rusty and everything, cleaned up. And then we got this big air conditioner, old ass air conditioner that's in the attic. That's completely, dewired and everything. But this thing's huge, dude. This thing's got to be like tons up there in the attic. I don't know why they installed that thing. But yeah, it's up there. It's blocking signals still too. And she only gets like 1 bar, but this thing still works, man. And yet my internet struggles sometimes. So how's this cell phone work so much better than my home internet? It's really weird. Rough weather comes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Is this thing
I
that
don't, man.
powerful?
I
It
don't
gets creepy.
understand how this phone works at all. Like
Yeah, it does get
that is
creepy.
so. It's really bizarre to me that I'm speaking into this thing I'm holding in my hand and you're hearing me at the same time. That the words are coming out. Like that's.
I know the
It
packets are
seems like
small.
magic.
We're talking 8 to 64 to 120 bytes being transferred just on your voice here. Now, the rest of the stuff the cell phone's doing, yeah, you're looking at 600, 800 kilobytes, 400, somewhere in there. Depending on how you have your phone set up, whether it's optimized or it's just running a bunch of shit. You don't know what's running.
Well, I mean, okay, but how the fuck?
Weird.
I don't understand how I'm talking into this thing and it's going to you. It's not connected to anything.
It's weird. I know. My internet does the same thing. I have an antenna that goes outside. My wire goes outside onto an antenna from my router to my modem, and the modem wire up into the 4G antenna, points it out there into the air where the cell tower is at. Basically, how my stuff works. But it's hardwired until it goes into my own personal tower out to theirs. In between that air is my latency, which is about 90. Probably actually about 60.
The internet is a
20.
series.
Go ahead.
The internet is a
We didn't catch that, buddy.
series of tubes. It's a meme. Never mind. The internet is a
still didn't
series
catch
of
that.
tubes. It's a meme. Never mind.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, it's an interesting thing because I just bought this book that I found in the store. It's called where is it? The Invisible Rainbow: A History of Electricity and Life. And I'm about 3 chapters in. Basically, it starts out with just kind of the history of electricity, and then sort of the what is it actually doing anything to our body? Is it having a negative effect or positive effect? And it talked about a few people back in the what was it? I forget the time, but a long fucking time ago, right? There was people that actually had cured deaf people with electricity. Like it's documented, like a lot. People that went deaf with age, people that were born deaf. And then I think where this book is going to end up going is that
It's light, isn't it? It's light,
okay.
and your nervous system operates on light signals in your brain. So it kind of makes
Well, and
sense.
I have a feeling that it's going to veer into the idea that a lot of the maybe we can't talk about this actually.
Do it.
Well, a lot of the things that happen to us that make us sick, maybe certain diseases and things could be linked to I don't know, electricity. I don't know.
Well,
Like
there's
I
a
said,
lot
I'm
of
only
things
3
to
chapters.
that. Right on down to
We're
faith.
electrical beings.
What you're feeding into can make you sick. You believe you have it, might manifest it to happen. Now that's spiritual side stuff. that's that part. But right now we're just talking about physical material element of it.
Yeah, but I just saw it and I was like,
That is,
this seems interesting. I don't know much about it, and I never really heard that idea before that electricity could have a severe negative. Well, we know you can be killed by electricity, but to actually like cause
yeah, the amps will kill you. Volts won't. I mean, it's a shit ton of volts that might kill you.
Your
I tried
phone gives you
10,000 volts.
electricity too. So does your computer. So does your microwave. All that.
Yep.
Everything does.
Well,
Especially those
Dude, all these
EVs.
energies are passing through you.
The electrical vehicles are the worst.
Oh yeah.
You're getting
Golf carts.
electrified in one of those things. Yeah, it's fucking
Well,
not good.
and
Direct current.
we're electric, right? I mean, we can.
Everything
Somebody
is.
here the other day was talking about grounding, like grounding yourself, grounding your bed, and I mean, I don't know shit about that stuff, but I'm very interested in it and learning more about
If you don't know
that sort
anything
of
about
stuff.
it, you should definitely touch on it. It's good stuff, dude.
I bought a grounding mat.
Grounding yourself works.
I bought a grounding mat, but I don't know if it works or not because I don't feel.
You gotta buy.
I don't know if the grounding mat's supposed to work, but you're supposed to ground outside in the dirt. That probably works. For sure.
Like you take your shoes
Well,
off.
yeah, that's what
And
I'm talking about. Yeah, real grounding.
Dude, it sounds so.
Yeah.
It just seems so real to me, right? Because we are we're a part of this earth. We
Yeah.
and then
made
the
of it, dude.
shoes they give us, the things they put us on our feet are made out of rubber that keep us from being grounded with the earth, when they could make shoes out of other things that would keep us grounded. But it's like they don't want to, why don't they want us to be, you know what I'm saying? It's like
there's a reason for everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like there's something to that shit to me.
I have what is it? Non-rubber soles that are flat to the floor, so they're not. There's like, what do they call them? Oh.
I don't know.
I forget what they're called, but they're special shoes. They're really good. I'll find out what they're called.
Special shoes. Special shoes for special people.
I am special.
But yeah, when
you
I don't know, just for me in my own head, when I think about that and I think about the earth and our relationship to it, like that all makes so much sense to me.
Yeah, they want to cut us off from everything spiritual and what brings us in tune with nature and all that. They want to throw us off balance with all their technology and all their shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I wonder, I mean, what sort of side effects could that have on our body? You know what I mean? It's like, who knows, man?
You want to know?
Yeah, why do you think everyone's depressed? And
There's
everyone's
people
got
being
fucking
cured. Some woman had some foot problem swelling in her feet, and she don't go outside much. And one guy was telling her, you need to go outside and get grounded. She did that, right? This is some kind of, I'm not sure if it was arthritis or whatever it was, but it's some kind of severe swelling in her ankles, right? And this is a middle-aged woman, 38, 30, 40. And I don't know if y'all heard this before, but yeah. She does what he says, goes out, gets grounded. Week goes by, she's healed, dude. She's freaking healed.
Yeah, you got to ground yourself and get sun on your butthole. That's what it's all about.
Shut the fuck up. Fucking
asshole. I'm not even joking about that.
I'm not going to deny it. I'm not going
It just
to
sounds funny.
deny it or agree.
Did you get?
Oh, it works.
Did you say
Oh, it
get
works.
sun on your muzzle?
You guys should
Did you
try
say
it,
get?
seriously.
What did you say? Get your sun on again?
You gotta get some sun on your butthole for like 20 minutes.
That's what
No
it is,
joke.
huh?
Seriously.
That's a key.
Seriously, that's where you get the most vitamin D from the sun. It's actually through your eye. The second most is through your eyes. And then but the layer of skin there is the thinnest, and it's got a central, it's almost like a central nervous system there. That's why if you stick coke up your ass, you're gonna get more high than if you shove it up your nose. This shit works, and it gives you so much energy for the entire day. It's like if you do that for 20 minutes, you don't need anything else you don't even need to get sun on anything else. It's crazy. But it just sounds funny, right? It works.
Well, it doesn't it seems
It makes
odd because
sense.
it's not like how would you'd actually have to physically lay down and spread
Spread.
Yeah.
yourself.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, that seems silly.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
you
a bit
actually don't
silly.
have to spread. You all you have to do is like do like spread your legs out and then like just bend down towards the sun. And you don't have to spread anything, but
Prostrate.
it just does it
Or you're
normally. Yeah.
You've done this? You've done this?
Yeah, but in private. Yeah.
Oh, don't shit in
I mean,
private.
I guess
I don't
I
do it
could
in
easily do
public.
it where I live every day.
Hell,
Yeah, you
man,
don't
don't
want to do
shit in
this fucking
private,
in
dude.
public. People might think you're weird, but it works. It's
Nah, you
fucking
got to
amazing.
find a group.
You find a
Or
group,
Mila.
right?
Just a
No,
group of
I'm
people
good.
do it. Yeah, a group of
No,
girls, and
no,
I'll
no,
go out
thank
and
you.
do it. Why not? That'd be perfect. Well, me and my girlfriend are into it, so
There you go. That's much
How did we
better.
get here? What were we talking about before this? We're talking about
One
ground.
and one. I don't like the group shit.
grounding.
That gets scary. Grounding, I like it.
Yeah, you got to ground and then sun your butthole at the same time, and then you're doing it really good. No
What
joke
if you
though.
shove the grounding rod up there?
I did ground my stuff yesterday, though. I was walking
No,
around.
you don't
I
need to
haven't
do
walked around
that.
without my shoes. I walked around without my shoes yesterday while the iron rock is at. Oh, yeah, I've definitely got something from it.
It's called
Of negative energy.
perineum. Called sunning your perineum, and it works. Unless you're listening to the experts at CNN, they're the reason like they're trying to they're saying it. They're trying to say like that doesn't do anything so much that you know it does something amazing.
You got to sun the taint. That's the perineum is your taint.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Well, this took an odd turn that I would have never guessed.
You know, like in high school, we made. Can you hear me? Okay. By the way, I don't know why my
Yeah, you're
volume's.
coming in, Sonny.
Okay.
You're coming in.
So in
Everybody
high school, we made leather sandals. You know, like and like craft shop or whatever. And I'm considering doing that again, just buying sheets of leather and just sewing them together. Be grounded. You could have you could have 4 layers of leather, have a thick one on the bottom or something, and have some other layers on top to make it softer.
Yeah, I would need a super thick. I have Achilles problem, so I would need a super I need some sort of heel, to keep my. So I would
Yeah.
really have to.
But I mean,
double up.
that's how they used to make shoes, though. I mean, so that's how they
I mean,
actually
you could
make
rub your feet
them.
on some rock. Just go barefoot. Turn into that one guy.
Well, yeah,
I've been thinking about that, by the way.
I've gone barefoot out. I actually like going barefoot out in the wild where it's not grass, where it's just like sticks and
Dangerous.
dirt.
Yeah, I was doing that. I was doing that yesterday.
Guess what? My feet. I've never gotten hurt doing that. My feet just know what to do. Now there are cactus out here. Now if you step on one of those suckers, but you just have to use your sense. I just have to use my senses and look very carefully the best I can. But basically, my feet just do what they're supposed to do. It's amazing because I'm like, oh shit, I'm stepping down in this place where there's like a trail where there's water been running through there, and there's pipe down there, like old clay pipes and rocks and shit, and my feet just go right there. And as long as I'm stepping flat, it absorbs the weight. As long as I don't.
You have to reteach yourself how to walk, right?
Yeah, and I can walk. I can walk on the where they throw down all this mulch, this ground up like pine and stuff like that. Like they ground it. I think it's redwood or something, but they chip it all up and they throw it around. Well, I can walk on that stuff. And even that's sharp if you step in it the wrong way, but my feet just seem to just go. And there's probably other things that are sharp down there, I
You got
don't know if
Up
I'm
yet?
just like,
dead, calloused old feet.
I don't know if
Yeah,
I'm just
you've been doing this.
protected or what. Yeah.
Yeah, my feet
They're
are
not baby
super
feet like
sensitive,
mine.
so it's
Yeah, me too. Oh
hard for
man,
me to do that
I
shit.
did that yesterday, dude. Just the grass, the dry Texas grass, because it's hot out here. 101 to 90 right now. But
Yeah.
I like it. But I
Well,
Is it
go out there.
humid or is it just dry? Is it dry heat?
Sometimes it's dry and it feels good even though it's hot. Like it's not sucking it out of you. You're still getting wind and everything. It feels good. And then there's other times, yeah, it sucks. It's like humid. When it's humid is when it
Yeah,
sucks. It's like the
that's
air,
what
the
we get
wetness
up
in your
here
air,
in
the
the summer.
oxygen is being pulled out of you. You can't get the oxygen. It's weird. Then again, I don't really feel that stuff anymore. That was before the other shit. I'm not gonna go there. Yeah. But yeah, it's good out here. I like
I
it.
used to laugh at people that like talked about tree hugging and being all one with nature, but the older I get, when I actually experience it for myself and I go outside and touch a
Kind of true.
tree,
Yeah.
like
And they're not wrong.
I don't know, man. Like I don't know. I'm not like some hippie tree hugger like that, but there is some kind of thing where it's not like touching, my phone or you know what I mean? I don't know, man. There's something there. It's something about nature.
It's alive, bro. It's alive. That's what my
Yeah.
rule of thumb when I sit under a tree is I stay there until I can tell that the tree is alive, and then I get up. I feel like that's my biomagnetic field being reset, right? Like I'm more perceptive of the tree being alive. It sounds stupid, but it also sounds kind of profound.
Right.
It
Yeah.
I
It
think.
does sound like
It
kooky
doesn't
and like
sound stupid.
it
Don't really.
sounds it sounds strange, but think of how like there's 200-foot tall eucalyptus trees here, and like so think about how far down that root goes as far as grounding to the water, basically. It's going down to the water. So that thing is probably touching water. Of course, water's running all through the whole thing. Hundreds of gallons of water every moment are moving through these huge trees. Unbelievable, I think. It's crazy.
that's an interesting thing though about my property and the trees I have out here is because, they're huge trees, but they really don't have a deep root system. Like they spread out, and that's why they tip over so easily when we get a lot of rain. Trees fall so easily because they just don't go down as deep as I thought they did. They just kind of spread out.
Interesting.
There's a lot of trees that do that. Yeah, eucalyptus are one of them actually too. But even though they don't go down, I've seen some of the ones that have fallen over, and the roots are pretty darn deep. Like they're like 8 feet or something, or 10 feet, and then you got the tap root. So they do spread out, and the eucalyptus here they get really brittle. So the huge branches, like hundreds of pounds of branch, will come down, and hopefully you're not in the way of that because you'd be dead instantly. And I think some people have died like that around here.
That would be such a shitty way to go.
Oh yeah, we deal with trees out here where I'm dead fall, and we had to pull one. Well, my dad pulled one down the other day, couple days within the fence
Yeah.
near our house. So we
Yeah.
took care of that. All the
If
time.
you're
Yeah, man, you gotta be vigilant, man. You gotta be the caretaker of the land you live on.
Yeah, if you're in the Midwest, you have a different situation. Yeah, or somewhere like that, you have a lot of more trees and very heavy trees. Yeah.
Yeah, you're in a
Oh.
semi-arid type environment, aren't you, Sonny?
I'm in Southern
Kinda like arid,
California. Yeah, so we have some
Yeah.
big oak, we have some huge oak trees and actually some very very tall pine trees and Douglas firs, and there's a redwood patch over here by the park. So they came in
I've
and
seen 'em.
planted
You
those.
know what? They look different. The ones over there look different than the ones down here in Texas. It'd be the same tree, but they look
Yeah.
different, dude.
Yeah, they look
Same
different.
needles and
Well,
all, but they look here. They look more full. Up there, they look more thinned out.
yeah, they're not
getting
doing
all the
so
nutrition.
well. Overall, any kind of pine or redwoods, they don't do very well here. It's way too hot. It's like way too arid. Yeah.
I actually had some tree guys come out to the property because I wanted to. I actually signed up for this program that they offer here, where it saves me a shit ton of money if I, remove certain trees, certain amount of trees I have to have removed to kind of clean up the area, like invasive shit like buckthorn and just shit trees, and so I had some guys come out to sort of give me an estimate, and they won't, I have to pay them, to take these trees because nobody wants them. They're fucking worthless. But, they will actually pay me to take other trees, which are all the nice ones though, all the oaks and shit. They want nothing but the good healthy trees. And these dead ones that you gotta worry about falling over are these little invasive ones that are just dirtying up the forest. It's just fucking worthless, and I gotta pay somebody to come and remove them for me. It's so crazy that there's not a use for this stuff. Like, how is there not a use for a buckthorn? I don't know if you guys know what that is. Maybe since you're California and Texas, maybe you guys don't have those.
Well, no, but I bet depending on what kind of wood, you could make very nice instruments like a guitar with it. Like, see,
No, I
I've
don't. No, because
considered.
they don't grow that big. They don't get real big, like the diameter.
Uh,
Yeah,
okay, so try to find out what the natives used it for. The indigenous people.
That's what I was gonna say. It's got a lot of quote unquote medicinal uses. For lack of
Medicinal. It might make a good bow, like for a bow and arrow, or it might make good arrows or something. I considered like searching out wood like that. Like I've heard of people finding 500-year-old trees submerged in water. They pull that out and make these beautiful instruments or tables, like just one of a kind, like ancient wood. I'd love to make a guitar or just find a piece of wood like that, but it's logistically it's not easy, as you all can imagine. It's going to take some real manpower, like some horsepower, to get pieces of wood like that. Then I could say I have a giant piece of wood. Just joking.
man, nature is so fascinating because when I first moved here, and I was building my trail around the property, just everything has changed so much. The woods, every part of it, it doesn't look anything like it did when I first moved here. It's all changed so much in a short period of time.
Yeah, isn't that strange too how that happens? I noticed that out in the wild. Like it does. It almost completely transforms.
Yeah, it's like it's constantly moving and shifting. Like so there was when I first moved here, there was a stone sort of like area that somebody put all these big stones around and build a fire pit and then put more stones all the way around it for like to sit on, and now it's almost completely buried by the ground. Like it's just being swallowed by the ground. It's just sinking. It's I didn't ever use it. I never maintained it, so it's just it's gonna disappear.
Yeah. And can you imagine that's how these ancient civilizations basically got covered, and all around us are these civilizations underneath us, probably almost in every area. Like this place was full of life. They're finding underground cities and megatropolises basically in Central America that could hold 30 million. That now, before they were saying like the Mississippian culture, that like Cahokia, all that area there, that like Cahokia itself, would hold like 250,000. Now that's as large as like Rome, Italy, Rome and Italy, or Paris or London was at the same time, larger than them. But now they're finding these huge places that are connected all by super highways and tunnels and stuff, even the tunnels going under rivers in Central America and Yucatan that could hold 30 million people. Like it's being tossed over. Like our history now is being uncovered. Like there's people out there doing massive amounts of research on this, and it's staggering how much firsthand accounts there are, and maps and writings of what they found, Egyptian mummies in the Americas, and all of that.
Yeah, it's no wonder. I always used to think like with as many indigenous or Native Americans that were here in Wisconsin, because I mean it was just supposedly all kinds of tribes here. I always wondered like when I'm out hiking and stuff, I've never found an arrowhead, never found anything like that. But when you think about it, when I'm now observed what goes on out here and seeing how the earth just swallows everything, it makes sense why I've never found one.
Yeah. I haven't really ever found. I found things that I thought might be like the chert or a piece of something that someone was chipping, but it's hard to tell. And other pieces I found that look like they've been molded and rounded, like would be part of a bowl or a plate that has an edge like to it, sort of like an inside edge. But I don't know. I think these civilizations were all around us. They're talked about by people, but all that information was covered up.
Yeah.
And the reason it was covered up is it's about the globe. It's about evolution. It's still the heliocentric thing. So that ties into this topic. It really does.
Yeah,
The
because
people
the
that
new world is really the old world.
It
Right.
really is. Obviously, think about it now. Like, we gotta be realistic. You gotta do some research. Go to Waking Up with Analog and Carameo Hua, his channel.
Oh my god, I gotta
Ama-
thank you so much for
Oh
giving me
yeah.
the link to
Oh
his
yeah.
channel, bro.
That guy.
He has so much
Yeah, that's a
content
good
on
one.
there, and it's bro.
That's
That's all I've been watching lately, and I'm overwhelmed.
me
Sometimes
too.
I have to shut it
It's
off. Like
funny
I can't
because
take anymore.
Yeah,
what's
yeah, I
funny
agree.
is I kind of prophesied that this shit was going to come. Well, of course, I guess we all could have done that, but
Right.
it was a couple years ago. All that stuff was going to get blown up. I was talking about the
Sonny, have you ever tried to contact him? Have you ever
what's it called?
emailed him or anything? Is he reachable?
No, but I think I'm going to. He lives in Costa Rica, so
Yeah,
but
I'd like to
but
too.
he's a cool dude. He grew up in the States, but I probably will contact him. I think actually that he probably listens to us because he's come along in the last couple of years, and he said dodge the globe hijack. He's saying we live in a plane, so we're in a plane of existence. He's on board. It's all related to the Earth being the way it is, a horizontal plane. And I don't know, there's some kind of conflict now within the ranks of flat Earth about it not being a horizontal level. Like, I don't know how anybody could come to that. So, okay, what is it, tilted? I mean, we sure don't know. I mean, we could be like, if you're gonna presuppose, we could be upside down in God's view for all we know, but that doesn't make sense because we're a footstool. So there is a down, objective down, and that is talked about even in the scriptures. But
Right.
I mean, it's a heavy topic because it really goes back to like who we really are and how that information is what has been hidden, along with where we are as well. But who we are is pretty important as to how we respond and how we move through our environment.
I like how he ties in too how they've really used things like uh skin color to separate us and divide us. And he talks about that a lot because I was going through his the videos he's got about slavery in the United States, and how he was saying one of the things that they don't tell you is there was actually white slaves standing along, dark
yeah.
skinned colored slaves in the same
Yeah.
cotton
Irish.
fields,
Irish
but
were picked on
nobody
a lot.
talks about them.
Yeah, there were the Huguenots, there were the Moorish people. They were kicked out, and a lot of them came to America. They were the first slave owners, so they were dark-skinned slave owners. Some of the first plantations were from these Moorish people that were being kicked out of France, Spain, and Britain in the 1700s, the 1400s. So exactly when the time Columbus, they were kicking the Moors, all the Moors people, and the Sephardic Jews, and these are all dark-skinned peoples. A lot of them, but there were already Phoenicians, Adamites, Canaanites, Moabites living in America when they got here. They knew where they were going to. That's the biggest lie.
Yeah,
Like Columbus
yeah,
wasn't.
I saw that video. I'm
Yeah,
sorry, go
the
ahead.
recent one he had a premiere. So recently, just last night, I think. But he's saying, like, if you think about it, then Columbus isn't such a great, like, not a hero. We knew that already, but he knew that the Americas were here. He was coming over to conquer those peoples that were from Atlantis, or was left over. That's where we are right now. And so
Yeah, and he
I,
had
I truly believe that we are the descendants of the Atlanteans, and a lot of us that think our skin is white, that we came from a place across the seas, is pure bullshit. We came from here. Most of us all came from here originally. That our ancestry was here forever. They made it seem as if we were immigrants. They turned us into orphans. Do you get that?
I don't buy the whole humanity from Africa idea. This
No,
sounds
yeah,
kind of
that's
racist. I
horseshit.
feel like it was only there to back up evolution.
No, that's what we mean when we say the new world is really the old world.
Yeah, and some people, it hits people's buttons, and rightly so. It is very heavy because if you have invested in yourself, your identity of where you believe you came from and your ancestors came from, and that is tossed up, and that it turns out that it's not actually true, that can be very disturbing. But you just gotta go with it. Like, the truth is the truth. We can't be all about truth and flat earth and like the realm that we're in and how it measures and tests to be flat and stationary. Then we can't deny the other parts of ourselves as well, like who we really are. We're going to have to be open-minded, and we're going to have to be lenient and patient with ourselves to learn that we are somebody that is of greatness that we were never told of, and that we can recapture that.
Right. And we should be able to have these conversations without people getting in their feelings about it, because it's not about, tearing down one group of people or another, because we're all in the same boat together. We're all in this together.
Yeah. Yes, we are. Yeah. And hi, Flats. Yeah, I saw you come in a little while ago. Good to see you in here as always. Nice to hear you. Yes, who's that? Nkosi has an Egyptian emblem. I don't know if is there anybody new, because I'm not really paying attention to the chat. Oh, now that person left. Oh no, you're still there. Excuse me. Still getting used to these tiles, how they lay out the people in tiles. But anyway, good
You on a computer?
conversation.
So I came across actually an interesting thing I found the other day, and I'll post it. But basically, it's this paper about the flatness of U.S. states. Um, and I found it interesting, and the details of it kind of go over my head. I don't understand um the finer points of exactly how they measured what they measured. But one of the things I found interesting is they take account for things like mountains and stuff and figured that into trying to figure out what state is the flattest and whatnot. But nowhere in here does it mention anything about Earth curvature. Now, you would think if you're trying to study the land, and I think this is useful because Globers hate they don't want to look at water. They don't want to talk about measuring over water. They always want to talk about land. Well, here we go. Here's
Yeah.
a document where they they did exactly that, and there's no mention of Earth curve anywhere.
Yeah, if you have a link to what you're talking about, there's
Yeah, yeah.
also a mountain. There's also a video from way back that I have on my channel, Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness. That's my YouTube channel. There's a video I have from the old days in Flat Earth 2017 called The Mountain of Evidence. And he actually does very good tests on land with elevations of mountains. So it's pretty much you can either see what you're supposed to see or you can't. And if something is obstructing something, then there's no going back. Once something's obstructed, you're not going to re-see it after it's obstructed. So the whole thing with the ball is it requires obstruction over distance. It has
How
to
do I,
happen.
Sonny? How do I want to share this in the? Do I want to do PDF file or do I want to do image file? What I don't know which one to choose. Put it in.
Is it a PDF?
Yeah.
Well, if you have the link of the PDF online, you could just copy that address and just post it, link the address. If you know where it is.
I downloaded it as a PDF on my phone.
Yeah, but the original place that it came from, that you downloaded it from, that has a link address.
Okay, so I can just copy
And
that.
if you could just copy that link wherever you got it, the source website. Just go to the source site and copy that link where the download was, and we'll find it. All right, my water started finally. Gee whiz. Waiting for water to boil is really exactly.
But when wouldn't you think if you're gonna be doing measurements of land over an entire state, somewhere in there you would think you would need to account for curvature, wouldn't you?
Right, because and think about what they're going on is the same level, meaning the same up and same down in every state. How could that be if it's curved? They couldn't have the same. So because that would be the only way. Otherwise, you would have an angular level. You know what I mean? It would be tilted off to the side as you got further one way or the other. But they don't have this in practical logistics of doing anything like you're talking about. They don't have any of this angular difference with distance. That would have to be they would have to represent this somehow, and they don't, because it would have to go all the way to antipodal and all the way to right angle differences at some point. Like so. They got real problems because this can never be shown to be true in any way. Like
right.
But it would be obvious if we lived in a place like that. It would be so obvious that there would be no question about it. You would just see it everywhere. If a human could even live in those circumstances, which I doubt seriously, any human or any kind of life could live in the conditions that they're talking about the globe Earth is supposed to be in, is just absolute absurdity.
Okay, Okay, so it came from ResearchGate. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. Let me know if this is a good link. But yeah, and so it's just fascinating because I'm reading it and reading it, and sometimes it's not exactly what they say, but what they don't say. All right, let me know if that's.
But you were saying, have I ever contacted Carol Mayo? No, but I probably will because I would love to have a chat. Like I would go on live and talk with the dude. Like I think that would be a great show. I have a really great interest in the topic, and it really speaks to my heart. It really does. So I probably will contact him. I wasn't doing so well for a while here, but I'm doing better now, and things are getting better every day. Once again, it's how life is, right? We have peaks and valleys in our lives, so we just got to keep moving on and keep striving for those next peaks, or try to stay balanced and level.
Yeah, he just seems like such a down to earth guy, and that's how I felt too. Like I kind of want to message him and just, even just privately, because with people like him, because I did that with Robert Pisano. I was like, this guy is so genuine and real. Like I got to talk to this guy, and I feel the same way with Bro.
Right. Yeah.
Just because I like having experiences like that where you can connect and have a real conversation with somebody that is that way. It's part of the human experience. Because so many times in my daily routine, the people that I run into are just, they seem like empty empty vessels. There's nothing there.
Yeah, like they don't question, or they what they have mostly, it seems like, is a high suspicion. Like they're let's say their bubblegum machine inside is full of a high suspicion, mostly of anyone that questions authority. So that's what they got their gumball machine filled up with, this suspicion of anybody else that questions authority. And like what you should have is like a bunch of curiosity and inquisitiveness, and a yearning to know what the truth is in all matters. Like really, like that's what we should all have. But some people, you're right, don't seem to have that at all. They're like that. It's laziness is what it is in some form. It is because it would cost them too many calories or something. They feel like it's too much energy to think about, like that everything is not right, like everything is not the way we see it. Like it's really kind of weird.
Yeah, and if everybody notices when you have these weird, like, kind of automated interactions with people. Like if you're in a store, for instance, and the checker says, "Hey, how are you doing today?" You don't care how I'm doing today, because if I'm not doing well and I said, "Oh, I'm doing terrible," and this is happening, nobody wants to hear that shit. You're not really interested in my. And so I
Yeah.
have to give an automated response and just be like, "Oh yeah, I'm good." You know what I mean? It's so odd. And
Here's a good answer, man. In that case, you could still do it kind of sort of cordially, but in a snarky kind of way. Maybe you just say, "I'm fine." Fucked up, effed up, insecure, neurotic, and emotional. How are you?
Yeah, sounds like me.
Are you the same?
Yeah, and I think it's weird because I think we do this out of politeness because we're trying to be polite, but it's really not polite because you're being disingenuous with each other. Just giving these weird automatic responses that are meaningless.
Well, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I could
So for some,
agree.
some people, they're trying to honestly hide their. They don't want you knowing it for your sake. Kind of that thinking behind it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry, I blanked out for a minute.
What were we
No,
talking about?
he's roboting a little bit. We're talking about people that are like pretending to be nice,
yep.
and they say, "How are you?"
Ending.
Right? Yeah.
If they don't want, they don't want a real response. Like nobody. You don't want to say, "Oh, you know,
yeah,
my
I am.
mom just died." You know, some cashier doesn't want to
Yeah,
hear
I am
that shit.
lagging. Oof, I am lagging. 1,000 milliseconds. Going on mute.
So did anybody get a chance to look at what I posted? And there's like, you know, there's some graphs in there. Like, I don't know. I don't know what any of that shit. I can't. That shit's so above my pay grade. But I don't know. I think this is a useful, to bring up in conversation from time to time. Because okay, you don't want to measure over the water. Well, here's a study they did over land and flatness of land states around the U.S. and no mention of Earth curvature.
Come on, mate. The Earth curve is actually factored into the flatness.
Oh, good to see you. Yeah, I was.
Morning, guys.
This is the document that I sent you. I DM'd you and talked to you about. I thought I'd share it with everybody today. If anybody's interested in looking at it.
Yeah, I was just looking at it, and they're talking about things like the profile of the horizontal and the profile of the vertical. Like, so everything here on this earth is based on these angles from horizontal. All of it, like, are the elevation angles of everything above us, like the angles of everything out in front of us, the angles of everything that are higher than us or wide, you know, like in a wide kind of angle, like all of these angles from the horizontal. It's just the way this place is built, the entire place. So we learned how to build on top of it in the same manner, using the level, the only level that we had. When people were first kind of discovering how to build things, how do we make it level? They didn't have a word, probably. They had to use the ocean. They had to use water. Oh, look, water is still level, even though I move it anywhere. Oh, great, we could build, like, can you imagine the conversation that must have been like? The very first people to use water as a level. That must have been a rough journey.
I don't know. They also weren't bogged down and attacked the way we are today. So maybe it came easier for them. You know. Who knows? But yeah, I thought it was interesting.
Or is it something that people just intuitively knew, like from the earliest times? Like maybe that's something that's just like what is it called? Like when the birds know where to fly, thousands and thousands of miles. How could birds fly like 6,000 miles in their migratory paths or something? How thousands of miles, however far they do, it's quite far. And monarch butterflies, if they didn't have a reference to horizontal, they have to have some kind of reference, like what? Even like bats, like they actually what are shooting out a frequency, right? Like a sonar range frequency. And so all of this stuff, like the bat sonar, is probably tied into their vestibular systems as well for level. There's liquid in there, just like ours. So every system is based on this. I mean, that's a good one. Tie all the vestibular systems in together at the same time. Every one of them. There's squirrels, they have them. Birds have them. Any animal has them. Humans have them. So
Just
we're
coffee,
all
thanks.
level. But I digress. Wait a minute, Tim. Is that Timbo?
Yeah, I thought I heard him chime in.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know my mic was open. I was ordering a coffee.
Oh, it's all right. That's a good idea. I should go get one. A good coffee. I deserve it. Timbo, so you're telling us they design in the curve with the into the flatness.
Yeah.
That's really incredible, isn't it?
It's these birds are amazing too. Yeah, we have this salt lake that fills up like every 8 to 10 years. It gets water in it, and all of a sudden, all the birds fly from thousands of kilometers around to go to this
Yeah.
salt lake that's full. Yeah, how the
Wow.
fuck do they know it's full?
Yeah, exactly. Did they have a little bird messenger that came out ahead of time and looked at the situation, then
Yeah.
raced back?
I mean,
No.
it's in a desert, yeah. So the birds don't go there. Only certain types of birds go there. So how do these water birds that live in that fish in salt water and stuff like that know to go to this lake? It's like 1,000 kilometers inland.
That's wild. That's really wild. So there's something that I mean, we talk about information not coming from that information doesn't come from nowhere, right? Well, look at that example. Like the amount of information that is there, that's present with all of these, let's just say only the migratory patterns of birds.
Yeah.
Is incredible. Look at all those birds, like the albatross. Like they fly very far too. I mean, they go from like North America to South America or to some island, like way the hell out there. Like some go to the Galapagos Islands, which one of the
Yeah, I was
remote,
going to say.
remotest
I
places.
think they fly across the Pacific as well.
That's wild. Absolutely wild that they could fly and know how to get to these islands. Think about that.
Yeah, exactly. On a curve.
Yeah, how does that work on a curve? Hell no. I mean, vapors that cause you to smell things don't make it around bulges either. Neither does sound. So any of these sensory apparatus that animals have would be totally deflected off, like from the motion. And so I don't know how they can say the motion, the atmos connected, and then all the frequencies and everything are velcroed as well. That makes no sense at all. Tie those two together. Like whenever they say the Atmos Velcro to them, what about the frequencies? Because the Doppler effect would be happening. They're debunked right there.
It's an amazing place we live in, Almost like it was built for us.
Yeah, it's too bad we're destroying it and killing it. We need to get out of here, so
Yeah. Let's fuck this planet up. Yeah, but let's not repair the world that we live in, but let's move
Right.
to another one,
Yeah.
and
let's
terra
spend
firma.
let's spend a couple hundred years doing that too, which is probably they'd never be able to go. So all your children's children, like all the people in the past, like since the beginning of this so-called space age, which what a bunch of horse shit. So yeah, we're just gonna spend all of your resources into freaking oblivion, and you won't have nothing left. Because we're just gonna forget about this place, pretend like we're gonna move on. Like it's so narcissistically insane.
But let's forgot what I was going to say. I just went blank. Too early in the morning.
Too early in the morning with Sunny, and I will make you forget about what you were thinking about. I can't do that. Sorry about that.
Oh, I was talking about, let's just spend all our money, but they must be doing something in space because they've spent billions of dollars. That's like an
Right.
argument. Yeah.
Yeah,
What?
we could break that down. We could break that down as a logical fallacy, right? That could be broken
Yeah.
down, parse that out. So, so that's an
But they've
appeal
spent
to,
billions, so they must be doing something.
right. So what is that an appeal to? An appeal to monumentalism.
Is it?
No, that wouldn't be right. I don't know. No, that's probably the wrong word. But that's a good one, whatever that is. There probably is one. An appeal to the amount of money. The
Appeal to
amount of money spent.
cashola.
Yeah. There would probably be a spectrum of that because there'd be like appeal to not enough money spent, appeal to too much, enough money spent, or too much money spent, or
Look, you guys
like
aren't paying attention because with all that money, I'm seeing things. They're discovering things every day. New planets, exoplanets, planets made out of gold. What's wrong with you guys?
Yeah. Velcro, Tang. Fuck, we got
yeah,
it all, mate.
yeah, right. And so like, here's the thing: it propagates itself because once you start finding more, then you're going to need more staff to deal with all those new exoplanets. So you're going to have new offices, new salaries set up.
This is how
all
you
those
do it.
things.
They spent plenty of money making the new Star Trek movie. Does that mean there's Klingons out there?
and then of necessity, you're going to have offices that are countering these crazy flat earthers that are talking about empirical empirical principles. That we can't have that.
No, let's talk about philosophy and why. Why is the Earth flat? Why is the Earth round? What is
Yeah.
it? You know what I'm finding weird lately? It's like when people come in and they go, "Yeah, I'm a globe earther," and they go, "Oh, I don't really want to talk. I just want to listen."
Yeah, yeah, and then defend it to the death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they'll
That's
say,
so
and they'll say,
weird.
I don't really care. Then
Yeah, I don't care. Yeah.
I don't care,
it
but
doesn't really matter.
I'm in a flat Earth surfer for 4 hours, but I don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm going to defend the globe.
That makes so much
nauseam.
sense.
Yeah, it's so dishonest. Immediately. Just come on, like who are you fooling?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You don't have to lie to me. You can lie to yourself all you want.
Yeah, that's right. It's obviously an interesting subject. So just say, "Oh, no, I don't care. This is a really interesting subject."
Right.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that mentality of, I'm just going to come in here because these guys are morons, and I'm going to laugh at
Yeah.
them. I would be curious. I just want to know and see people's perspectives, and not. There's no need to. Why would I look down on anybody? I just want to hear what they have to say. Why would I just come in? Whatever, you guys know what I'm saying. Fuck it, kicking a dead horse.
Yeah, so that's the thing. We can tell, like when one of them comes in, which one is going to be open, or which one changes once seeing the information and kind of go, well, the most logical thing to do is, well, wait a minute, like they're talking about a drop over distance test, and I haven't done one yet. I better stay open because what if they're right and I do one myself? Then I would know. And then you can tell the ones that are like, I'm never doing a fucking drop over distance test because the Earth is a globe anyway, no matter what these people say, and I don't care what the numbers are. Like, they don't plan on taking the numbers. And you have people like Matthew Lerns, that was in here for years, saying that it's not even necessary to go test it myself. Yeah, you heard him say that. Like,
because of science.
Yeah.
It's because Matthew is a teacher and he expects all the students to trust the teacher, that they don't have to test everything because he's an authority.
Yeah.
And that's appeals to authority fallacy.
Yeah, and to trust just like he did. So it's not only a logical fallacy, it's a generational logical fallacy propagation method. Like, that's pretty wild that there would even be such a thing in existence.
Well, look where trusting the authorities has got us into trouble in the past. Yeah, just believing what they say every single time. It's been because people trusted the authorities. Wars, everything. Now we're supposed to believe them making up telling us we can go to a place that's make believe. And everyone they're buying it. Everyone's
Yeah,
buying it.
yeah. I'm telling you, like, I really am with this thing about it being the most laughable thing that ever occurred in human existence in all history. Like, it's going to be the funniest thing when people really realize it. They're going to be laughing their asses off. Like, people will have freaking six-pack abs laughing this hard, like I do. For the most part, I've cried too, but that's all right, you know.
Like, I find it fun now. I don't even try and.
Best
Sorry,
ones.
Paul.
Laugh cry.
No, it's all right. Go ahead.
I find it fun now just asking people questions that come in. Like, I don't even care or I do, to prove the ball to them. But, you know, the
Right.
weird thing is, I'm not going to even try until they ask why I believe the earth is flat.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
That's a
over
really
it,
good
man.
point.
Like, yeah,
But
it's fucking weird.
the weird thing about it is, Tim, that we actually have to like almost set it straight to them and say, now, if I were somebody that was curious, we have to give them the answer. I would actually ask these flat earthers. Like, we have to play both sides because they don't get it. So they don't understand why they're here. So that's weird that we have to tell them in order for them to ask that question. Like, here's what a curious person would do. They would ask
Yeah.
what is the reason these flat earthers, or what evidence do the flat earthers have that make them say that they know it's flat? I would want to freaking know that answer, right? Wouldn't you?
And what's the percentage of people that ask that question?
Rarely
Maybe one out of 100. Like,
yeah, some do. I suppose we have to give them a break because there are some that do. But we almost have to hint at it still, even with those, I would say.
they almost go to why the lie before why do you believe that the Earth is flat? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird, man.
So they're saying why the lie. So they're admitting up front that there's a lie. And then and then they move on to ask us the things that only God or a creator could tell them the answers.
Yeah.
Why do things go up and down? Like,
why is it flat?
Yeah,
why is it flat?
What? There's no cause for flat.
What's the cause of flatness? Yeah.
Exactly. What's the cause of? Oh shit! Like, they think they have a cause for their ball, though. That's the weirdest thing ever, man. Like, this thing is so complex. I don't know if it was genius or mad genius, you know, or like insane.
Oh, you mean
genius.
the ball?
Yeah, because look how complex of a lie they create. What a complex lie they created that just it has just it goes on forever.
Yeah.
They have another excuses, like excuses upon excuses, like for why it doesn't do what it's supposed to be doing.
Somebody brought up the other day that maybe sometimes in the conversations we should actually start with the question of why would they lie, because there's always a progression in their questions, and that's always usually the last one that they're holding on to, and they're not really listening to any of your answers. They jump from one thing to one thing, question after question, and that last one, okay, well, why would they lie? So somebody was saying, maybe we should try starting with that, because that's all
Get it out of the
they're
way.
getting to anyway. Yeah, just get it out of the way.
Maybe we should ask them that. Okay, now in this scenario, if someone was telling you something about Earth, why do you think they would lie? And ask them first. I think you're absolutely right. Actually, up front, ask them, because most of the time that's what they ask. So what if we just ask them first and say, no?
That's brilliant.
Well, and a lot of times it's their
So
last
you could
question.
point. Go, Paul.
I was just saying, a lot of times it is their final question that they ask before jumping out, or
Like, you could actually, we could actually do that. We could start with like pointing out a lie that everyone agrees is a lie before we go into any conversations and go, why did they lie about this?
Yes. So
Great idea, Sonny.
that is brilliant, and I just thought of it on the spot, but it's kind of like I've heard some people ask in sort of like that way, but I think if we do it like Timbo is saying, like do you know of any time that our government has a government has lied? Just keep it general. A government has lied. Anytime when a government yeah, so there's got to be one. And then what about any others? Or maybe go through the panel and can you name one too? And then all of a sudden you have a dozen of times. I don't know, with varying severity as far as the repercussions.
Yeah. And then say, why did they lie in all these occasions?
Yeah. Now, why would you think someone would be telling the truth in something so fundamental as to where we stand and to where we are? Like now, then it would have a different perspective because they've already pointed out how they've lied a dozen times. Like, let's just say I'm just saying a scenario, set up the scenario. So let's say we
I
ask
got
a couple
one.
people. Yeah.
I got one. When
Go ahead.
they told a bunch of people that they had a blood disease and conspired with their doctors to not treat their syphilis and let them go on throughout the years of their lives with syphilis, and they could have been treated and cured, but
Yeah.
the government conspired with the doctors and didn't treat them and didn't apologize until Bill Clinton was president, long after anybody could be held accountable.
Or yeah, like we could go into other things that maybe I thought of the Spanish flu, but that's probably a little too controversial because you know
Yeah.
why.
Because they might say, oh, that's natural, What about
yeah, go
what
ahead.
about the English testing, spraying things into the subways in certain areas to test people's reactions to certain chemicals? What about that one? Fully admitted by the English government.
Yeah. Okay, I got a really good one. Why did the area I grew up in, why did that city allow the Manhattan Project to dump all of their waste near a creek that I didn't play in directly, but I have directly played in that creek and others around it, but upstream of them, so I may have gotten lucky. But years later, that place is called Nuclear Homefront or something like that, or nuclear or some like the kids are all dying, like people are dying like 10 times or 20 times higher rate of cancer in that area. So why did they
Imagine
do
you
that?
got together all of these discrepancies and put them in a list and handed it to a Glober and said, why would they lie?
Oh,
Yeah, really, a
Fucking
compendium.
millions of. Why would they lie, man?
When you don't even, if you can get them to agree that they do lie, the why then doesn't matter because you can just throw that
Yeah.
away. So we know they
Yeah,
lie,
do
right?
they lie?
So yeah,
Yeah.
So that would be a pretty short study actually, because once you ask them, then there's going to be no question. Like, why did your teacher lie? Why did your parents lie? Why did your girlfriend lie? Why did your best friend lie? You know, why did your dog run off? Like, I mean.
yeah. I wonder why they hold on to that so like it means something because I didn't have that experience when I came here. I never had that question of why would they lie. I guess because I always knew they lie about everything. So why would they lie about this? That was, what happened to me. So that I don't understand that. Did they not? Is this the first thing they've discovered as
Yeah, that would
for
be
lies when
painful,
it
wouldn't
comes
it?
to?
Your first
can imagine.
conspiracy theory is flat Earth. That's a head fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if that's what it is, man, with some of these people.
Maybe. Yeah, I'd gone way down the rabbit hole before I got to flat Earth, and it wasn't. Yeah, I'm the same. Didn't even question why would they lie, because they lied about everything.
Yeah. You know, it's crazy too when we're talking about exoplanets and other worlds and shit. It is actually entirely possible that if they were concealing land, they could actually take a group of people and convince them that they were going to another planet and just put them over on that other land, and can be completely disconnected from, all other lands and think they were actually on a whole nother planet. It wouldn't be that difficult to do.
Yeah, and they could
Did
do
you
it.
see that?
They could do it in one generation. Sorry, Tim.
No, you're
Must
right.
be.
I was just going to say, have you seen that documentary where they pretend to send that group of people up into space?
No.
And yeah. Do you know what it's called, Sonny? It was a British like they called it a social experiment, and they pretended they were going to send these people to space. They put them through training and everything like that. And then yeah.
I don't really know what that one. I think I have heard of it, but
I'm going to look it up. I think the title comes under most expensive documentary ever made. And so they send up these people and they put them through training and everything like that. And only a few people know that they're not actually going to space. And they shoot them up in this rocket, but it's a simulator. And they fucking believe that they're flying into space. And they're getting all excited, like going, "Oh my god, this is amazing!" Like it's a real documentary, yeah. Like, and those who are in the experiment, they believe it. They believe that they went to space. That's how fucking easy it is. Yeah, I'll have a look when I stop driving.
Were they told after that it was a documentary, or?
Yeah, they told after. Yeah.
And they still believed.
No. They're like, fuck. Okay. How could I? Yeah, how could I have been fooled? I'll have a look. I'm going to stop driving in about 5 minutes. So. Jin loves it. Jin always talks about it. Like, it's not too far out to think that they could have done this with the astronauts, set them up in a fucking simulator, and like all the other people say who are involved with NASA, they say I would not know the difference between a real launch and a simulation, because we practice it so much, and it's so compartmentalized that I'm just watching the temperature of the rockets, or I'm just watching the pressure of the oxygen. They're all watching these little jobs. They're all doing these little jobs. So
Yeah,
they got
they
no
also
fucking
say,
idea where the rocket is. Yeah.
they also say that the simulations always give them the worst case scenarios, and when they actually go, it goes without a hitch. Like nothing bad happens. It all just happens, according to without any difficulties or problems.
You believe they never had an issue in that whole Apollo mission? All of those Apollo missions.
Check this out. I was just looking at my news feed. You wouldn't believe. Hold on a second. Let me just read a couple of these. They said, like, hold on. This is amazing. I know it's a little off topic, but they're saying that they made this ban on homeless camping, and they're looking around and all of them are gone. They're going, where did they go? They made this ban so people couldn't camp, and they just freaking moved somewhere else. They just all get up and move. They're all gone. So anyway, then the other thing is they found a lab. Hold on.
That was really off topic.
I saw it and I spontaneously wanted to report. So go ahead. I digress.
Now I wanted to hear the second thing.
The second.
No, he's cut out again, has he?
Yeah, I think so.
No, am I there? Am I here now?
No, yeah, you are now.
Okay. Probably when I switch
Yeah, I got
screen.
you now.
Something. I'm only on Wi-Fi. I could turn the mobile. But it's amazing that they're giving away all this great stuff. There's nothing suspicious about free mobile data for everybody. There's nothing weird about that, right?
You get free mobile data? Where do you get that from?
It's a government
phone
issued
company?
phone. A government issued phone. Yeah, it's a Verizon phone. It's Track Phone and Verizon. They're all going together, and you can get free unlimited
Built into the my bill. I'm paying for it probably.
Yeah, so they probably follow me around everywhere I go. So, but that's all right. Go ahead. The publicity is going to be great.
They're following everyone around, man. Like, I only do it every 2 weeks. I drive my daughter to netball at a certain time. I jumped in there on the same day. I jumped in the car last night, and bang, maps came up. Said quickest route to your destination. I went, how the fuck does it know I'm going there?
Wow. I know. And you know what? I've had come up conversations I've had in here. Then all of a sudden there'll be something almost exactly like that on my feed. Very strange.
I love how we still act very surprised about this fact, even though we know.
I know. And then, you know, people go, I'm not going to download that app because it'll track me. You go, no, you're already being tracked. Don't worry about the
Yeah.
app. Just get the app if you want it.
They took their blood at birth, for God's sakes.
Yeah, that's right.
I always thought that was crazy, the whole birth certificate process and taking a baby and pressing its feet on it sickens me.
So weird, man. It's middle of winter, and it's like it's 6:30 in the morning, and it's 14 degrees. It's so warm. I don't know what 14 is in your guys' terms, but that 6 o'clock at 6:30 in the morning and 14 degrees in the middle of winter.
I'll
Absolutely
find out.
crazy.
It's probably about 80 degrees.
Well, the mornings are starting to be cool here, so the mornings are starting to be warm there. Funny.
57 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, so yeah, okay. I get it.
It's cool, but it's like compared to what we've been having, it's like really it's warm. I'm just in a jumper and that's it. I'm normally in jackets and beanies and.
So it should be like 10 to 15 or 10 to 20 degrees cooler or something, maybe even.
Yeah, it should be about 4 degrees, 3 or 4 degrees.
Wow, that's quite a difference. That's just above freezing.
Yeah.
It's 7 degrees here.
Yeah, but you live in the tropics, mate.
Well, he lives in the tropic parts of England. Is that what you're trying to say? I don't know if he's
I think
from.
Chubbs, you're up in Queensland, aren't you?
Yeah,
Oh, but
mate.
you're in the you're in the mountains, aren't you?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Well, it's black as shit.
How dare Sonny try to say somebody was not an Aussie? That's horrible.
How dare
to
you,
claim an
Sonny.
Aussie was from Britain. Horrible.
Shame on you, Sonny. 50 lashes with a wet noodle.
And there's a soothing voice to hear. G'day, Wave.
That's what she said.
Howdy, hello, everybody.
Actually, I wish she had said that. Just joking.
So while I got here on break, I have a quick little question to ask y'all. I don't know if I'd asked you this yet, but do you know what the difference is between complete and finished? Anybody?
No.
Well, no dictionary has ever been able to define the difference between complete and finished. However, in a linguistic conference held in London, England, Indian American Son Sherman was the clever winner. His final challenge was this. His response was, when you marry the right woman, you are complete. If you marry the wrong woman, you're finished. And if the right woman catches you with the wrong woman, you are completely finished. His answer received a 5-minute standing ovation. And that is a true story.
That's funny.
That is actually so true. Wait a minute, is AI trying to come in? You're roboting already. I was going to say that is so true in my experience as well. Go ahead, AI. Are you there?
I was just thinking about the concept of something, where it's the thing itself is done, right? So, for example, if you have a mortgage, right, when you fulfill your mortgage, it's done. You don't have to pay it anymore.
So does that mean it's complete or that it's finished?
Well,
completely finished.
Both
I don't know,
actually.
But when they overcook my steak, it's well done. And I like it rare, so that's not very well done to me.
Think about it. I completed my mortgage payments, so now I'm finished paying.
And I'm done with the bank.
Exactly. Yeah, then you should be done. Right. Oh, it's good to think about what you're done with.
Well, it's like this. I completed construction on your house. So you're expecting to have a house, right? When you arrive at your lot. But if he says I finished construction at your house, That just means you stopped, right? So you show up and your house isn't done,
It's incomplete.
right?
Hey, thank you, old dude, for posting a link to that documentary we were talking about.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah, I saw it. I started looking at it. Oh, wait a minute. No, I didn't. What? Oh, there it is. Space Cadets. Okay, that one. Old dude. All right. Thanks, man. Pull it up here. Let me see. It's, it, it's pretty cool being able to operate my large screen with my phone. Like I was able to do it before, but it's pretty cool being able to go to my YouTube feed and just play it on my TV. You know, another off topic.
I'm just thinking that also works for laws. So when a law, let's say you put in a law that for 5 years this thing's going to occur, right? So if you wait till the end of the 5 years, then the law is no longer in effect after that 5 years. Or you could repeal the law halfway through. So the law never completed, but it was still annulled.
So it's done but incomplete.
Right. Now, when it comes to a mortgage, when you complete a mortgage, it's done, but you fulfilled the terms. So if you annul a law, right, without completing it, then you could argue that it was abolished, like you would abolish slavery, right, or whatever. But if you allow it to complete and you complete all the terms, then it comes to fruition, but it still ends. Either way, it comes to an end.
All I know is when I'm sitting on the toilet pooping and I think that I'm finished pooping, no job is done until the paperwork is complete.
Oh, you suffering from tenesmus?
Tenesmus? I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah. It's the feeling of incomplete pooping.
But even if you've completed the pooping process, the job's not done until the paperwork has been completed.
Yeah. You got to file the paperwork in triplicate.
And as we say here in the Los Angeles area, remember to flush twice because it's a long way to Long Beach.
Long way to the beach?
Long way to Long Beach. That's where the processing plant is. It separates all the solids from the liquids. They can go ahead and purify it and add that back to our drinking water.
Yeah, the Long Beach is like the antithesis of beach. Just joking. But I used to go see the Long Beach Grand Prix there all the time, almost every year in the late 70s. But it used to be a really fun place. They had a place called Queens Pike, and it was like one of the largest West Coast amusement parks when I was like in my high school years in LA. We'd go down there and party on the weekends, and it was like really wild.
Have you ever been to the Pike? Do you remember what it's like? A couple of bucks will get you in, and you can ride again and again.
Wait, Mixer, you even know the dang song. Yeah, so Long Beach also has a bunch of oil rigs off there now, and you can do some very good sightings, just like the Black Swan, or even better, like Wave Mixer and I have seen that in person from the beach there at Sunset Beach, which is North Huntington in Orange County, and then looking out there to Catalina. It's incredible. I have my own Black Swan image I took myself at about 6 to 8 feet above sea level. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, wait a minute. Might not be. Yeah, I should be able to. Let me see. Post.
Alright, so AI, Paul came up with a good idea. You there?
What?
Well, Paul said that we have to always deal with Globers coming in, and usually starting with why would they lie. So we were talking about different instances where the government has even admitted that they've lied, and maybe compiling all that together and asking them why would they lie. Yeah, with my scenario that I wanted to add to the mix was the Tuskegee experiments when they told all of these people that they had a blood disease that was incurable, and they conspired with all of their doctors to not treat their syphilis. Otherwise, they could have been treated and cured. And they went through most of their life, if not all of their life, with syphilis and having to live with the symptoms of it. And I mean, essentially being tortured by something that could have been treated and cured. Why would they lie? And oh, they didn't apologize for it until Bill Clinton was president, long after anybody could be held accountable.
No, that's wrong.
Where? Where was that
You made
wrong?
an egregious logical error.
Okay.
If the people were gone, long gone, that perpetrated it, then they never apologized.
Yes, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. So Bill Clinton apologized on their behalf long after they were going to be held accountable. My bad.
So they went to their graves thinking that what they did was okay, or being too cowardly to do anything about it, right?
Exactly. And, you know, if the government can somehow get doctors to agree to their terms of not curing people or treating people for something that is treatable, what happened to the Hippocratic Oath? I don't understand. Why would they lie?
Dude, I mean, that question is really just, it just shows the person asking it has a lack of imagination. A valid answer would be because people like you will believe it. There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Because chumps like you with no imagination or appraisal of the human condition throughout your life, right, are easily swayed. That's why.
It's not a
know,
bad plan.
one of the rules of power, I think, I'm pretty sure, is never tell the truth unless you have to, right? You never start out with the truth. You start out with something that maintains secrets or maintains a falsehood.
I mean, it's for our own good that they lie to us, though. I mean, if we knew the truth, it would descend into chaos, right? They must be equipped with more of the tools to be able to deal with something that they, being humans themselves, can deal with, but other humans that are beneath them can't deal with it.
Well, while there's a minute of dead air here and I'm in between calls, I just wanted to say what a comfortable feeling it is when I come in here. People recognize my voice and acknowledge me. And Sonny said that, Wave Mixer and I have seen this at the beach. I remember when I first came in here several months ago and I was scared shitless. It's very comforting now. I appreciate that.
I'm glad you've made yourself at home. This is a good home for folks like us.
Okay, now what exactly is folks like us? Crazy flurfers, or flurfs, I guess they call us, huh?
I would argue to say that we're the sane ones.
Well, Sonny, you posted some pictures up here of a sidewalk looking down at some palm trees and looks like a sun in the background and 3 pictures, but what are they for? What's going on? What, did I miss something? And I actually miss a lot of here.
Sorry about the delay. I'm roaming through some pictures and I just happened to see some that just, some of my pictures, and I was looking for something else, but along the way I found several others, so I thought I'd drop a couple interesting ones. The one with the sun looking so freaking large behind that car, and then also the sun shine coming through that tree, showing that the angular light rays coming through there. The crepuscular rays coming through the tree. Did that one post successfully? Because I'm kind of not paying attention, but
Indeed it did. And I'm looking at the very first picture of the sidewalk, and that gives a very excellent demonstration of perspective and how the sidewalk doesn't actually get narrower.
it really does. And at the end, you can even probably zoom into it and see like how extreme it is at the end. I'll tell you, waves do something very interesting and with perspective. I've noticed when I was looking on a not very clear day. So I don't know if that made much of a difference, but the waves seem to stack up like where all the high waves, and it actually out at the horizon, the waves, it actually looked like a plaster Paris freaking matrix of these waves. It almost looked like it was flat, like that it was like a picture, like a static picture. I've only experienced that once. Looking over the ocean, a fairly choppy day, the waves, they all line up, all the peaks of the waves all line up with each other, and it looks like they're painted there. That's all I'm saying.
So you looked out at the ocean, you saw some waves, and it was flat. That doesn't surprise any of us here.
Yeah, it looked like it was a flat screen, actually. But look, I've noticed that before when Flat Earth Dude and I were sailing. There was this one part where we know it's very low land because they have salt flats there that they harvest the salt from, these low-lying areas in South Bay, sort of pretty close to the border. But anyway, there's a little like 4-inch like part of land that sticks up. That looked like it was a vertical wall of dirt. It was magnified. It was really strange. It was very strange. It looked like the small little section that we know is only 4 to 6 inches tall, coming up from the water, and it looked like it was like 4 foot tall, like this mirage. Very odd. But in that case, that particular time, we saw almost every kind of disturbance at the horizon, or whatever you want to call those. The types of actual refraction with miraging and things like that. Fata Morgana, we saw that too. superior and inferior mirages. We saw all of that those days we were sailing. There's someone named Lord Fokoff. Lord Fokoff. Hold on, let's take a look. Are you there?
It's a pretty funny name. I like it.
Okay, Lord, fuck off. If you don't speak up, if you do speak up, you'll get VC verified. If you don't, you'll need to go to VC1 check-in, and then someone will be with you and voice verify you. Thanks. Thanks for playing. We'll talk to you later.